Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? All right. Yeah. Cool. We are back for another fun day of whatever. Doing stuff. Not sure where the best place to sit here is. Oh, these are actually dark blue. Oh, some of them are dark blue, not many. Is this the real Criddle? Nah, this is just my my Beastmaster. Criddle Cow! What's up, Vor? How you doing, bud? So, let me see here. All right. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of hang out here. I don't know when or if Esar will be. I mean, I'm sure Esar will be on, so we'll probably do a group here in a little bit. But I'm going to just fight some of these little guys until then. If I don't win this giveaway, I might just perform the backflip. That ends me. Nice. Well, I did get a few extras to give away, so you'll probably we'll see if you can get one today. I talked to the devs, and they were able to give me a few to give out. So we'll see how many people actually enter to win a access, and then we'll kind of go from there. Let's see. Get out of here, Basilisk. Sorry, I'm trying to do too much at once. Too many things at once. All right. We're gonna wait for Burl to get here. Wait to see who all shows up for the stream, and then we'll take a look at the giveaway stuff. What? What in the world? Okay. We'll do that later. Deal with that later. The cold water basilisk. For some reason, these don't drop basilisk teeth. I got a pristine basilisk scale off of them, which I'm not sure what that is for. No idea what that is for. The hides are so profitable, the regular jackal hides. I don't know. They might be. It depends on what people are using them for. They're still good for making like backpacks. Am I? Okay, there we go. Now I'm attacking. That was weird. Wasn't attacking there for a second. Very strange. So what I need to do, I need to click on this, go to settings, go to interface, scroll all the way down, and click on per character keybinds, and then change my keybinds on this guy. Sadly, you're not put anything in Mimi's boxes anymore? Oh, no. Like, people just take stuff out and then they instantly go and, like, sell it. It's, yeah, it's... I mean, I appreciate what Mimi's trying to do. But, yeah, people abuse it. Good morning, Burl. How you doing? Yeah, Mimi is a player in the game. She's been, or I'm assuming Mimi is a girl, but I have absolutely no idea. They are somebody that's been around in the community and constantly is helping other players and tries to, you know, give back to the community a bunch. And in fact, got seen by the devs so much doing so that they are now a kind of a moderator on the Discord channel, and kind of got that role as a moderator. And you know, they're just, yeah, really good person, you know, just happy-go-lucky kind of person, and a great person for the community. Anyway, they've created like a box that's supposed to be like a give a loot, take a loot kind of thing, and people are supposed to put stuff in there for new players to take out to kind of help them get started with the game, and that was the idea of it. But unfortunately, people abused that and decided to put stuff in, or sorry, take stuff out, but not really put stuff in, and all that. It's just, it's unfortunate that we have to deal with such people. All right, we want to do 7, 8, and 9 as the periods. 7, 8, and 9. And then 6 and 10. All right, perfect. Perfect. I hand her anything that might be valuable to her to hand out rather than putting stuff in her boxes. Yeah. It was not great stuff, but I just watched someone take 5 items they surely did not need. Yeah, they do it all the time. Yeah, that's why I've stopped doing it. I give stuff away. Like, you guys seen me give stuff away. Like, I don't care. But yeah, it's just bad. People are greedy. Greedy. Which server? This is there's only 2 servers. There's a PvE server and a PvP server. And most of us play, almost everybody, most people play on the PvE server. There are people that are on the PvP server, but it's not nearly as popular. Wasp is jacked. That wasp is good. Best pet in the game. And I don't think you can tame the basilisk. I think what they're going to do later on is the basilisk and the sharks are going to be like a quest to tame those. I wonder if the basilisk are going to have different abilities than the alligators. Yeah, it's fighting it with his butt. It's got a big old badootie on it. Be around 11 my time. All right. Yeah, no worries, Isar. I'm gonna play the Beastmaster for a bit. I've got to go get my bike fixed. I keep having issues with my bicycle that I bought, and I got to get it fixed again. So, exotic pets in general will be quest locked. Sharks, basilisk, drake type stuff. Yeah, drakes aren't even considered to be animals, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with those, like if they're going to be somehow better than the other pets or other tamed animals, and that's why they're going to be quested, or I don't know what the idea is. Yeah, I've been wanting to level this guy up a little bit more, just in case they do a level locked Fallen Watch. I want to have this guy leveled up so we can go into it. I think we're trying to get people to get a group together to go do it around level 40. Yeah, that'll be interesting if they do it that way, Metallica, where like you have to have a shark pet for an underwater pet, and you can't use land type pets for underwater or something. Be interesting. You're holding on at level 40. You're just gonna kind of hang out at level 40. We'll see. I don't know what their plan is. I mean, I'm assuming it'll be a level 40 cap. But if you're like, you know, the high 30s, you can probably still go in there. Trying to level a tank real fast? Good luck. Yeah, if they do Fallen Watch and they actually do level lock it, I don't know that they can. I don't know if they have the technology to do that. Or the whatever, the ability to do that. But we'll see. We will see. But if they do, I'll take in a character. I've got a 36 or 37 Spellblade. If I get this guy high enough, I'll take him in. You know, we'll see what's up. And if they don't do it that way, we'll just go in with level 60s and do it. I don't know. Maybe we'll actually go in with level 40s because they want it to be tested, right? They're like kind of trying to force the test on us. I mean, if they were to just ask, they would probably get people to actually test it that way and be like, hey guys, if you have a level 40, we would like you to go in there at level 40 and try it out. And just see. I think people would do it. You won't play it? You're not going to level up another character? Well, that's the thing, Isar. Like, you could probably log in on my account or Burl's account and play. Like, Burl's only 42 or something. And then I've got this character, and then I've got a 37 or whatever it is, Spellblade. So, you can play one of those. You can do it in 2 days, but what's the point? Yeah. there is no point. Yeah, I could level this guy up very quickly if I wanted to, but I just, I'm just playing it whenever we aren't doing something else. So the game is going to be subscription-based after October? Yes. Starting October 1st, $15 a month to play. And yeah, that's pretty much it. No other prices. No box price. No microtransactions. If you want to support them further after the $15 a month, you can do that with buying merch off of their merch store. And they're also talking about having like a tip jar of some sort. So yeah, that's gonna be pretty much it. So I mean, I like the model that they're going after. I like what they're trying to do. So I prefer that. Do you have any idea how many people are developing the game? Seems like a small team. They're over 50 now. Over 50 total people on the team. Now, as far as like developers, not as many developers, but because there's like art, the art people, which are developers, but they're doing just art. There's they have an accountant. They have GMs and stuff, so it's not everyone is a developer per se, but yeah, over 50 people total on the team. Let's say 2,000 to 4,000 players a month. Is that reasonable? It becomes, I think it's gonna be way more than that. But they don't. According to Sean, they don't care how many people actually sub and play the game. They're like, we're making this game for a small amount of people, and if we only get 100 subs, then we only get 100 subs. I think it's going to be 30 to 50,000 on the first week or the first month when it launches in early access. Of course, several of those people will play super hard the first month. They'll do everything there is to do, and then they'll probably quit the game and wait for more content. That'll probably happen. But if they do it right, which is something that they're planning on trying to do, and adding in-game content like raids, adding in the expedition system, all of that kind of stuff, then they can absolutely keep people coming back and sticking with it for a longer time. I think there will also be a lot of people that pay and don't necessarily play it all the time. So, there might be 10,000 people that are willing to just play it casually, pay the $15 a month for a few months, and see how the developers continue to develop the game. I'm hoping that once they start making money and they start hiring people and actually paying the developers, that they're able to speed the process up a little bit. Right now, there's a lot of the developers they have their day jobs, they have their family lives, their real life, and then they're doing this on the side. So if we can get it to a point where they're working on it like a normal job, 8-hour day job, then hopefully things will go a little bit faster. But we'll see. And Burl, I have your jewelry and lamp, by the way, if you you decide to log back in at some point. Although you may not want to go too high on your level. They're finally aware of the bug lamp. Nice. Did they comment on your post or something, Isar? Oh, it's on my bank mule, Burl. So it's any time really. Stab added Ali. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that other than I think what happened was the issue with them changing the torches and stuff so that NPCs could carry torches. Only thing that makes sense to me. The changes on torches are stupid. Most torches now are all used up. Oh yeah, they're going to be used up. If the mob spawns and nobody kills it for a few minutes, torch is going to be used up by the time you loot it. You can hold that lamp for Burl. Yeah, we'll see if they get fixed. Who knows? Who knows? My computer's like doing some weird stuff lately. I still gotta fix it. It's yeah, just annoying. Just annoying. I finally got the ring, so if I can move Gith back to Grimtide, I'll camp another. Alright, cool. You talking about the melee ring? It's got like 5 strength, stamina, agility, or something like that on it. It's a pretty solid ring. We're gonna have to camp that. What'd they do with the torches? So torches used to be like NPCs, humanoid NPCs used to just drop torches sometimes that you could pick up and use. Now, when an NPC spawns with a torch in their inventory, they actually hold on to it and use it, and it uses up some of the fuel. So basically, torches have a duration that they can be used, and then they go out, and they are basically just trash at that point. Means torches are more expensive to sell now? Not really. I mean, they're not hard to make. You can craft torches pretty easily, so it's not really a big deal. So yeah, I don't think it's really going to change much for torches at all. I don't know anybody that really used to loot the torches anyway, when they had full whatchamacallit, when like nobody used to even loot the torches before, so they're probably really not going to loot them now when they're going to be like half used. Like I always just left them on the corpse, personally. Overestimate the average MMO player's energy level when it comes to crafting a torch. I was able to sell a bunch by convincing people to buy some for the incoming struggle. I mean, maybe. They're not hard to make. I mean, they're just literally put together a stick and some resin. Done. I think or a stick and cloth. Something like that. Could be very possible they just felt sorry. Yeah. Very possible. Log on in a minute. Yeah, no worries, bro. All good, dude. All good. I'm just gonna slay some basilisk for a bit. These are still decent XP for at least this level. Then 34 is gonna be another hell level. So that's gonna be fun. And I could probably stay on these basilisk through 34. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But the solo ability of this Beastmaster has been pretty good. Like, I can still solo fairly well, even at this level. I mean, I've got some better gear now, but the gear really isn't doing that much, to be honest. It helps me kill a monster a little bit faster. But, like, these aren't hard at all. But yeah, I was curious how the solo ability would go on this guy. Weapons are the biggest deal for Beastmaster gear, I think. Yeah, I'm sure they are, yeah. Weapons are definitely good. I would say for any melee class, weapon is the most important item. I don't have a good two-hander, though. I could use a good two-hander. I mean, I have a couple of two-handers. I just don't have, like, one of the good ones. But it's fine. I've got some good one-handers, and it's working okay. Using Maul, which reduces the physical damage dealt by 5%. I wonder if that stacks with Unnerving Shout. Because Unnerving Shout reduces their attack speed by 5% as well. We need to test that, Italica. Next time we're together and you have the you're on your Beastmaster and I'm on my fighter, try to see if we can get those to stack. Didn't you have like 8 Stablemaster Claymores? I do, yeah. But I don't know that Stablemaster Claymores are better than dual wielding better weapons. I mean, the Stablemaster Claymore is an okay weapon. It's fine. But I think dual wielding better weapons is probably better. I don't know. It also lets me keep up with my slashing and bludgeoning at the same time because I'm dual wielding. I have a slashing weapon and I have a blunt weapon, and I'm using both, so it's able to keep up my skill. Which is good. Yeah, I feel like Beastmasters do quite a bit more damage with two-handed weapons, though, because they have 2 skills. Can you use both of those skills? You have Chop and Mangle, I think? But I don't know if you can use both of them. Like, if I use Chop, is this and this, are they on different cooldowns? Or do they share... They share a global cooldown. So there's other martial abilities and other martial abilities. So I think you can only use one or the other of these. And this is 200% weapon ratio damage. This one's 175 plus bonus damage. So I don't really know which one's better to use. I guess it depends on the ratio of your weapon. Claymore's what I have on Sam at the moment. Mace of Malice are my other weapons. I assume two-handed Chop is better because of the guaranteed pet crits. Don't you get guaranteed pet crits from Kill Command? Doesn't this give the pet crits? Oh no, I guess it is Chop that does it, isn't it? Yeah, I was thinking it was Kill Command for some reason. Yeah, those pet crits are nice. You could definitely notice it, like, because I used to use Chop, and then when I stopped using Chop, nothing else changed other than I just couldn't use Chop anymore. And you could definitely notice when you use that ability, and it chunks down the monster's health, for sure. Faux show. Good morning. Your eyebrows look good today. My eyebrows? Okay. An interesting thing to point out, but okay. I, you know, like, get a little spit, kind of. Does anybody ever actually do that anymore? I used to see people that used to do that. They'd be like, yeah. They thought they were cool or something. We'll probably do a giveaway in 11 minutes. We'll do one, and then we'll kind of go from there. I've got a few that I can give out over the next couple of days, so we'll see how it goes. All the time. Hey, what's up, Xander? How you doing, bud? I want to say I saw that in a movie back in the 80s, like Sandlot or something. And they're like, yeah. Like, I don't know what pushing your eyebrows back is going to do for you, but okay. Go for it. These are light blue, but they're still giving decent XP. And they're easy to kill. Did you make it to Moe's? I did make it to Moe's. And I had a big old burrito. It was delicious. Scrumptious. Yeah, today I'm going to have to leave a little early. Well, I don't know. I have to head out a little bit early today. I was gonna just stream all the way through today. Maybe take a break at lunch or something. I don't know. We'll see how things play out. But I do have to go take my bike to the shop. My pedal, my left pedal. Ever since I bought my bike, the left pedal gets loose, and it seemed to be an issue. So I took it up there to the bike shop that I bought it at. And I told them about it, and they were like, okay, yeah, just, you know, it's going to happen every once in a while. Just kind of tighten it up. And I'm like, okay. But then it happened every single time I rode my bike. So I was like, I shouldn't have to tighten this up every time I ride my bike. So I took it up there. They fixed it. It worked for a while. Then it started to get loose again. And then I went to tighten it with the whatever it's called. So I tightened it, and I broke the bolt. So now there's just a bolt stuck inside of the thing to hold the pedal on, but the pedal just came right off. So it's a whole thing. Depends if you consider the real. No. Sounds like WE Bolt is going onto is wonky. It's something's going on. Yeah, something's definitely going on with it. I thought they replaced the bolt last time. They said that I think they replaced the bolt and tightened it up, and everything was good. And it worked for, I don't know, 5-6 rides, something like that. If it broke, very well may have been messed up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, the bolt broke. Like, it literally broke. Like, the head of the bolt came off the shaft of the bolt. They're in two pieces. Did you notice they reduced the cooldown on lick wounds, by the way? Yes, I did. It still uses mana, though, which I don't understand. Like, see, here's the thing about it. What's the cooldown on Mend for monks? I'm pretty sure it's 300 seconds. So what's the difference between Lick Wounds and Mend? Lick Wounds is now 5 times faster than Mend, recovers the same amount of health, but it costs some mana. So why is it now so much better than Mend? Like, that's the issue that I have with the balancing of this game, is it's almost like they don't even consider the other classes sometimes. It's weird. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, you're channeling it for a few seconds. You know, it's way better than Mend now. Like, way better. So I don't know. Like, some of this stuff needs to be balanced. People complained about lick wounds, so they changed it. People didn't complain about Mend, so they never adjusted it. But I don't know. I personally don't think that lick wounds needs to be on a 60-second cooldown. I mean, it is mana based, so it's not like you can spam it, and it uses up quite a bit of mana. It's still better. It's far better to heal your pet. So I mean, I don't know that anybody's really going to be using lick wounds all that much. But I felt the mana cost was the problem with it, not really the cooldown so much. Squeaky wheel and all? Yeah, it's definitely a squeaky wheel. Hopefully they fix my squeaky wheel. Lick wounds is basically a free weaker bandage now. It depends on the bandage, but yeah, it just doesn't cost a component, but it costs mana. So I guess it depends on which one you value more. I'm surprised that this is still halfway decent XP. I might get into a poacher group for a little bit, see how that goes. Do we know which class reworks are coming next? Paladin, Inquisitor, Shaman are the next three in whatever order they bring them. They may do them all at once. I don't know. But Paladin's coming next, for sure. Pet Threat seems better as you've been leveling. Yeah, Pet Threat is really good. Like, it's really not that bad if you use the right pet. Use the wasp pet. I'm going to join this poacher camp. Poachers? Hardly even knowers. Let's go join. Oh boy, it's this guy that doesn't like me, I think. Oh, you are the one that likes me? There's another person with a similar name that doesn't like me. So I don't know. I never know these days. But I don't make assumptions. I don't care. People like me, people hate me. It's whatever. It's really whatever. All right, I'm heading over. We'll do the poacher camp for a little bit with these guys, and then I may have to switch it up when Isar gets on. Very curious about the Paladin rework. Hopefully a lot of offense. I don't know what they're going to do with the Paladin, to be honest. I feel like it's going to end up being overpowered, probably. We'll have to see. It might end up... Criddle sucks. Yeah, I sure do, Esar. I'm good for giveaway if you are not sure who all is here. I have no idea who's here. I hadn't advertised it much. How many people do we have in it, Burl? Like, are there even that many people? I haven't really been advertising it much. It's just been coming up in the stream every once in a while. There's only 10? Oh, wow. Who here in chat, YouTube or Twitch? Actually, is my YouTube chat even working? I don't see any of my YouTube chat. So I apologize. I have not been reading any YouTube chat today because it has not been coming up. That's not good. Yeah, go sign up if you don't have access to the beta. We're gonna be giving away keys. I've got a couple to give away. A few. Let me open up my YouTube chat because it's not showing it to me today. So I've been ignoring all of the YouTube chatters. I apologize. I don't do that on purpose. Hopefully this doesn't lag out my computer like it does sometimes. Oh my God, dude. This is crazy. I need to go this way. Sorry, my computer might be doing some weird stuff right now. I apologize. Where's chat? Skip that. What the heck is the chat? There it is. Wow, dude. It is taking forever to load. What is happening? I gotta go over this way. I can't even get my chat to pop out, man. This is nuts. It is taking so long to load this page. Hey, thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate it. Was it Esar with a gift bomb? Ooh. Esar always coming in clutch. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. You know I always appreciate you. There we go. Wait a minute. Can I pop out chat finally? Pop out chat. Close this. Holy moly. Am I in the right place here? Alright, I'm gonna try to keep up with YouTube chat. I don't know if I'll be able to today or not, but we're gonna give it a whirl. It is kind of all over the place at the moment. Oh, I think the group is over here. It's these guys. These guys over here. Senses is a good guy, yeah. Legit 6 or 7 from the list are currently in chat, so can still roll. Really? That's good. Awesome. All right. Well, we'll roll it. We'll see what happens. Can you send me the code? Yep. I will send you. Hello, lady. Oh, whoops. Messages. All right, Burl. I sent you the message. We have Ranger, Druid. Oh, we don't have a tank in here, huh? Oh well. Between the two pets, I'm sure we can figure it out. You're gonna roll the giveaway in a minute. All right. Do you want me to pull that up on? I guess I can show it. I can show it to everybody. It's ready? Alright, let me pull that up. Go here. Wait, where are you at? In Bangarang? Yeah, you're in Bangarang. Boink. Alright, let me Alright, you guys ready to do a giveaway? Yeah, there's several of these people here. I recognize several of these names. So let's do it. Let's do it. We'll at least do one right now, and then we'll see about doing some more. I've got more to give away. Good luck, everyone. Oop, there it goes. Cashew, Cashow, Cashow. Is that like Lightning McQueen? Ka-chow! Like the nut cashew? Okay. That makes more sense. Woo! Grats, first time. First roll, and we got it. Only one today? Nah, we'll probably do some more. I've got a few we can give away. Uh-oh. What are we doing here? Too far away to use that ability. What? Should I DM someone? Yeah, Burl will send DM a Burl. Send a DM to Burl, or he will DM you. But yeah, Burl's the guy. Thanks, Burl. Appreciate you. But yeah, we'll do some more probably. If anybody is not in, be sure you enter to win. If you want to get access, I do have more to give away. We can do another one if you want to, Burl. I can do one more like right now if you want. I'll have to log in and copy it. Oops. Wrong button. Button. Who's got the button? I don't know if this is better XP than what I was doing. It probably is. See if more later today. All right, sounds good. Yeah, we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going today. We'll probably do another drawing at some point. You signed up? Cool. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll just keep it going and then maybe do another one in an hour or so. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Whatever Burl's convenience. I'll be here for a bit today. Other than taking my bike to the shop, I don't really have to do much, so. I already did my chores this morning. I had to take the trash out. Hopefully you have a truck. Oh, for my bike? I got a small bike rack that I use. Pacer coming in with the sub. Thank you so much, Pacer. How are you doing, bud? I hope you are doing swell. You could buy my wife's truck. She wants something else now. Only had it 2 years. Oh, no, I'm good. Trucks, man, they too much gas. They use too much fuel. $24 miles to the gallon. Hers gets 21. Oof, that's rough. My car gets like 36 or something. It gets decent gas mileage. I think my highest mileage on there was like 50 miles to the gallon. When I like longer road trips and stuff. I think that was like my best. You got 43 on your last car? Yeah. Yeah, my average is probably like in the 30s. Usually. You want to max out Synth's heading? I have maxed out Synth's heading on my fighter. This character is at 50 something. What am I at? 58 on this guy. It works most of the time. Most of the time. I try to max out all skills in each character. Rough habit. It is rough, yeah. Yeah, especially if you're trying to do it with your trade skills as well. That's even worse. It breaks invis since heading does. That's kind of silly. Super silly. Super duper silly. You hide behind this tree. Oh boy. We got a knockback. It's basically a spell from what I can tell so far. Tied to movement key. Went invis and kept breaking. Yeah, that's rough, man. I just tie mine to my my attack macro that I have. So it just, every time that I use my attack macro button, it just does Synth's heading as well. So I kind of spam it. Here, I'm not going to loot all this stuff. I'll let these guys loot it. I do need some leggings, but it's whatever. What class am I playing? This is a Beastmaster. Any thoughts on the big shaman change, lore and ability theme change to Spirit Realm or Ancestral Magic? I have a few thoughts on it. I don't think a lot is going to change for that class. I think they're just kind of changing kind of the direction or the way that you cast spells and stuff. It's going to be like what I'm hoping for is they do like shaman can cast like Ancestor of the Bear or something on the tank, and they get more health and more armor class, or Ancestor of the of the Badger, you know, and it increases their damage or something. That's what I'm guessing is going to be something along those lines. I also understand that the Shaman is supposed to get some sort of escape type of ability, which sounds pretty cool, like a run speed buff or something. So not Speed of the Wild, but another run speed buff so they can run faster. So yeah, something like that. Unique spell looks, I assume. I hope they do add unique spells, yeah. Like, it'd be really cool to have, like, a giant bear, like, ghost-like bear appear on your target when you cast, like, you know, ancient bear buff or whatever it's called. It'd be cool. It says it will focus utility on escape and recovery. Yeah, that's what I've heard is something about escape. So like maybe a faster run speed or like immune to CC while you run. I don't know. I'm not sure what the idea is there. They never really elaborated on it. It'd be great to have Spirit Bear show up for an ability. Yeah, it'd be awesome. They're adding a lot of new visual effects and stuff to the game, so hopefully they continue to do that. They've made a lot of improvements on that side recently. Take on the new fighter. Haven't tried it. The fighter's good. It's they didn't really reduce the damage. I expected them to reduce the damage a lot more, but they did not do that. So, but overall, the fighter's good. The threat is better. The damage is actually better. The defense is slightly better with some of the new abilities. I really like the Juggernaut ability that they did. I really like that. I'm curious if these slow procs on two different Beastmasters stack or not. Like if my beast does a slow proc and their beast does a slow proc, if they will stack or if they're separate, like because they're different levels. I'm not sure how we could test that. I think the highest level wins, just like shaman debuffs. That's what I would imagine, but it's like it doesn't change. So like it's always 10% reduction for 30 seconds and it stacks up to 3 times. So if it's the exact same skill, like yeah, I don't know how it would work. Like it doesn't matter what level your Nat is. Your Nat could be level 1. And it does the same thing. Or your Wasp or whatever it is. Could be level 1 and it still does the same thing. So, I don't know. For the same level, it just refreshes? Yeah. Yeah, I'm higher level than the other Beastmaster, so I imagine mine is overriding his just based on level. It would be nice though if they would both just stack and refresh each other, because then we could get the slow on there even faster. I don't think you can show just your pet in that window. You can show just your actions. So you can definitely make a window that just has your stuff in it. But your pet is tied to all pets, unfortunately. You haven't been able to show just your actions? I can show you how to do that. So open up a window. We'll have a new window here. Right click on it. Go to combat. Go to like melee, hits, and then go mine. That's just going to show my hits. And that's it. Shows nothing else but my hits. And then if you go to abilities, detrimental mine, that's going to show my ability hits. And that's going to be in the yellow. So that'll just show anything that I'm doing. And it won't show anybody else's stuff. Yeah, it should take those away. Make sure you open up a brand new window for it though. Like the main window has a lot more stuff into it, or the starting combat window. Yeah, it'll have everything. So for that starting combat window, you need to turn off a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I usually make a bunch of them too. I don't on my alts, just I don't know why. But on my main character, I have several. I have tabs though. I don't really do several windows, but I have several tabs of windows. Chat window spam is too much to separate windows. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, it's definitely too much. When the game was first being developed, it was all in one window. Your main window when you started out had everything in it. It had all chat, all combat, literally everything. And if you didn't know how to separate it out, it was a bit much. That's some interesting game that I never heard of. In fact, I'm building your own engine, MMO, so I'm checking what other never heard of games offer. Nice, nice. Love it. Finally getting YouTube chat on my screen here. That's good. It's coming in. I don't know why it does that sometimes. YouTube just like doesn't want to work half the time when I start up my stream. I think it's an OBS issue. An OBS issue. No, yeah, I think it's just software does some weird stuff. But yeah, this game is called Monsters and Memories. It's an MMO coming out in October in early access. It's probably overall the best. I mean, I'm not even saying probably. It is the best old school style MMO currently being developed, in my opinion. So, yeah. I would definitely take some hints on what they're doing here right and what they're doing wrong, and kind of. Just grinding Diablo 4 until I manage to get a key from the lottery. Nice, nice. We're doing key giveaways today. Be sure to enter. We did one at 10 a.m. It just popped up. So that one, we're going to probably roll another one later on today. I've got several to give away. How long have we been playing the beta? I've been in the beta since day one. I've been playing this game for about a year. Right about a year. And I've been playing it a lot for about a year. Like every day for hours and hours. So I've done a lot in this game. Quite a bit. I have not tried Rhizome. I don't know what that game is. I haven't heard of that one. I did, but I live in Finland, so not sure what the time is for you. Right now, it is 10:30 a.m. Eastern. I only have access to PvP from friend invite, hoping to get PvE access to try that out. I signed up for the beta November 2025 and got no key. Yeah, that's rough. It's rough. Well, hopefully we'll have more to give away today. Well, we will give away more today. And you have a pretty good chance of winning. Just make sure you enter to win on that link that keeps popping up. I want to say there's only like 10 or 15 people in there, so pretty good odds. Get access, check the game out, tinker with classes, roam around the cities, and soak it in before October. Absolutely, I agree with iTodd. Is it an old game, same year as WoW, still alive? Oh, it's an old game, that Rhizome game is? Yeah, I've never heard of that one. Haven't played it. Oh my goodness. Ooh, add a lemon. I'll take a lemon. That reminds me, I need to feed my pet. Yoink. There you go, pet. They eat so many lemons. PvP server is fun, but I know the PvE server is a change, and I'm more into PvE. Yeah, I'm big on the PvE. I'm not so much on the PvP. Not so much. Yeah, see, this is something that I don't like about this game right now, is we don't have a tank in here at all. We have 2 Beastmasters, a Ranger, a Wizard, and a Druid, and we're able to pretty much chain pull mobs. Like, I don't feel like the game is challenging enough. And there's just really no need for a tank until you get to higher levels. What's the matter? Your eyes twitching? Is it bugging you? You got a bug in your eye? Oh, why should we be up to 4:30? Oh, really? So you gotta do that every day after school? Rough. Marching brand? That's a brand of marching. Okay, well, did they take the mattress and stuff already, right? Okay. Well, go have fun, do your thing. I'll see you later. Ranger and Beastmaster are off tanks, though. Beastmaster is definitely not an off tank. Ranger can taunt, so yes, it's kind of an off tank. I mean, I don't mind having multiple tanks at low level, but we're just not really taking much damage. Like, there's absolutely no need for a tank up till like level 40. Like, you're almost better off just having one of the DPS in your party tank stuff. Should the game be unable at lower levels without a tank? More old school feel. I think that, yeah, I mean, I think level 1 through 20 is fine, but I think starting around level 20, I feel like you should have a dedicated tank. You know, somebody that is dedicated to tanking, and not just like all your DPS just destroying a mob, and anybody can tank, which is how it currently is. Like, it's just, you know. Anyway, I feel like the first 20 levels you should be fine. Whatever group this large, but post 20, the experience that you have a tank should be there. Just preference. Yeah, it's a preference for me too. I kind of agree. And then the higher level you get, the more important a tank becomes. You definitely want a tank for dungeon content, but outside dungeons, a tank is not needed for all content. Yeah, it's not needed really at all. Inside of a dungeon, it's not even really needed, depending on the level. So, one thing I noticed yesterday from playing Monk and Fighter, I don't like that both them have the same mechanic of resetting their main damage defensive skill. Yeah. Were you talking about where like they can use Rend and it resets Feint or whatever? Yeah, and I think Monk does the same thing. It has the same kind of chance to do that. It does feel bad that they kind of share that same mechanic. I agree. Yeah, round kicks. Yeah, round kick for your Celestial Strike. Exactly. And then I'd use Rend. My Rend will reset my ability. It's just kind of weird. Spellblades tank often because so much damage. They do. Spellblades tank a lot because they do more damage than everybody else. Isn't a tanking issue similar to a cleric issue? People think that much healing is not necessarily, and a druid shaman would do. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, cleric right now is kind of an unneeded class because it just basically overheals. So like it's extra healing is just not really worth having in the group for the lack of utility that the cleric brings. So a druid and shaman is generally better. Monk is solid. Only played level 12 though. The monk is a good class. The deep dive they did recently didn't really change much of the monk. I mean, I'd say that it did change the monk, but it didn't really change the gameplay, or like the play style of the monk. It's pretty much the same as it always was. The new abilities just weren't really worth using. They don't seem like they're too long of cooldowns. I mean, there's some good to them, and I think it might take a little bit for people to get used to using them, but yeah. Anyway. Their proc is insane. Which proc? The cleric proc? Yeah, the cleric proc is way too strong and needs to be toned down. I think that the cleric proc is just broken, and it doesn't matter what level you are. Because on my... I played a level 58 cleric, and its procs were going like 300 or so damage. But then you have like a level 1 cleric also proccing for like 300 damage. So I think it's just that they are not scaling properly with level. I think it's the problem. So yeah, they'll scale it eventually. The cleric proc, I think. Hopefully they'll scale it eventually. I think you have much faith in Sean and the team. Yeah, I have faith in them. It takes them a long time, though, to fix some of the balancing issues. I mean, Charm has been broken since Alpha, you know, and it's very, very clear that Charm was broken in Alpha. And it's still not fixed, you know, like they need to be a little bit faster. Like right now it's fine because it's beta, you know, it's not really a big deal. But when early access starts, I hope that they are a bit quicker on the balancing changes. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, the whole volunteer team, I feel like, is more of an excuse now. At this point, they're going to get paid soon. They're going to start making money. It's been a volunteer team for years, but at some point, you have to call it an investment. And at this point, it's an investment. You're investing your time and your money and your energy into building something that will pay you later on, right? You know, it's no longer, in my opinion, a volunteer situation. They're not volunteering. They're investing in it and hopefully a job in the future. It's like going to school. Do you say that going to school is volunteering? You know, learning a trade, that's not volunteering. That's learning a trade so that you can make money later. They plan or hope. Let's see. Sorry, I'm missing some of the chat. Yeah, hopefully they get reworks in. What's wrong with Charm? It's just too strong overall. They just need to commit to small and fast changes instead of doing larger changes, specifically for balance issues. Yeah, they need to do something like that. But we'll see. I mean, I appreciate the team and I appreciate the time they're putting in and all that. But it's the same thing. Like, let's say you have a job. You know, I've got my 9-to-5 job that I have, and then I say I'm tired of my 9-to-5 job. I want to create something new. I want to create a landscaping company. I want to create, you know, a cake baking company or something. You want to create something different. You want to start a new job. You're not volunteering. You're starting a new career. It's not going to pay you right away, and it's going to take some time and investment up front before you're able to drop your old job and focus on your new job, right? So that's not a volunteer thing. That's I'm working towards something else. I get it that for a while it was a volunteer thing, and it was just for people to have fun with and create a game, etc. But now we're at the verge of paying them. We're at the verge of, you know, you're paying for a product, and they're going to start accepting money from it. And so I don't call that a volunteer thing anymore. This is my opinion on it. Like, people are gonna have their own opinions, but it's no longer volunteer. It's it's an investment to your future. So anyway, does it break and attack you like an EQ? It can, but trust me, Charm is too strong. Like, it's been debated a bazillion times, back and forth. There's tons of information out there on it. Charm is just too strong, period. All I meant is that it's not paid them in all these years. I don't think it's an excuse. No, it's not. I'm not saying it's an excuse, right? Like, it started out as a volunteer project, and for years it was all volunteer. Everything was free, etc., etc., etc. But such is the life of a business. If you've ever created a business, ever anyone has ever created a business, you don't really make a profit. It's usually a net loss for the first several years. Because you're having to build up your clientele, you're having to build up your product, whatever it is that you're doing. It's you run at a net loss. And then eventually you hope that it gets seen and it takes off and makes money. That's just business. You know, you can call it a volunteer thing, sure, if you want to, but it's business. You know, and I'm not saying that to disregard the work and effort they put in, because they did do a lot of work, a lot of effort, you know, as a volunteer basis, building this game and getting it off the ground. Absolutely. Like, I will praise that all day. But yeah, at some point, something's got to change. You know, something's got to change. You can't always call it a volunteer. You know, some people are going to say that starting October 1st, it's no longer a volunteer thing because you're paying for it at that point. Some people will say before that. You know, it just depends. Depends on how you look at it. I mean, I've started businesses. I know how it goes. Start a business. Sometimes you make money. Sometimes you don't. Get away in 12 minutes. Maybe. We'll see. Volunteer is the wrong word to use. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Is just, yeah, like, in the beginning, it was a volunteer thing. The first 3 years, probably a volunteer thing. First 4 years. I feel like over the last 6 months, it's not really a volunteer situation anymore. You know? Yeah, I volunteered at a children's hospital for 8 years. You know, I didn't take any money. I never expected anything out of it. You know, it was a volunteer, 100% volunteer thing. And I never expected to get anything out of it. So. Except no one volunteered out of the kindness of their hearts. That's not how humans work. There's always self-interest, whether it's to work in mutual cult and definitely or build their own portfolio. Exactly. You know? And that's the thing. Like, they might have volunteered their time to help develop this indie game, but ultimately they're doing it to build their portfolio so they can get a job in the industry or to gain experience so that they can, you know, build another game or whatever. Like, everybody that's doing it, well, not everybody. There's probably, like, Sean's probably doing it just for fun. You know, there's a few people I'm sure that are doing it just for fun. But several people are doing it in the hope that they get paid in the future, or in the hope that they can use this as a part of their resume to say, hey, this is what I've helped build in this other published game, you know? It's like an unpaid internship. You know, that's another way you could look at it. It's just it's a matter of how you spin the verbiage. I put a lot of unpaid work into a software company years ago and got bumped out 2 months before the product was bought out. So frustrating. Yeah, that's super frustrating. That's super frustrating. I'd be upset. Sean is awesome. I wish I had his relaxed mentality. The way he presents himself, never stresses. Yeah. Well, you know, like, I don't know much about Sean other than what he says on his stream, but it sounds like he is not in a position where money is that much of a concern. You know, like, he does. I don't think he's like crazy wealthy, but I don't think that money is that much of a concern. You know, he's he doesn't have to build this game to create a company to make money. This is more of a hobby for him. So yeah, it's a lot more chill when there's not as much stress on you to build something, you know, or to create something. The rest of us have stress. You know, we got to get up every day, go into work, do something that pays the bills. It's a different animal altogether. No one has any fun here. We're here because Sean threatened to remove digits if we don't help out. Yes, Sean will cut off your fingers and your toes. He cut off his own pinky just to prove that he would do it to you too. No, I think that there's a little bit of all of that, right? I think that people put in volunteer time to help create this, you know, and help build something. I think people were doing it for their portfolios. Some people are doing it because it's a dream of theirs to become a game developer. They never were able to do that in their normal life. They had bills to pay, and game development was just not something that was in their wheelhouse. Some of them, you know, they're doing it for all sorts of different reasons, right? And I think volunteer is one of those things. You could say that I'm technically volunteering my time every day to play this game, stream this game, advertise this game, and talk to you guys about it. Am I volunteering my time to do that? You know, kinda, but not really. You know, I'm streaming it. I'm hoping to build a community around old school MMOs, specifically Monsters and Memories, and hopefully I can also make a little bit of money and have a career doing that. You know, so am I volunteering my time? No. You know, but I could be playing a different game that's more popular. You know, so I kind of am volunteering my time. You're right. Depending on how you spin it. So that's all I'm saying. Like I appreciate everything that all the devs and Atomic Frog have done with this game. You know, putting in their time and their energy to help build something that a lot of us want and haven't been able to get over the past 20 years. You know, I've always hoped to have another EverQuest style game, something that reminded me of the EverQuest gameplay. And they're finally doing it. Streamers or volunteers, depending. Yeah. I do really like your work on MMO Community and Pantheon before they shoot themselves in the foot for the ninth time. Oh yeah, Pantheon, godly. Has been paying some of the team out of his pocket for a while. No, Sean doesn't pay he doesn't pay the team necessarily. Sean and Ali have paid what they need to pay for to keep this project moving forward, which is like the servers and the legal stuff, you know, like all of that to keep things creating a business costs money, period. It costs money, you know. My business right now is streaming and content creation. I had upfront cost of computers, monitors, internet that I've had to pay for. You know, I've got to pay for all that stuff in the hopes that I can make more money than I spent. You know? Business 101. Helps individuals and the team along with hardware, software, and business stuff. Yeah. So I get it. I mean I get the whole volunteer aspect, and I get all the sides of it. And I'm again not trying to discredit people that have put in time outside of their busy lives and their work and all that kind of stuff. I'm not trying to discredit any of that. Sean said in interviews he has paid members of his volunteers who were in tough spots and needed help with bills, etc. That's good. That's good. Good for him for doing that. Helping cover, you know, some expenses and whatnot, you know, to keep keep it going. You know, to me, again, That's an investment. So think about it this way. Hang on one second. So think about it this way. If I need artwork done, I'm going to use art as the example here. I don't know what Sean actually did and paid or whatever. I'm creating a company. I'm creating a game development company, and I need artwork done because I don't know how to do the artwork. I get somebody to do the artwork, and I pay them a commission to do the art in the game. Now it's not really a volunteer thing. I'm paying somebody to build something that I don't know how to do for my company so that my company can then make money in the future based on that, right? It's an investment. You know? So it just depends on how you spin it. It really does. Having not greedy leadership makes a huge difference. Sounds like a great company to work for. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, like Sean seems to be like a really good guy to work for. Seems to be the kind of guy that wants to help out his employees, volunteers, team, whatever you want to call it, whatever word you want to use. He seems to want to help them out. You know, there's a lot of people on this team that had zero background in game development. Like none whatsoever. They always had the passion of games, and they always wanted to make a video game. So Sean gave them an opportunity and said, hey, come do this on a volunteer basis and try to help develop this video game and see if you like it. If you like it and the game does well, then maybe we'll pay you in the future. Maybe not. You know, it's like joining a softball. Hey, we're gonna create a bunch of people that just want to play softball. We've got 100 people that want to play softball. Everybody break up into teams of 10 people. You know, so we have now 10 teams that want to play softball. Cool. Then a year, 2 years, 5 years later, you have enough people, and you're like, hey, why don't we turn this into a business? Kind of like that, you know. Oh, I never had a chance to play softball. So, yeah. I don't know why we're not investors. Yeah. Sean and Ali are both real good leaders. It's very unique, favorable situation for my career, having worked with them. Yeah, I think it's great. I'm absolutely going to give them credit. I'm going to give everybody credit. You know, everybody for the team is lots of credit. For sure. It's really cool. I don't know that about most had zero game development history. Yeah, I wouldn't say that most had zero game development history, but several did. There were several of them that have never developed a game ever. They just like them. So. Love the classic MMO genre. Me too. Yeah, it's my MMOs are my favorite genre of game by far. Like, it's not even close. I love them. But yeah, like I've done internships before, and I've done all sorts of stuff like that. And that I would say that this game is more of an unpaid internship at this point than it is a volunteer thing, right? That's just my personal preference of verbiage. I would say it's an unpaid internship for some people. I have the ADHD. MMORPG is one genre that hooks me. Nothing else lasts as long. Yeah, I mean, you in like a single player game, you end up doing everything eventually, and there's nothing left to do. MMOs at least continue to grow with you. You know, that's what I love about them. They just constantly continue to grow. My dad's a huge MMO fan. He hooked me on a bunch of MMOs growing up. My plan here is to show him this game and see if he wants to enjoy it. Since he's a huge EQ fan. Awesome, yeah, definitely do that. I played a lot of games growing up, and my stepdad never was into games, but I started getting him into video games later in his life, and he started playing Diablo 2. It was the first game that he really got into and played a ton, and we played it a bunch together, and we had a lot of fun. And he kept playing Diablo up until the day that he died. Like, he was just constantly playing Diablo, and he loved it. You know, that was one thing that we didn't have in common for a long time, and then once we did have it in common, we talked games all the time. And it's a great, I think that gaming is a great way to bring people together. You know, is you find a common interest, and I think that MMOs are a really good common interest, like they can be, because you can play them so many different ways. You know, so I love that. Get dad on Eminem as soon as possible. My stepdad has passed, but you're talking about the other guy. Yeah, absolutely get your stepdad or your dad in here for sure. Do you have any ambition of joining their team as maybe a QA or GM, or be more happy content creation side? I think you would make a valuable member of the team with your insight and knowledge of the game market. I would absolutely join their team in a lot of different capacities. I don't think they want me on their team, to be honest. Like, I'm just speaking honestly right now. He loved Diablo. He sure did. My stepdad loved Diablo. I don't think that this team would want me on their team, probably because I'm a little too outspoken. I would have to change the way that I talk about this game if I were on the team, right? But there's a lot of ways that I could be on this team, and I think would be a benefit to them. Absolutely. Like, they may disagree with me, and that's okay. Like, you know, it's their company. But yeah, I could project manager. I could do community manager. I could just be a GM. I could help develop encounters, itemization. I understand all that stuff pretty heavily. Even just like world design kind of stuff. I'm not good with art. Like, I can't do art, but world design, absolutely. I've done world building with games in the past. Nothing published. Like, I've just kind of goofed off with it just for funsies. But doing like D&D campaigns, writing lore or quest lines, you know, I could do all of that stuff. Like, I know how to do it. I have experience in all of those things through different businesses and jobs and stuff I've had in the past. So I would absolutely do it in a heartbeat if they wanted me on the team. I have not applied for a job on the team. I have not sent in a resume, which I would probably need to do, but I don't really have much on a resume for that, you know, like maybe the customer service side. I've got stuff like that for like a GM. You know, my background in economics I could do for certain parts of the game. But anyway, but yeah, I would absolutely work for the team. But I also enjoy doing content creation. Like, I enjoy being able to stream, make content, and I enjoy being able to speak freely, right? That's one part of what I do daily, is I'm able to speak freely about the game and say what I like or what I don't like about this game and this company versus other games and other companies. You're not going to hear anyone on the team say something like Visionary Realms is, well, I'm going to change that because that's kind of unfair. You're not going to hear somebody on the team say Daybreak is a terrible company. I will say that Daybreak is a terrible company. I do not like them as a company. I don't like their structure. I don't like what they're doing. I don't like how they're nickel and diming people and reselling the same content over and over and over. I do not like Daybreak. I can't say that. Well, I can say that, but I shouldn't say that. If I was on the Niche Worlds Cult team, I would need to be like, hey, I like what I like what EverQuest Legends is trying to do, but I don't plan on playing it. That would be how I would have to phrase that, right? I have no plans to play EverQuest Legends, or I have no plans to play any Daybreak content or games or whatever in the future. And I would just leave it at that. I wouldn't say anything else about it. So yeah, when you get in those situations, you kind of have to be a little bit more PC about it. You have mats for Bracer, Wisdom enchants? Ugh. No, I don't think I do. To be fair, if you speak the truth, it does not matter if it's a bit harsh. Well, it's still opinions, though, right? Like, my opinion of Daybreak is my opinion of Daybreak. When you go onto, like, social media, right? Go on to social media, go on Twitter. You're going to see... hang on one second. I'm checking with this group to see if they want me to find a replacement for him or not. So go onto social media, like read most of the bios of like these big people, you know, bigger people on Twitter or whatever that are CEOs of different companies or whatever. They say on there, this is my opinion, has nothing to do with the company that I work for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, you can absolutely get fired for your opinion on something. You know, it happens all the time. So, yeah. Anyway, EQL is a cool premise, but it's a single-player MMO. I don't see the fun. Yeah, I don't either. How about them cleric proc nukes? Oh, they're huge. Yeah, they definitely need to kind of slow that down. Like those cleric proc nukes are out of control. I'm not sure anyone can really understand what they're looking for. I know there have been experienced professionals submit resumes who have been ignored over those who have none. Yeah, like I don't know what they're looking for either. Like I feel like Niche World's Cult is looking for people that are not trying to be greedy, right? And that fit the same. It's more about like, do they like you as a person more so than does your resume give them what they want, right? They're going to find a lot of people where the resume might fit, but if the person doesn't fit the team, then it doesn't matter, you know? Sean's talked about people he's hired before where he had like an interview with somebody. And in the interview, he got on there and it was, they got on a video call and they talked or whatever, and he's like, yeah, the other guy was wearing a black t-shirt with tattoos up his arm, you know, and I just knew at that point that, you know, they're going to fit in this team perfectly, right? He's just looking at it on a visual standpoint, like didn't even talk to the person yet, didn't look at their resume yet, didn't do any of that, just was like, nope, this guy seems like they're going to fit what we are, you know. Sean is a black t-shirt wearing tattooed guy. That's his thing. That's, you know, he resonates with people like that. So, you know, like he might hire people simply based on their attitude. He might look at my attitude and be like, I don't like this guy Criddle's attitude, so I would never hire him because of that. And that's totally fair, you know. Maybe I wouldn't fit. Maybe I'm too argumentative. Maybe I'm too negative. Maybe I'm too positive, you know. It could be a lot of different things. Like, oh my gosh, this positive, I can't deal with this positive attitude all day long. Ugh, you know? You never know. For the key giveaway, does me having PvP only access already block my chance for PvE access? It does not, no. How do you think servers will hold up in EA? With Ko and Kungan speaking highly of the game, it's a lot of eyes. I think, yeah, toxic positivity. It's a thing. It's absolutely a thing. I think that this game's going to have 30 to 50,000 players, and I think they're going to be okay. They have a plan in place for the EA servers. Their plan that they have in place for the EA servers is they're going to start up server clusters. So they're going to have like 5 PvE East Coast no-box servers at the start. And they're going to let those fill up And as one fills up, they're going to open up another one. And then as that one fills up, they'll open up another one. And as that one fills up, until they no longer fill up, but that'll be a cluster. So you have 5 of them in a cluster. If this one gets 1,000, let's say 1,000 concurrent players, they'll open a second one. 1,000 concurrent players, open a third one. And they'll keep doing that until they get a bunch of them, right? And then over time, as players start to stop playing the game, or they no longer have 1,000 concurrent players, or whatever their metrics is that they want to go by, they say, okay, this one has 1,000, this one has 500, this one has 250, this one has 100, and this one only has 50 people left on it. They're going to take this one and merge it into this one, and then this one and merge it into this one, and they're going to keep doing that until they get back to that concurrent that they want it to be, or whatever the number that they're looking for. That's going to be the plan, so that they can open servers as it's busy, and then they will merge them into the servers as it starts to die off. So, they're going to let us know what the clusters are in the beginning. That's the plan that they have in place, which is a really good way to do it. I've thought about it myself, like what's the best way to handle this kind of thing, and I honestly think that that's probably the best way, is just open up new servers as they fill up. If the East Coast PvE no box server fills up, open a new one in the same cluster, with everyone knowing, like, this is server A. This is server, we're going to call it the Beastmaster server, right? Or Krivia. We'll call it Krivia, because that's one of the old servers. This is Krivia. And then when Krivia fills up, it's got too many people, we're going to open up Rel. Rel will merge into Krivia, or Krivia will merge into Rel if those numbers start to fall. Then they're going to open up another server, and they're going to call it, Krivia B, and then Krivia C, and then Krivia D. These will all merge back in, if need be. Won't that split people up from their buddies? Not necessarily. No, if you want to be on the original server, then you just have to wait for a queue, right? Like, let's say I want to be on Krivia A, and I want everybody, my entire guild is going to Krivia A. Okay, well, Krivia A, I have to get into that for my guild, but I don't care about that particular guild, but I do want to be part of the Krivia servers, so I could be on B, C, D, or E, because those are going to be, like, Krivia could be the unofficial roleplay server, right? And all the Krivia servers are now the unofficial roleplay server or something. They could do it that way too. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see what they do with it. But the idea is that they're going to have multiple different things. CodeCarnage is playing early access. He has played early access, yes. Or no, he has played the beta. I think he might play the early access. I don't know that CodeCarnage has specifically stated one way or the other if he's going to play the early access or not. Kunyan will play the early access. He said he's absolutely playing it. CodeCarnage, though, is one of those people that will not he will not play it a ton. He's got to play a bunch of other games. He's a variety streamer, and he's got to play a bunch. So, Isar Vor, are you guys wanting to do stuff? I saw you said you're getting on. Let me know. We can do stuff. At a certain server population point, they will lock a server and not allow new character creation. I don't know. I don't think they're going to lock it per se. They're just going to open new servers is what they're going to do. So, like, this server has 1,000 concurrent people, and it has a queue of 1,000 people trying to get into it. Cool. Okay, let's open up a new server under that same thing. And some of those people will just be like, cool, I'm just going to go to a new server. And they're going to start on that new server. If that one also gets to 1,000 concurrent with a bunch of people trying to queue into it, then they're going to open up a new server. They're not going... I don't think they're going to lock a server completely, preventing people from creating characters on it. But there will be a queue to get into the server. You can either sit in the queue if you really want to be on that server, or you can just start a character on another server. They're going to give you the choice. So that's the idea. I disagree. It's a good way, as they have no plan in place for keeping existing character names. The character name is very important for reputation. They do have a plan for that. Why do you not think that they have a plan in place for that? It's all the server clusters. If you go Krivia A, B, C, D, or E, those are all going to share the same names, right? So if you make a character on Krivia C, and I'm naming it Criddle on Krivia C, no one else on any of the Krivias can be Criddle. That's what they're planning to do. That's the idea. I'm super excited for the Faith system. Me too. Yeah, the Faith system looks really cool. Original servers will probably be significantly more populated and servers open up later. Think WoW had that issue. Yeah, and that's why the original servers are going to be the A, and then you're going to have B, C, D, etc. And those are going to merge back into the original as the player base falls off. It's going to be for the start of the server. You also have to think about it when EA starts, there's only going to be like 25% of the game in, only 4 starting locations. You need to have fewer players on those servers because it's just going to be super congested in those areas. But at 1.0, a brand new server could have 15 starting locations, and it's going to be way less congested. So they could have 5,000 people start on a brand new server at 1.0, whereas they may only want 1,000 people to start on a brand new server at the start of EA. And that's going to be the big difference. If these Krivia AAB servers maintain a healthy population, is there potential they never merge? Yes, there is potential that they will not merge. Yes. So they're not saying that they guarantee will merge. They're just saying they are part of these clusters. If their population falls to a certain percentage or a certain number, they will then merge into one of the other servers because their population came too low. And you don't want an MMO with a low population is not a fun game. It's not a fun MMO. You know, like you want to have a high population, but you don't want it to be overcrowded. So you got to kind of balance those numbers. Cunyon's playing right now. Yeah, he's been playing a lot in the beta. He's been playing a ton recently. Did they touch on the fact that early access would not be wiped for full launch? Yes. Seems like an odd choice if they plan on merged servers due to population. No, there's going to be brand new servers for 1.0. So there's going to be EA servers that are going to be for EA and going through, and they're going to stay they're not going to wipe them for any reason unless they absolutely have to. Like, I'm sure there's reasons that they may have to, but they're not planning any wipes going forward for early access. They will open up new servers for 1.0 for people that want to start brand new at 1.0, and then they will base that off of what their current population is. If they have 100,000 people that want to start on a brand new 1.0 server, they'll make a bunch of different servers for those people. If they only have 1,000 people, then there'll probably only be one brand new 1.0 server. So that's going to be the plan for 1.0. So you're not guaranteed to play with your friends unless you play their version of Krivia. Yes. Yes. So what you'll want to do is if your friends have a specific server in mind, join that server specifically. Even if you have to wait a little bit in a queue, join that server. But if you don't have any friends to play with, join whatever server you want, you know? If all your friends are like, okay, we're all going to try to play, let's join Krivia D. Everybody, all your friends should go on a Krivia D. Just know that Krivia D might merge into any of the other Krivias at some point in the future if the population of that server drops too low. Or other servers might join into you. So you would only really factor that in. Let's say top rank guild 1 and top rank guild 2, they might say, I'm going to go to Krivia, you go to a Rel server, and they separate so that they don't compete against each other. But they probably wouldn't go, well, I'm going to go Krivia A, you go Krivia B, because then there's a potential that they would compete against each other in the future. So they would make sure that they go, one of them would go into the Krivia servers, and one of them would go into the Rel servers if they want to make sure that those two guilds are separate. So if there's a specific guild or group of people you absolutely don't want to play with, make sure that you go to a different server than them, not one in an absolutely different cluster of servers. Then you'll never have to worry about being part of them. Kunyan also said if Classic Plus comes out, he'll be depressed because he must play that instead. Yeah, I'm actually looking at Classic Plus at some point. Maybe checking it out. Who's Kunyan? He streamed, never watched it. He was a big World of Warcraft streamer. He still is a pretty big World of Warcraft streamer, but he plays other MMOs as well. So he created a big audience from World of Warcraft. He's played EverQuest and P99 and some other games as well. He's played several of them and just kind of built a community over the years. I would love to build a community, kind of like his, where he could play almost any MMO or any game in this genre, maybe even just any variety game at this point, and probably have people watching. Would love to have that. You're getting some wood? All right. So you're not guaranteed to play with your friends unless you play their version of Trivia. Yes, that is correct. Sam remembered to get wood today too. Nice. Whoever made the name first keeps the name. Easy. That's kind of what they're doing. Yeah, they're kind of doing that. So as far as naming is concerned, to elaborate a little bit more on that, if you have been a member of this community, an active member of this community, you created a character on beta, or you're on Discord or whatever, and you've been an active member of the community under a certain name. I'll use my name for an example, Criddle. My Discord, my Reddit, my Twitch name, my YouTube name, my in-game name is all Criddle, and I've been a very active member of this community. If I go to a server and I try to create a Criddle on that server and it's already created, the devs and GMs and stuff have said that they're going to try, it's not a guarantee, but they're going to try to make sure you get your name. If you have been, very important, an active member in the community under that name. Now, if I go in and all of a sudden I'm like, I've been an active member of the community, blah, 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 I want my name to be Isar. They're going to go, no. Isar is another active member of the community. If you want to make an Isar on another server and Isar does not complain about that and does not care to play on that server, that's one thing. But if he wants to make a character on that server, he kind of owns that name now, right? Because he's been an active member in the community and he's now known for that name. That name is now kind of locked in, right? Now, if your name is John Smith and you want to name your character John Smith, they're probably not going to go do that. They're not going to be like, oh, well, have you been posting under John Smith? Have you been playing a game under John Smith? Have you been an active member of the community under John Smith? Okay, no, then no. Whoever makes John Smith first wins out. That's the idea, and it's going to be a case-by-case basis. So don't just jump in and be like, I'm going to take this name and I blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. You're going to start in Freeport? There you go. Nice. All right, let me see if I can scroll down a little bit. Is Isar another streamer? Isar is not another streamer. He's just he's a friend of mine. I've been playing games with him for decades now, but he is not another streamer. However, he has had Isar as his name in alpha and in beta, and he posts under Isar on the Discord and the Reddit and the forums, and he is now, I would say, considered an active member of the community. He has established that name, and if somebody else now were to come in and take that name and, do something different, drive it into the mud, that would go against him. And that's something the devs are trying to prevent. It's kind of like part of the play nice policy. I don't think it is part of the play nice policy, but it's sort of part of that, kind of thing. So you'd have to get clarification from the devs on how they're planning on doing it. I can tell you on my personal experience with this. In alpha, I created a character named Criddle, blah, 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 blah. Devs then looked at it, and they changed my name to Criddle and changed their name to whatever they changed their name to, like Criddle123 or whatever it was. They literally just changed their name, and let me have Criddle. Then at the start of beta, when the beta servers first went live, I was out with family doing some stuff. And this is why I think the devs are trying to do it this way. I was out with family. I could not make a character as soon as the servers came up because I was busy, right? Real life stuff. So when I finally got home and I was able to make a character, I went in to make Criddle. And somebody made Criddle. So I made, again, another character, and I asked the devs, I said, hey, just to let you know, somebody made a Criddle, et cetera, et cetera. And they were able to change it for me. Because people specifically are trying to troll you, right? I don't think it's not a favoritism thing, but it's an established within the game thing. You know, if 5 years from now somebody comes in and is like, I'm going to make a Criddle, you know, or whatever, like, no, you're established. Like, if I never played this game, even though I've been Criddle for since 1999, my first character in EverQuest was named Criddle. And if I never played this game, didn't know what it was, and somebody else made a Criddle character, and I came in like 5 years later and they had already established a Criddle, they had established it within this game, not me. So they would probably get preference, right? So that's the idea. It's actually employee stock appreciation rights. Kind of, yeah. My first character in EA will be named Criddly Poo. Go for it. Sean may not like that, by the way. I did not. So in beta, somebody actually made a character called like Criddle Sucks. Criddle and then SUX. Criddle Sucks. And was running around near Sean while he was streaming. And Sean changed his name immediately. Like, just he saw it and he's like, just don't do that. They don't want you doing stuff like that. They don't want you like being mean to other people in the community and just picking on people. Like, it just I didn't say anything, but I didn't care, right? I kind of actually chuckled at it. But it's the precedence that needed to be set, right? Sean doesn't want anyone going around picking on any other player and being mean to them or attacking them, whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it doesn't matter who it is. He doesn't want to allow that, and if he lets one person do it, it sets a precedence to allow other people to do it, or a precedent to allow other people to do it. So yeah, they kind of have to stop that. You know, it's just the naming policy. Anyway. If you're a known community member, we will give you some leniency in getting your name changed to your known community name. There you go. Atomic Frog has said it. He said it better than I have. Atomic Frog, you are a guy, right? I don't know. I don't like to misgender people. I know it can be an issue, especially in today's 2026. But if you are or are not, or would like to be a they or them or whatever, let me know. Anyway, moving on from that. There you go. That's from an actual, one of the team members. Yep, dude and me. There you go. I like it. He, him. Their pronouns are he, him. Anyway, what qualifies as a known community member? So what? I mean, it's just like it's not a popularity contest. No, Helter Smelter. It's not that. But let's say you go. Just do this. Go into the forums. Right? Go here to the Discord and click on Monsters of Memory. Am I still streaming Burl here? Let me close that down. Go here to Monsters of Memories and just pick a thread. We're going to pick Monk Thread. And I'm going to open up this one right here. Cool. Look through here. And if you see a name pop up often, like EGAD here, they kind of have, in Nookie, these people, they've obviously posted a bunch. Slade, I've seen this name a bunch. those people probably have preference to that name, right? Within the community. That's all it is. If you've been an active member of the community. And that's it. It's literally that simple. If you see a name, like in game, I see this Shuriken guy right here, right? He's got a level 29 Beastmaster, named Shuriken. I'm sure that if he created a character early on in early access and said, "Hey, I've been playing Shuriken. I've got 300 hours on the character as Shuriken in the beta. I would like to maintain that same name." The devs can go and look at it and be like, "Cool, yeah, this guy's played for 300 hours as that character name. We're gonna allow it." But if you just created a character and it's level 1 and you've only logged into it once to create it, and you're like, "I've owned this name for 6 months," and you've never logged in as that character, the devs are gonna go, "No, I don't think you have," right? And that's the difference. It's not playing favorites. It's just like Criddle explained. People will hoard names for whatever reason. We just want, yeah, exactly. Be able to have their name they're used to for a while. Exactly. You've been part of the community for a while under a name, you get preference to that name. But if you have just used it once and you've only posted one time on Discord under some name, and you've only created a character and put in like 5 hours into it, and you haven't really created a name for yourself or a reputation under that name, then they're probably not going to give you preferential treatment for that. So if you want a certain name, make the character, play the game, talk in the forums, and you will probably get that name for early access. Probably. If it's John Smith, you probably won't. If it's Quacky McDuckface, you might, but probably not. If it's an inappropriate name, you will not. If it's making fun of another person, you will not. Right? Oh, yeah, poor Quacky. Poor Quacky. I said Quacky McDuckface because I didn't want to say bad words. Like, I don't know. If it's got a bad word in it, you're probably not going to get the name. Right? Flex those fingers? Yes. My quotes. Flex those fingers. What's going on, Mimi? How are you? Mimi, we were talking about you earlier. And again, same thing with Atomic Frog. Same question. I have assumed that you are a female based on what I know of you, but I do not know for sure. And I don't know what pronouns you prefer. So, anyway, if you have specific pronouns that you would like me or people in chat for you to go by, let me know, and I will try to remember that. But anyway, you came up earlier because of your take a loot, leave a loot thing that came up earlier. But now, here's the thing. Now that I created the character Quacky McDuckface, do I now own that one, Atomic Frog? If somebody else makes a Quacky, why am I grabbing this? I don't even know. If somebody else makes a Quacky McDuckface at the start of early access, can I claim that? Doing good, and you can call me whatever. I generally don't say one way or the other. Perfect. Sounds good to me. That works for me. I try to just call you Mimi. And when people, when I don't know, I try to use they, them. This makes it easier. Mimi could run for governor Night Harbor and win by a landslide. I think Mimi should run for governor. I would love for that to be a thing in this game in the future. By the way, Isar, Vor, let me know when you want me to switch over. I've already told this group that I'm going to be leaving soon. So they're good. I think a couple of them are in the stream anyway. So they know that I'm going to be leaving at some point, and I've mentioned it to them. That would be an awesome community event. It would it not, Atomic Frog? I would love to see that in the future. And have like different candidates run, and we could do like a forum poll, or even like somehow if the devs could make it in game where we could cast ballots in game. That would be really, really cool. Election every 3 months. Yeah. Like every few months have an election for, and then like that person could control some sort of aspects of Night Harbor. You know, they could control maybe the Pale Tower, and they're like, hey, I feel like the Pale Tower is doing something bad. We need to deal with that. And the devs could then go in and replace the Pale Tower guards and have a different faction show up or something inside the Pale Tower for a time. I think it could be a really fun kind of a community event, something the GMs could get behind and be part of. I don't know. It would be really cool. It would probably be a lot of work. That is where, if you really want to know, like, if I want to be hired on as a team member of this team, I would do stuff like that. That would actually be super fun to me, is helping to create GM events. And like kind of, we could call them like D&D modules. I think they're already using modules as far as their expansions when they do that stuff. But yeah, kind of like a D&D module kind of thing. I would have so much fun. There's definitely some fertile ground there. I would love to be part of that, Atomic Frog. If you guys do something like that, I will put on my monocle, my top hat, and I'll be like, I'm running for governor. Choose me. Everyone gets a 10% discount throughout Night Harbor. Oh my goodness. That could be a lot of fun. I think that would be really fun to do. I've decided I'm bringing bourbon chicken home for dinner, just FYI. Sweet. I'll eat bourbon chicken. Wait, for dinner or for lunch? Did you go get bourbon chicken at the mall for lunch and you're now bringing it home for your dinner? I don't know when we'll be back. Okay. Oh, you might be back for dinner? Holy moly. Okay. If that's what you want to bring home for dinner, I love it. I love it. And if you're not bringing it home for me, I still love you, and I will figure out my own food. But if you're bringing home extra bourbon chicken or anything else from the Asian food place, I don't know what it's called, inside of the mall food court, I'll take it. Fun for streamers, as a streamer will always win the nomination. I don't think they will. I honestly think that Mimi has a better chance of winning the nomination than I do. I really do. I think that some, like Kunyan might, or Co-Carnage might if he runs for it, but they could also make it to where content creators are exempt. They cannot run. We could do that, and I would not be upset. I would not be upset at all if they said, Criddle, you are not allowed to run because you're a content creator, because you're more well known than somebody else. It's just a popularity contest, whatever, right? I wouldn't be upset about it. I would actually, in fact, rather help run the event than try to participate in said event. It would be way more fun for me and like me and like get some of the other content creators, and we all kind of choose our nominees and kind of be like, we could be like the Elon Musk. We're donating billions to your campaign kind of thing, right? But it doesn't mean you'll win. I think it could be fun. Thank you so much for the subs. Xander Kane coming in with the gifted subs. I appreciate it. GM events would be a lot of fun. I try to do my best when I get inspired. Yeah, like it would be so much fun, Mimi, to do that kind of stuff. And if they were to like, if the devs, if the GMs could somehow help the players create the community events, like I don't know how we would do it, but I think it could be great. Popularity is all U.S. politics are anymore. It really is, yeah. Popularity and money, because money can buy popularity. It's a whole weird thing. Xander Kane, we've got several gifted subs today. Atomic Frog even got one. Oh my gosh, Atomic Frog, you're gonna You're gonna look. It's gonna look like favoritism now because you're subbed to my channel and not all the other channels necessarily. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. He's playing favorites. Favoritism confirmed. We're in trouble now, guys. I assure you, I am not the devs' favorite. As far as content creators, I promise you, they like other content creators better than me. They'll never say it, but I promise you they do. Let me refresh for the icon. There you go. Let's say I run for governor and win. Then I decide, you know what? The shaded bloom isn't very shaded. Oh, a canopy built over it because it gets too hot during the day. And then the dev decided they want to actually add that feature in the end. Almost even helps the devs know what art details to add to a city. I mean, I think it'd be cool. Like, what if they did it this way? Well, I don't know, man. I think it should be all community-based. Like, what they could do is there could be I just thought of something amazing with that thought process that I had. Holy moly. Okay, here it is. Here it is. The devs can create a governor house in each of the different housing districts or whatever. And that's and the governor, whoever gets voted in by the community, then owns the house. And that house is a special house in that area. And then it takes the community to decorate that house and donate money and stuff to the governor, and then that governor gets to decorate the house however they want, kind of like the White House kind of situation, right? The president gets to decorate the White House in whatever way that they choose that they want to do it. That would be so freaking awesome. I would love to see that. Some guy just trained you in the general in Telekir. Oh, that's rough. Are you on the PvP server or on the PvE server? It's vote-based, though. Yeah, make it all would just be majority votes from the community, make the request. Yeah, something like that. That'd be really cool. I would love to see that. Giveaway in 17 minutes? I don't know, whenever Burl wants to do it. We're doing a giveaway whenever Burl decides and deems it is good time for him. I will be here for the next several hours. Well, I'm only going to be here for another probably 3 hours today. Then I gotta take my bike to the shop. I have the power, He-Man. Wait, we gotta call you Burl Man. Burl Man. I would never look normal. It would always look like something out of Idiocracy. It might. Unless you get the right governor in place. You get the right governor that, like Mimi would probably decorate it well. I don't know. I think it'd be a lot of fun. We're making things happen here, right? We are making things happen. Well, we are talking about making things happen, and then Atomic Frog can take that to the team and make things happen. We're leaving it up to you, Atomic Frog. If it happens, it's because of you. If it doesn't happen, it's also because of you. It's all your fault. That's just mean. No. No. I mean, I would love to do stuff like that. I would go mad with power immediately. I don't know that you would, Mimi. Mimi would be like, oh, all the donations that you gave to my campaign, we're going to give those back to all the new players in the community. Mimi would just do like a massive giveaway. Mimi would create a night carnival at night market. Probably. I could see that. Yes. Everything works. Why do we hire you? Everything breaks. Why do we hire you? Yes, absolutely. That is the typical IT job. I love it. Mimi's governor mansion we built out of rusty weapons and tattered clothing. Yes, it would. It would. I say we do that. Hey, why don't we do this? Let's set it up. Let's see if we can vote in. Let's see if we can actually get people to participate. Get on Discord. let's make it a thing. Let's make it official. How do we go about this? One of you guys are probably better at organizing than I am. Get on Criddle? All right, I'll get on Criddle. All right, I'm going to leave this group. Boop. This is how all great community events start. A little turn into a tidal wave. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Burl's my administrative assistant. How do we make this happen, Burl? This is on you now. I can make a post if that'll get it. I was half listening. What am I doing? We're gonna try to make a community event of voting in a governor for Night Harbor. That's gonna be the ultimate goal. All of it, Burl. All of it. Yes. Xander says you're doing all of it, Burl. Easter, I got the invite and it went away immediately. It's I guess we still have that bug going on. But yeah, let's totally make it happen, guys. How are we gonna do it? I'll be running as well as governor. I will one day make the Inns a zone where buffs do not fade. Ooh. Vote for Fei Fang or Helter Smelter. I love that one. That's a good running point, like a good what do they call that? Your campaign slogan or whatever. Putting the cart before the horse. Classes aren't formed and reworked. Missing zone instead of community events are for the fair. No, community events can happen at any time. That's the fun thing about a community event. They are not tied to any of the devs working. It is just fun for the community. Why have a community event when we can all just elect myself? You could run, Burl. You could run. Platform. There you go. Platform. The platform you're running on. I don't know why I was drawing a blank on that. But yes, the platform that Helter Smelter is running on is all buffs do not fade while at the inn. I like that platform. That's a solid platform. Anyone in the 50s that wants to join us, you're welcome to join us. We take anyone and everyone. We don't care what class you are, as long as you are high enough level, 50-ish. You're asking for programming time to set up a governor house? No. If we do it that way in the beginning, I'm not asking for anything right now. I'm just kind of talking out loud about things. But like, we could make, one of the specific houses, like just choose a house. Choose one of the expensive houses somewhere, and the governor has it. Like not every house has been taken. But this could also be for the start of early access. We voted, and everybody donates to the governor, whoever the first governor of early access. We, as a community, buy their house. Here's Mimi. Mimi's little booth. Mimi. Yay! I got buffs from Mimi. All right, I'm gonna head out. This is just brainstorm. Yeah, we're just brainstorming right now. Nothing is set in stone. We're trying to figure out how we can make this community event happen. And later we can talk to the devs and be like, okay, here's what we've decided for the community event. How can the devs assist us to make this a better community event? Right? That would be a later thing. But let's start out with, how do we get it going? How do we get that ball rolling? Highest tunes 14. No worries, my friend. No worries. No one hangs out at the end and it bugs me. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Make sure the Lazy Bard at the Shaded Bloom are paying to play music. Yes. That's another one that we have to get the devs involved in. All right, while I'm running across Shaded Dunes here, I'm going to go grab a soda because I kind of want a soda. I'm a little hungry. I might grab a little snack as well. I'll be back, continue talking about how we're going to make this happen. If you want me to make a post, I can absolutely make a post on Discord. I'll figure out how to do that. But we're going to make this happen. We're going to do this before the end of beta. Let's see if we can make it happen. I think it'll be fun. All right, give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. I don't know where I'm going. I did not look at chat. Wait, are we going to Grimtide? Oh boy. Oh boy. You take. Hey, there's that ring. This is a really good ring. Now that they've changed, jewelry, this is one of the best melee rings in the game. It's definitely one of the best tank rings in the game. I'm using this one, which has a C on it, slightly less in other stats. And then I've got this one, so these two are equal-ish, you know, whatever. But yeah. Anyway. Let me see if I can catch up if you guys said anything while I was gone. The inn already makes it so you get rested buff and you don't consume food and water. Yes. Yeah. I think people want it to where you don't lose your buff timers while you're at the inn. I think Sean talked about that at one point where if you're inside of your house or you're inside of the inn or you're inside of a room at the inn, your buff timers don't fade. Oh, vendor stalls do now as well? Where they don't fade? That's cool. Hey, Criddle, I meant to ask you earlier, but I forgot till now. Yesterday, you said if you remade your fighter, you would have went all agility, then stamina. Is it just for the tankiness? Follow-up, would you think the same if you were a duo, sometimes group fighter? Yeah, I would go all agility on any tank that I made at this point. Max out agility. If you have any points left over, I would put them into stamina. Yeah. And the reason for that is because agility is just a really good tank stat. It helps you dodge, block, and parry more often. So you want to have as much of that as possible. So I got these little tiny Slim Jims, but I don't know if I can open them. That one seems like I can't open it. How the heck do you open a Slim Jim these days? Do I need like a knife? You snap it? Apparently I can't snap into it. I'm trying. What the heck? It doesn't have like a little, like a tab that you can just like separate it. All right, Slim Jim. Why do you make these so hard to open? What's the point? User error? I don't think this is user error. These things are not wanting to open for sure. We have not done a giveaway yet. Well, we did the one this morning. We haven't done another one yet. It's whenever Burl wants to do it. Gross. Plastic. I don't want to eat the plastic. Get out of there, Slim Jim. Ah, I got it. Got my cigar. Uh-oh. My invis is fading. Do I know about the invis spiders in Vale being stealth instead of invis so you can't see them? I do know about the spiders in Vale using stealth, yes. But I did not know about the not being able to see them. I thought see invis, did they not make it to where see invis can see through stealth now? Hey, thank you so much, Vor. Vor saved me. He saved me. Let's do one, and then I go get lunch. All right. We'll do the giveaway when I get to the camp up here, to the IVU Rock. Let me just run around the corner, then we'll do it, bro. Since I've got invisibility. So make sure you're in if you want to win a beta access. Make sure you are in. I will be... Well, Burl will be rolling that off, randoming that off shortly. Very, very shortly. Probably about 60 seconds. Send you a new one? Yeah, I'll get you a new one here in a second, bro. How do you get in? There's a link for it. It should be coming up in chat. Exclamation point, beta access, capital B, capital A, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that the old one? No, that should be the new one. All right, let me do this. The heck? All right, give me a second. Let me get another code for Burl here. Monsters and memories. Code, friend invites, copy. Close this. Go back to this. All right, I've got... Oh, wait, nope. Hang on. Let me send it to Burl. Burl, paste, enter. There you go. Burl has that. Now let me go to here. Burl, live. Go back to here. Boom. All right. There you go. These are the people that have entered to win beta access. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. How long until the expected release? Yeah, early access is October 1st. 1.0 is potentially years after that. We don't know. They have not given an official date. Nihilus. Oh, that one is much easier to open. This Slim Jim was much easier. I got 3 Slim Jims because I'm hungry and I didn't eat breakfast. Nihilus, if you are here, message Burl through whatever. YouTube? They on YouTube? Message Burl through YouTube. And he will get you beta access. You guys can thank Sean for these, by the way. Hang on, let me finish eating. I'm being rude right now. All right. I reached out to Sean yesterday and mentioned the beta key or beta access, etc. And Sean, he literally, he goes, "How many do you want?" And I was like, So he gave me several. Yes, thanks for the Slim Jim, Sean. Sean did not give me the Slim Jims. He gave me some beta access. Tell Sean you want one? Well, that's why he gave them to me, is to give them away to you guys. So that's what they're for, is to give out to the community. And I told him I would be giving them away over the next couple of days. So thank you, Sean, for providing them. Thank you all for being here, part of the stream. And we'll do them for the next couple of days. He did you a solid with those keys. Those can bring a lot of viewers. They can. Apparently, other streamers have been given keys, and that's why people kept telling me that other people were doing it. So I was like, I'll ask. How many hundreds did you say? Exactly. I was like, I'll take a few thousand. I'll take a few thousand keys. So anyway, we will be doing giveaways for them. You guys are the first. I've got a few more. Quadras gave away 5 last night. There you go. Yeah, so some devs or some people are getting some keys. So yeah, I just reached out and they were willing to acquiesce to my request. Yeah, we give 5 minutes, by the way. 5 minutes. And if you don't respond in 5 minutes, we roll another one. We're getting close to lock anyway. So just open up more tests. Yeah, I feel like that's what's going on. Is at this point, the numbers are starting to kind of fall off. A lot of the people that wanted access have gotten access. There's still a lot of people that want access that have not had a chance to play. So, why is my... Oh, shoot. Hang on, Esar. My settings, my keybinds changed. Let me get this working. Hotbar 10. Wait, cast host ability. No, I want hotbar. Where's my hotbar? Hot button. Yeah, it's these right here. Hot button. This one is this. 6. I don't need to do 6 anymore, actually. Dang it. Hang on a minute. Wait just a minute. We'll do that, and then we're going to do 9 as well. And we're going to do 8 is this. Say. All right. I think we got it now. I think we're good. No reply. Rolling again. All right. Give me 1 second after this, Esar. I'm going to roll this. In a minute, we're not going to have any breaks. Esar will go nuts. He's just going to chain pull and go bananas. All right. Oops. Let me open this up. Open this up. All right, Burl. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Wish I could wait for EA, but I'm hopelessly addicted. Me too. Planning life around it, essentially. I mean, that's smart. That's smart. I got to figure out what I'm going to do, too. I got to figure out what I'm going to do. Just got here, so we can still roll one more? Yeah, we can still roll one more. Oh, he did show up? Okay. You do that one. We can still do one more, Burl. That's fine. I've got another one I can send you. I'll do that while you roll it. All right, I just sent you another one. Nays TV. Nays TV, if you are here, say something in chat. DM Burl, and he will get you all set up. Nays TV. All right, let me. Oh shoot! Before I get yelled at by Isar here, let me get my headset on so I can hear what people are saying. Are you guys in Discord today? Oh, I'm here, but I'm not listening in Discord. That's my problem. Do 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 do. What is this? Oh, that's the wrong Discord. There we go. Now I can hear in Discord. Is Nays here? I have no clue. You said go do your Wheel of Fortune? Wheel of Fortune! Yay! Gonna wait one more minute because your wife made you lunch. That was very nice of your wife to make you lunch. I'm Nays. You can trust me, even from. Oh, there you go. OMG Bees is Nays. I'm driving. I have Discord. No, you're good, bud. Drive. We know you're here. You have won. Don't worry about it. Drive. Get to a safe place and message Burl whenever you have time. We will hold that that one for you. Because you have acknowledged that you are here. So you're not going to lose out on it. I promise we'll hold one for you. You're disqualified from being governor? No, I think Mimi is like the shoe-in. Mimi is like the incumbent, right? I think Clunt could give you a good run for your money, if not outright beat you. Yeah, you think so? Maybe. We're gonna make this happen. We're gonna have to make like a post on Discord and the forums. We're gonna make this happen. You're rolling. Wait, you're rolling again? Okay. Good boy. Hang on a minute. Watch stream. All right. Roll it up, Burl. Roll it up. No nays? Nay. Hey. You could buy my vote with a beta invite? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. We got Fraggy to Dope. Fraggy to Dope. Say something in chat, either YouTube or Twitch, and then you hope Fraggy's asleep, and then Burl will message you in game. I think he's keeping track of who's getting what keys. I believe. Gonna eat and re-roll when I get back. If it doesn't reply, sounds good. Sounds good. We'll keep an eye out for him. You have to type something to opt in. You need to go to the opt-in. So exclamation point beta access, capital B, capital A. B for beta, A for access. And it should send a link that you can follow to enter to win. That makes it as fair as we can for both YouTube and Twitch. But don't worry, I've got more to give out. We're going to give out a few today, a few tomorrow. We'll give them out as I can. As long as the devs keep giving me some to give out, I'll keep doing it. And as long as Burl doesn't mind doing the rolls, it's a lot easier to have Burl do the rolls for me than for me to try to deal with it. So I appreciate Burl being my administrative assistant here. I also want people that, that frequent the stream to try to get access as well, and not just people that only come in for access. So we're trying to make it that way too. I've been listening at work to catch the giveaway. Can't believe it won. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad. I appreciate you being here and listening, and I'm glad that you were here listening while you and able to win. Absolutely, it's awesome. Thank you so much for helping make this channel awesome and amazing. Hopefully we can continue to grow it and continue making it better. Are Waspville the best Beastmaster pet with slow? Yes. Yeah. They have not nerfed the Wasp yet. Until they nerf the Wasp, it's going to be the best pet. They probably should just make it a 5% slow instead of a 10% slow. Like a stacking 5%, then it does a maximum of 15. Then it wouldn't be as big of a difference. Like, it wouldn't be huge. Fraggy is asleep. Nice. Might be. Just be us in the end rock. Why can't they just buff the other ones? I don't know. I mean, they'd have to buff the other ones quite a bit. They might buff the other ones though. That might be an option. I have no idea. I do think that the Wasp Stinger thing though it's a bit too good. 30%. Here's why it needs to be nerfed. It's a 30% slow that doesn't cost mana, it's better. It's a better slow than the low level shaman slow. So like you could have a level 5 Beastmaster in your party that has the best slow in the game at level up until like level 30. When a shaman finally gets one that's slightly better, but also then costs mana. So it not costing mana is huge. Yeah, it's like I think the shaman slow they don't get a 30% slow until like level 30 or something. And then it still costs them like too much mana for that level range. Like 150, 200 mana to cast a slow at level 30, you can't really keep up with that, you know? It's just not possible. So it needs to be nerfed. If they could scale it, that would be nice. Like have the Beastmaster slow be at level 5, be a 1% slow and it stacks 3 times, and then it gets up to, you know, at level 50, it might get a 10% slow that stacks 3 times. And then it's not better than a shaman, but it's still very useful in a group. Level 8 shaman is a 20% slow. Yeah, and how much mana does that cost? It probably costs quite a bit of mana, and you're not going to have enough mana to slow every single mob that you fight, right? So that's why it's so good. 30 mana, and so at level 8 you have a 20% slow, 30 mana. What's your total mana pool? To be fair, the wasp slow rarely stacks all the way up to 3. Still powerful, but yeah. Well, yeah. You have to spam it. It's a recast every 5 seconds. So it would take 15 seconds for you to get it to stack up to 3. And what's the cast time on an actual slow? $268 mana on your level. Okay, so there you go. Not a twink. So 30 mana is more than 10% of your mana every time you got to slow something. So if you're chain pulling enemies at level 8, you're not going to be able to slow all those. Just not going to happen. With a 3-second cast time. So yeah, there you go. That's the benefit to the wasp pet. So I don't know. I don't think it needs to be like drastically lowered. But I think it is too strong for what it is. At level 50 plus, you still prefer to have a shaman in your party because they get like a 40 to 45% slow. So it's better. And they have enough mana to actually keep up with it on most mobs. And what do they call it? The TTK is slower and all that kind of stuff. So I think they just need to scale it based on level. Are you in the Green Castle? We can see. We're not in the Green Castle. The Green Castle is right there. So we're really close to the Green Castle. You cannot enter the Green Castle yet. That's going to be called Fallen Watch. And will be available soon. Trademark. Sometime soon. We don't know. Maybe in the next week. Maybe the next 2 weeks. Probably before early access ends. Or sorry, probably before beta ends and early access starts. We will at least be able to check out that castle. The inside of the castle. You always wonder what it was? Yeah, it's called Fallen Watch. And it's a massive zone, supposedly. Fraggy never replied that I saw. Never saw a reply from Fraggy. I'm going to explore the Black Floating Castle and VOZ. Those are going to be in sometime during early access or maybe 1.0. That's going to be something down the road. But those floating castles have a lot of lore to them. If you've noticed, there's 2 floating castles. Well, there's 2 castles that are the same. One is floating. The other one crashed. So the one in Vale of Zintar, there's one in Vale of Zintar that's floating and another one in Glass Flats that has crashed. I call them the Pineapple Castle because they look like pineapples. Roll. Well, hang on. Isar's pulling like a bazillion mobs. Give me a second. Can you get into the Crash Glass Flats one? You can like get around the Crash one in Glass Flats, but it's not like a zone that you can get into. But you can get near it. There's a lot of like I think that's where the Spectres and a lot of those mobs are at. All right, we're gonna do another roll here in just a second. Let me kill these mobs. Close. Dang it. There we go. Sorry, Volts. My bad. Let me kill off these mobs. While we're fighting the last one, I can switch over to do the roll. It's in final what's in final testing? If Fallen Watch doesn't make it before end of early access, something went real wrong. Yeah, it's definitely coming in soon. We're also supposed to be getting raids soon. I'm excited for the raids. For the raids to come back to see how they've changed them and see how we can break them so that they can change them again. Excited to dig into some new lore. I just hope they stay on theme the years to follow. I do too, yeah. It's technically playable now. We're really trying to polish before we send to EA. And I think that's a good idea. Any word anymore, Atomic Frog, on whether you guys are going to level lock that or not? Are you still... I know that they talked about it, but they're still trying to figure out if A, if they can, and B, if they want to. I'm trying to level up a character to 40, get my Beastmaster or something to 40 before Fallen Watch comes out. Got work meeting in a minute? All right, here, let's we can roll it real quick, bro. Go ahead. They'll figure out the mobs here in a minute. I'm not sure about level locking. Yeah, it's a bummer. All right, we're rolling it up, guys. Rolling it up. Whee! Spin it to win it. We've got... Oh, okay. We got Sangre 00. Sangre 00. That was very, very close to you, Fun. Hey, there he is. In chat. Message Burl. He will get that for you. We will probably do one more at some point, one or two more before the end of the stream. I got to see what time I'm going to get my bike fixed. So, there going to be more quest lines at the start of EA, or is that later? I think they are going to add more quest lines, more quests in general, for the start of EA and through EA. They're trying to not do too many quests because they don't want to have just one side of the world have all the quests and all the items. So that's the idea. That's why they're kind of not doing a lot of that now. All right, so the bike place closes at 5 p.m. I have to leave here by, I'm going to say 4:15 at the latest today. Wait, what are we doing? Come here? Okay. I guess we're over here now. The class quests are a lot of fun. I agree, yeah. The class quests are a lot of fun. I think those class quests, at least my understanding from things I've heard, mostly rumors, are going to be those class quests that you started at level 1 and they go up to like level 15 right now, are probably going to continue going all the way up to level 60 in the future as epic quests, like epic style quests. But they don't want to put in full-on epic quests until closer to 1.0. They want to have as many zones as possible, and they want you to have to go through all these different zones to be able to do those quests. They don't want it just to be like, oh, your entire epic quest takes place in these 6 zones on the West Coast, and then the rest of the game is kind of pointless. So that's the idea. Monk Sash quests are so cool. Yeah, a lot of them are really cool. I agree. I like the idea of those quests because they keep building on them and they keep making like better gear. Like each time you get an upgraded piece, it's slightly better. So yeah, I like it. Not just go kill X thing, come back, deliver this item. Yeah, that's great. I mean, there is some of that, but there's also go to this location, and click on this thing, do this mud command, that kind of stuff, which is really cool. Why did we decide to move over here, by the way? Is it just more out of the way? For roamers and such? Oh, because the ones that are spawning around the corner? Is that why? Keep getting mobs in their back? Okay, yeah. Gotcha. All right, I'm good with whatever. This is fine with me. Are we trying to get anything specific here today? I don't think we've gotten the rare drops from here, have we? The leather chest and int pants. Okay. Hey, Atomic Frog, I got a question for you. You may not know the answer to this. Is it intended that, so like down here on my hotbar, you can see my shield. So I swap my shield, go like this, use my ability, swap back. Do you know if that's intended? That they want us to play that way? And have to swap items around like that? Because that's what's going to end up happening, I feel like, with the fighter right now. It's the best way to play the fighter. It's going to happen a lot with the bard. I would love to have like a better way to swap equipment around, possibly through a macro or something. But I don't know if they're ever going to do that. If there's ever an intent to do that. Need to get more stuff for you to DE. I do need more stuff to DE. So yeah, anything we get today that we don't need, I'm going to disenchant so I can make you guys some more enchants. But the wrist enchant, the reason I couldn't make that, Vor, you asked about that earlier. I don't have the rare item that you need to disenchant. The intention is to have multiple weapons for fighter. Quick swapping like that is fine as far as I know. Is that what they want, though? Is for you to actually have to pick up and move the item and then move it back? They don't want to do like a like some sort of weapon swap. Like, what if we had another thing here with like another one-handed weapon and a shield, and then I could have a two-handed weapon and hit like a weapon swap button? That would also be nice, just to make it for the quality of life, you know? Because like swapping weapons and stuff, like if it's a two-hander, if I'm using a two-hander and I want to swap to shield, I have to then swap out my two-hander with another weapon and then add the shield and then take the shield out and then swap out my weapon. It's just really tedious, I think. Maybe some quality of life come down the road. Yeah, I would like to see some quality of life on it personally. What are your thoughts on the Archer at this stage? Archer is really good damage. It can solo fairly well. Not the best soloer, not the worst soloer. But yeah. I had a proposal for fighters only where whatever stance you're in would auto switch for you. Fighters would be the only ones that would have that. That makes sense. So if you go in a defensive stance, it would switch your weapon. Like you could have a weapon loadout for different stances. Offensive stance loadout, defensive stance loadout, tactician stance loadout. Is that kind of the idea, ZBrush? Their shields switch a bit faster. That would be actually kind of cool. That would be a way to do it for sure. Yeah. I also think that DPS is too high on fighters still. DPS needs to come down, and then on defensive stance, threat should go up. So like when in this defensive stance, I feel like it should just literally say, 10%, 20% more threat in this stance. Because right now, what fighters are doing, or what they're going to be doing, is they're going to be dual wielding, and they're going to just swap their shield in, use an ability, swap their shield back out. That's literally the gameplay that fighters are going to do, like this, basically. Right now, I start this fight, I swap my weapon, I do my ability, I swap it right back out, I wait 20 seconds. That's the current meta for the fighter right now. That was the idea. I like that idea. That's a really cool idea. You could have shields make the switch a bit faster, slower, based on what type. Yeah. Honestly, if that's the intent for fighter, I'll play another tank. Which one is the intent? The intent, like to swap weapons around? Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are going to like the weapon swapping gameplay. Like, we would just pull this one, I swap, I do this, and I swap back. And that's literally like every mob, you do that at the start of every fight to get that extra threat. The stance swapping would be okay, way better than how it is now. Yeah, I agree. I don't like stance dancing at all, but I really don't like having to swap weapons around. It's just, it's so annoying. Clicking to swap weapons like that, yeah. I wonder, like, I might be able to do this, like shift. Okay, so yeah, that didn't work. I shift clicked and it just moved it in my inventory. So that doesn't seem to work. Boom, usability, switch it back. Switching instruments wasn't like an EQ on Bard, and having the Epic remove that was loved. Yeah, I mean, they're planning on doing that for Bard as well in this game, where you're going to have to swap things around. Hate that one. Weapon swap. Please, no. Yeah, I agree. Right now, it is best for the weapon swapping on a fighter. You definitely want to at least use the shield swapping. I mean, it doesn't really factor too much in on this group. Like, I'm doing enough damage, and it's not a big deal. So I'm able to keep threat, but yeah. I wish they would make our seasons like stances, the mantles. That would be kind of cool too, yeah. I would definitely put that as, if I played a druid, I would put that as a feedback point. Apparently, because I don't play a druid, I'm not allowed to talk about them. At least that's the that's the idea that I get from people that come in and are like, "You don't even play a druid. How dare you talk about the class?" Okay, my bad. Oh shoot. How are you supposed to continue a sandwich with that strategy? Yeah, you can't really eat a sandwich with that strategy. It's kind of a pain. Do you think they plan to add more unique stats to items? I hope so, yes. I would like to see like a crit chance and a crit damage stat for melee. Well, for everybody, really. A crit chance and a crit damage on items. Maybe even like a mana reduction stat added to them, to where when you cast a spell, it uses 10% less mana if you're wearing that item. So that would be a spellcaster equivalent. I would like to see all sorts of stuff like that. The delay in the Switch proposal I had a few points. One, it builds a system around the stances. It makes it a bit easier for the players. Two, the delay in the swapping. Hang on, I'll read that in a second. Delay in the swapping makes it so you are not constantly switching stances because of the delay to switch. Makes types of shields have stronger value based on buckler. Yeah, it sounds good to me on paper for sure. Because yeah, I don't like this whole switching like I'm just doing right now. It's so freaking annoying to do that you have to manually pick it up and swap, and then swap back. Oh, that is not fun gameplay. If you can bypass skills requiring a specific weapon type by simply switching it, there's no reason to have the restriction. Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah. Yeah, because like I'm just swapping boom, and then using the ability and swapping back, getting the full benefit of that ability with the added threat, the added damage from it, without having to actually use a shield. You know. And you don't have to set up macros and such for 1 point. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But do you have to do it? That's another question. Excuse me. Golly, man, I am choking on something today. You don't have to do it. No, I don't have to dual wield though. I don't have to play any specific way. However, it's going to end up being the meta, and it's going to end up being the best way to play, and it's going to end up causing certain people to be like, oh, you don't play that way? Then I don't want to play in your group, and it's going to start to alienate people and stuff. So that's one thing about it. Another thing is you don't necessarily have to do it, but if you want to be able to hold threat against a DPS at level, like at equal level, then yes, you do have to do it, or the DPS has to slow down their DPS, which you could argue is like, yeah, that's part of the gameplay. DPS need to learn how to control their damage, and tanks need to learn how to do as much threat as possible. So it kind of goes both ways. Why should a DPS not use an ability because the tank is not willing to swap their shield around? You know, like that. Who's right and who's wrong in that situation? You know, it's I'm playing a tank and I'm not willing to swap my shield for added threat. So is that my fault that is it now my fault that the DPS is pulling aggro, or is it the DPS's fault for not using their abilities to not pull aggro? You know, and that's going to end up causing an issue, right? Whose fault is it? Blame's always going to be pointed at somebody. A lot of this stuff is just players fighting the UI. It is, yeah, it is. It's like you're playing a bard. It is like you're playing a bard. Yeah, you got if you're trying as a bard swapping around instruments, and I hope that bards get an ability to swap around their instruments without having to physically go down here, move their item over here, move it back and forth, and etc. Right? Like that's really unfun gameplay, in my opinion, as a bard. And one of the reasons I will not play a bard. Like I don't like the twisting of songs, constantly twisting of songs, and I don't like the having to swap your instrument around. It's very tedious and cumbersome. So I personally will not play a bard. Another player may be like, I love that gameplay. I'm very fidgety and I like to move my inventory around all the time. I'm gonna wear one hat for one pull, and I'm gonna put a different hat on for a different pull. And then I'm going to swap out my weapon, and I'm going to change my breastplate. Sure, cool. If that's how you want to play and you want to constantly swap your gear around, have at it. But I don't think for most players they want to constantly be swapping their gear around. Just my personal opinion. Let's see. I've made this argument a lot when wizards had melee and when clerics had their buff off proccing. What the heck is going on here? Sorry, my oh, I lost chat. I had to refresh it for some reason. Oh, and it cleared all my chat out. Sorry if I missed something. I missed what you were saying there. Oh, there it goes. It reloaded. Holy moly. I don't know what's happening right now. My chat did something weird and it just completely refreshed on my screen. Let me see if I can find that again. I missed something there. So if I didn't read it or whatever, I apologize. Feel free to repeat it. If you got a group of buddies that don't care, it's fine. Otherwise, the meta will always be default. And if you're with randoms, you need to play the meta. Otherwise, you're wasting their time. That's kind of my point. Yeah. Like, playing with your friends is one way. I've been in groups, in pickup groups before, where the tank was the puller, and they wouldn't pull a mob unless everybody had full health. Or, sorry, everybody had full health and full mana. So a wizard in your party nuking every single mob and blowing all of their mana every single mob means the entire party had to wait for the wizard to be full mana before the tank would pull again. Not fun gameplay for most people, but that particular person liked to play that way. Those kinds of people are going to end up not having very many groups, right? And they're going to either have to learn to play the meta, or they're going to have to learn to find people that like to play the way they want to play. Those are their only two options. So it's usually easier to just kind of play the meta. You know? Play whatever is best for everybody. That's just safe strats. It's safe. It is definitely safe, but it's way slower. It's extremely slow. Most players are not going to want to sit there and pull one mob every 5 minutes so that everybody can be full mana, especially in a full group of 6. Like, your XP is going to be terrible if you do that. It will take you years to get to max level. A key is needed to try out the game. Currently, yeah, access is needed. It's not a key, but it's you need to flag your account. Somebody's got to flag your account. But you can opt in and possibly get into it. Criddle can't see this. Get him. Hey, Atomic Frog, I'm watching you. It did load in eventually. I saw that. There are ways for other classes to adjust if the tank struggles to maintain aggro. It isn't ideal, but it's possible, I suppose. That's where knowing your class really comes through. Yeah. And that's the thing, though, is should the entire party change their gameplay because the tank is not playing the meta and not able to hold aggro? Like, a tank is like, oh, I only want to use sword and shield, and I don't want to swap to dual wield or two-handed weapon for the added threat and added DPS. Like, they're not willing to make those changes. They're only willing to go full defense and as little offense as they possibly can because that's the way they want to play. Should the rest of the team adjust to that? Or should the fighter adjust to the rest of the team? Or the tank adjust to the rest of the team? And that's kind of the question. You know? Are both ways are acceptable, I guess, and both ways can be seen as correct. But majority kind of rules, right? Those other 5 players are going to be like, hey, this tank's not able to hold aggro. We want to get a different tank. And they're probably going to either the group is going to slowly leave and be like, all right, well, this isn't working out for me. I'm going to find a different group, and everybody's going to quit that group. Constantly having turnover of DPS and healers, etc., and that tank is going to have to figure something out, or that group is going to say, well, we're going to kick out the tank. You know, we need to find a different tank. You know, it's rough. It's rough. On that topic, I hope they make trade bags. If you put the tool in them, you can gather a node. They're talking about having a tool belt where you put your tools on the belt, but I don't know what the functionality is going to be there. The functionality might be where if it's on your tool belt and you go up to a node and you try to harvest it, it automatically equips something from your tool belt. And then when you try to fight a mob, it automatically swaps your weapon, swaps back to your normal weapon. I think that is the idea, is that they're going to try to make it the tool belt automatically swap. All games tend to mess up Bard, making it into a song swap spammer. Yeah, that is true. Anyway, it's figuring out where the lines are. I'm not trying to go extremes. It's this idea, if you aren't perfectly rotating your skills, people won't want you. That's the problem that I see with it, right? Hey, thank you so much for the sub. It's Finino? Is that right? It's Finino? Thank you so much for the sub. Either way, but yeah, I agree with you, Umpax. Like it's trying to figure out the best option and what works best for most people. Like I am giving you extremes for sure, right? Some of these cases are definitely more of the extreme cases, but there are people out there that do that. There was actually, in fact, a guy in beta, a tank in beta, that played so poorly, after a while, most of the server knew who he was, and I think he ended up quitting the game. Because people just pushed him out of the way that he wanted to play was not the way the majority of people wanted to play, and eventually the guy just kind of disappeared. Like, he was honestly, like, I don't want to say the word hated, but he was disliked by most of the community that knew him. Simply because of the way that he played. You know, pulling mobs, I don't remember all the issues. I never played with him, but I knew his name because people talked about him that much. But I was playing a tank, so I never played with him. As long as they hold aggro, I won't complain. Exactly. That's how I look at it. As long as the tank can hold aggro, I don't care how they play. Because that's the tank's job is holding threat. I don't care if they do the lowest DPS in the party as long as they're holding threat. So, yeah. Right, I can see that. I want two-handed as Beastmaster. Yeah. Yeah. Tanks with main character syndrome are the worst. They are. They are. And a lot of them do it. Tanks honestly have the biggest ego and the worst main character syndrome. They absolutely do. Everyone should adjust to improve group success. Else there's no reason to play in a group-based game. I agree with that as well. Yeah. Ashes had a good bard style, did they? I never got to play it. To be honest, it doesn't bother me too much swapping to a gathering tool, but I'm not opposed to tool belts. Yeah. I would prefer to have the tool belt. I just think it's annoying to swap all the time. But I don't do it enough to where it really bothers me that much. Like, I don't really care because I don't run around harvesting a ton. When I'm harvesting, I harvest. When I'm killing mobs, I'm killing mobs. And I don't generally go back and forth between those two. I find that the players that do that in my group to be annoying. If I'm in a group and my healer just gets up and like runs over here to harvest a node, I'm like, and doesn't heal the tank, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Right? You're not meditating to get mana, and you're not healing people. You're not, like, come on. Or if a DPS runs over there to go harvest, like, it's annoying to me. But did we get a fear? Fear off. I think a pet got feared. Hang on one second. I want to make sure we don't get like a bazillion mobs here. Okay, just the one ad? Cool. I think we're good. The rest of the group needs to know to focus mobs and not break CC. Well, that's a different thing, right? That's a completely different thing than threat and aggro and stuff. Also tough if someone is going to offer advice on how to play better. Most people, especially in this space, don't like being told what to do. That is true as well, yeah. And it's about offering advice and not demanding they play a certain way. Like if somebody in my group was like, hey, Criddle, did you know that you can swap in your shield and use shield bash between your auto attacks for better threat? That's different than, hey, bro, why don't you use your shield to get better threat? You're an idiot. Like, very different. Same exact statement, right? Very different way you say it. And I do, and I feel like, you know, how you approach it. But even if somebody were to tell me, like maybe the first time somebody tells me, did you know that you can swap out your shield and use shield bash to get better threat? The first time I'm like, oh, cool. I did not know that. Thank you for letting me know. The 100th time somebody tells me that, I start to get annoyed. Yes, I am well aware that that is how you play the game. I don't need to hear it again. But is it the first time that player told me, right? That's the difference. Like, They don't know that I've been told 100 times. So yeah, it just all of that. It just I don't know. I find it frustrating. Those things are chain fearing again, are they? Ugh. Your character looks cool. Thank you. Oh, you're talking about my in-game character? I thought you were talking about this character because I look cool too. Everyone's here for the coolness. That is my messed up hair today. Criddle talks to me like that in group. I talk to who like what in group? I don't know. I talk to some people like that. Depends on if I know you or not. Stop sucking it up. Do you know that you can play naked? I do know that I can play naked. Both in-game and out of game. I choose to do neither. All right, I'm watching it. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's a fine line. Like if they do something to take a ton of damage and there's a change they could make, do you offer it? Yeah, exactly. Like, do you tell somebody? People, like Umpax was saying, people in games like this, especially tanks, they're the worst about it. They don't like to be told how to play or how to play better, or like they just don't like to be told anything. Tanks have, I know this as a tank, and when I played other classes, they do not like to be told what to do. So yeah. I didn't know about the whole. I didn't even think about the swapping of shield, and somebody else told me about that, and I was like, "Oh, that's a really good idea." I don't know why I didn't think of it. I played a fair amount, and I'm still new to how to handle sweaty camp situations. Yeah, it's you haven't played EQ. Gotcha. Yeah, the sweaty camps, like what we're doing right here. Well, this isn't too bad because Isar's not pulling at lightning speed like he does sometimes. Sometimes he will pull extremely fast to where we always have 2 or 3 mobs in the camp. There's constantly 2 or 3 mobs in the camp. And some people don't know how to play that way. Sorry, I got a burp. Like if you don't have an enchanter, or if you don't have a good enchanter that knows how to CC those mobs, if you have a tank that doesn't know how to taunt before breaking the CC, that's another big one. I have had many times, I've been yelled at for that one a lot, where I break a mob before taunting it, and it just kind of goes crazy and starts hitting some DPS or something. Always as a tank, taunt, then break CC. Always. At least taunt once, you know? Sometimes it'll get resisted. It'll happen. But does taunt not break Mez? It does not. No. Taunt does not break Mez. Only damage breaks Mez. So what you'll see, like this mob is Mez, right? The Myrmidon is Mez. What I'll do is I slowly position myself so that when the mob gets low on health, I will switch to the Myrmidon, I'll charge in, and I'll taunt with my Juggernaut. That's going to give me taunt, so the mob's on me, 20% bonus threat for the first 10 seconds, and hopefully the DPS is finishing off the previous mob, giving me a second or two to gain a little bit of threat before they switch. So again, we'll do it. I'll do it again here to show you guys what I'm talking about. Myrmidon's getting down when it gets about almost done. So getting close, getting close. It's really close. I'm going to now switch. I'm going to taunt this. Myrmidon is probably going to be locked on me still. They're going to finish it off. Now I've got a couple extra seconds on this Myrmidon. I don't have to worry about threat. You see how this is how a tank should be playing. A well-played tank. And I'm not trying to say that I'm like the best tank in the world, but I have been tanking in games like this for literal decades. Almost 3 decades now that I've been a main tank. So I've kind of learned over the years. And that helps you prevent having to worry about threat that much, right? Another thing that tanks do is see how we had 2 mobs there? So we had 2 ads there, and both of them are going crazy. A tank picks one, and then they see that there's 2 of them, and they try to switch. And when you have an enchanter in your party, you don't want to switch. Ever. Like, you just don't want to. Let the enchanter deal with it. Let them stun. Let your off tank, like Isar in this case, he could swap and taunt it and then not attack it. That's also very smart. But if you switch and you are the main tank of your party, oftentimes the DPS will switch with you. Then you're just constantly breaking mez over and over and over. Because a lot of DPS like to do what I call lazy assist, which they just assist the tank on whatever it is every single time that the tank swaps, the DPS swaps. It's very annoying for enchanters. So don't swap. Let the off tank deal with it, or let the enchanter deal with it. And if the enchanter's like, oh my god, you got to taunt it off of me, then the enchanter is the problem. They need to know how to stun and do that kind of stuff. So that's long time knowledge. I wouldn't know that. Yeah, exactly. These are things that you just learn over time. You know, like I said, 3 decades of playing a tank. I've learned a lot of this. I taunt the other mob. Yeah, Isar will oftentimes go taunt the other mob and then switch back to the main mob, and it'll hit Isar a couple of times so that the enchanter can get it. If I switch and taunt it, there's a good chance the DPS will switch to it and break the mez. So you don't want to do that. When I was playing cleric, I was stunning the off mob or stunning the charm mob when he got loose. That's another great way to do it. Yeah, as an enchanter, or sorry, as a cleric, you can stun them. As a druid, you know, like try to root the mob somewhere while the enchanter's trying to mez it. You could root it. There's a lot of different things you can do. The worst thing to do is for DPS to start attacking it. But it takes a while for DPS to understand that. It's just, you know, it's like group etiquette 101, you know? Which one? The Templar's casting shaman spell? Oh, Gora was? Okay. What did we get on that one? We got something good, finally? Oh, nice. The vest. Awesome. I'll show you guys what we got. We got one of the rare drops that we've been looking for. It's a really good Wisdom caster vest, but specifically Druid. It's their best in slot vest. At least as far as I know, it's the best in slot vest for them. Really solid. Always blame the enchanter? No, no, no. Never blame the enchanter. No, you can blame the enchanter depending on the situation. How do they see that you switch that fast? You're talking about the DPS? So, what's going on here? Oh, did we not get that messed? Oh. I was not paying attention to that. Sorry, I was reading chat and was not paying attention, and Dory got feared, and then yeah, Vor died because of it. That was on me. I'm not paying attention. So how do you see them switch that fast? How they do it is because they do what I was calling lazy assist. They'll make a macro, like this macro right here, and instead of like one of these cast, they'll put /assist crittle. So when I target something different, they will automatically target something different because they're just spamming their abilities. So a lot of people do that. A lot of DPS do that because they're lazy assisting. They just, whatever you target, they target. That is a bad DPS, right? That's a bad DPS player, as opposed to a bad tank or a bad enchanter or a bad healer. Lazy DP or lazy assisting as a DPS works in some situations, but not all situations. Kick Criddle from the group. He's a liability. I am sometimes. There are people that won't play with me because I read chat too much. I have some friends of mine that are like, nope, when you're streaming, I don't want to play with you. Okay. Because they think I'm reading chat and not paying attention too much. I try to do both, but I do get distracted. I will admit. What happens when you die? Yeah, you. What Fun Slinger is saying here. You die when you die. Your corpse drops. You lose all of your items, everything that you have on you, your entire inventory, all of your gear, everything drops on your corpse, and you go back to where your bind spot. You can change your bind spot to different locations if you get somebody to cast soul bind on you. So wherever you have bound your character. When you first start a character, you are bound at like at the main city where you started at. And then you can change that bind spot if you want to. And you lose some XP. Set the assist to someone like Isar if it's much of a problem. You can set the assist to Isar, but the problem with that, like, we've had this issue in the past. I am always the main assist of my group. And my static group. They always main assist me. The reason, if they main assist Isar, and we have an elementalist in our party, and they are assisting and doing their abilities, telling their pet to attack, etc., and Isar goes to pull another mob while we're still fighting one, and they accidentally hit their pet assist button, and it goes to whatever Isar's targeting, and now it's pulled the entire zone. That's why you don't want to do that. The puller should not be the main assist. You should make the main in a group setting. The tank should be the main assist, or choose one of the DPS to be the main assist. That's your best bet. But everyone should be assisting the tank. The reason you usually want to assist the tank is the tank wants to make sure they have threat on this mob. So what you should do, instead of lazy assisting, is you should make an assist macro for the tank. At the start, let the tank break the mob. After you see the tank has broken the mob, then you click that assist button one time, and you assist on that mob until it's dead. And you stay on that mob until it's dead. Once that mob is dead, you click assist the tank again and switch to the next mob. A good tank will automatically swap to the next mob. Hang on, we got a damage shield mob here, so I gotta... All right. All right, we're good. Volts is just low on mana, so we're going to figure it out. Anyway, so the tank should swap to a different mob before the previous mob is dead for like the last couple of hits of the previous mob to get some threat, and then everybody just switches to that. And that's how it should work, right? Every time a mob dies, click the assist button one time for the tank, switch mobs, stay on that mob until it's dead, switch to the next mob. If everything flows properly. 3 sunders, then attack. Yeah, that's another way you could do it. You could do that in this game with armor break. You could wait for 3 armor breaks and then attack, because that would be waiting for 18 seconds, right? I would say don't wait 18 seconds. 2 armor breaks is probably good enough. So the first armor break happens, 6 seconds later is a second I guess it would be 12 seconds for the third armor break. So usually 2 armor breaks. If you're playing with a fighter, for example, 2 armor breaks, you could probably attack and you're probably safe. 3 armor breaks to be sure. Because by that point, they've gained a lot of threat. Hopefully. If you don't want to use a macro, the default assist is F. Target the tank, press F. You can do that too, but that's target tank, then press another button. It's kind of like a double. It's a 2-button press versus a 1-button press. So what you can do is create a macro. Like if I was going to create an assist macro, I would do this, and it's just /assist Isar. And then I would also do /attack on inside of that same macro. If I'm a melee a melee class. If I'm not a melee class, I wouldn't do the attack on. I would just do /assist Isar. The reason that you don't want to do the attack on, you could assist a target to get a mez target or to get, a root or whatever, and you don't want to necessarily cast on them. So that's all you got to do is /assist Isar, and then I would just spam that button whenever we're switching to a new mob. Just hit that button. So you back to your corpse alive like in D2, or as a ghost like in WoW. You have to go back to your corpse alive. When you respawn at your bind point, you're alive and you're naked, and you have to get back to your corpse. So they call it a like corpse recovery, whatever. So yeah, it's not like World of Warcraft. You actually have to fight back to it, or have somebody drag your corpse. You can do that too. So you can consent somebody to drag your corpse, and they can move it around within the zone, take it to a safe place, etc. They can do all that. The cleric, you can also get a resurrect by cleric or paladin, and you can get some of your XP back. So if you lose XP, don't loot one item off of your corpse, and try to get a cleric or paladin to resurrect you for some XP back later. Cleric being the better one, they give a higher res. Cleric shield pulling aggro was kind of annoying since I'm trying to use it to prevent the damage. How does the cleric shield pull aggro? What's going on with that? Yeah, I feel like the way they have the cleric now is it's almost like if it pulls aggro, it can tank temporarily and it won't just instantly die. Like in that situation we just had, right? Dory got feared. Mob got on the healer, which was Vor. Vor got too much aggro and died. A cleric might actually survive that because they have a shield and heavy armor. So that is one benefit of a cleric over the other 2 healers, is that they have the ability to take a few extra hits. Unfortunately, most of the time that's not really the case. I was not paying attention, so that's on me. I could have easily swapped to the other mob that was killing Vor had I recognized that Dory was feared. That was on me. That was me reading too much Twitch chat. And you lose all your abilities. You lose your spells. Yeah. I'm not to correct Umpax here because I know that he knows this. If it's an innate ability, you don't lose that. But if it's a spell, you do lose that. So when you look at your app, your tab down here, skills and innates don't come off of your bar. Well, skills I don't think go on your bar. They might actually, do they? I don't think skills go on your bar anymore. I don't think any of those do. But innates go on this bar over here. You don't lose those because they're just innate to your character. But spells will go away unless you use the cantrip thing and memorize them. Then you won't lose those either. But yeah, that's just something you'll learn as you play a spellcaster in this game. He has a barrier spell, and if I use it before threat has been established, they pull to me. Yeah, they will. The barrier. I'm watching Fear. Did you do the last one? Okay, you do the next one, and then I'll be watching it. Sorry, I was talking to Isar. Yeah, the barrier spell is like a heal spell. It pulls a lot of threat. But you also have cantrips that allow you to keep your spell mem. Yeah. So you have cantrips now. You get up to 5 cantrips, I think. So you can have 5 spells. The issue, though, the issue with cantrips right now for the, like, more hardcore players, the meta players, is you generally don't have... You generally don't have a spell on your bar that you need for corpse recovery to use for a cantrip. For example, corpse recovery, you're going to want to have Speed of the Wild, right? You're going to want to have your teleports. You're going to want to have certain abilities to get you back to your corpse. In like an invis spell, stuff like that. You don't normally put those on your bar when and have them as a cantrip on your bar. So when you die, you have them. Those spells are usually spells you use and then take them off of your bar. The ones that you put on your bar are for combat spells. So they're kind of like a different set of spells that you would want to cantrip. And that's kind of the weird thing. So like on a healer, though, healer would probably want to have like their heal spells as a cantrip, and they're just never going to remove them off their bar, and that's going to help you get back to your corpse. Your DPS classes will probably want to put DPS abilities on their bar, so it'll help them fight back to their corpse. But the problem with that is you're not really going to be fighting back to your corpse when you don't have your gear. You see where the issue comes in? So cantrips, they're kind of helpful, but not really. So, anyway. As a druid, I keep Exodus and Sal on my bar cantripped, contrary to what Criddle is saying at the moment. Some people do that, and that's fine. But, in a Exodus, I can understand keeping on your bar. Speed of the Wild, I wouldn't keep on my bar. You only need it on your bar once an hour. You know? Unless you have people constantly coming to your camp and asking you for Speed of the Wild. But I personally wouldn't put it on my bar as a druid. There's too many other spells. I want to have my mantle on my bar. I want to have my heals. I want to have my damage shield. I want to have my snare, my direct damage spells, maybe a dot. There's so many other things I want to have on my bar as a druid that I wouldn't put Speed of the Wild on there. But I don't play a druid, so... yeah. Druids have a lot of spells. Exodus is too good. Yeah, Exodus is definitely worth having on there, for sure, because it's your evac spell. But if you die and you're in town and you have to run back to your corpse, how much does Exodus really help you? You know, it doesn't get you back to your corpse faster. Depending on where you die, it doesn't get you back to your corpse faster. Exodus can be used. It's a great travel spell. For example, if you have a druid that teleports you to to Sun with Wizards. Have them do the same thing. If they're level 55 or higher, have them evac you. So like if you take a wizard and you go to Vale of Zintar, have them evac you to the Fallen Pass zone line. Right? Depending on where you're going. So, yeah. Mantle is only one time an hour. Is it only one time an hour? That's rough. You can jump through zones at exits a lot faster than running. You can, yeah. So if you die again while trying to reach your corpse, the old corpse is gone with your gear. No. You can have multiple corpses. You could die 30 times and you have 30 corpses everywhere. I don't know what the max is. I think at some point you have too many corpses, but it's a lot. You can have a lot of corpses. In fact, there's certain places in the game that do have a lot of corpses. Here in Fallen Pass, it's out in front of the stable. That's where everybody drags their corpse to in hopes to get a res later. Yeah, it's rough when they do that. And then in Glass Flats, there's a place called Safe Hill that has been dubbed Safe Hill, and that's where a lot of people drag their corpse to. Most of the time, they just drag it to a zone line somewhere. Corpses with no gear on them will expire faster than corpses with gear. Your corpse with gear lasts up to a week. It is, yeah, it's I think it's 6 days. After 6 days, it can no longer be resurrected and it disappears. And then you have to go to town and get an NPC to get your corpse. 6 real life days, not in-game days. But yeah, the corpses with nothing on them, I think, they like what Atomic Frog is saying. I don't know the date on those, like the actual time on those. So it's probably a couple days or whatever it is. They removed Chain Fearing, brought it back. Yeah, it's annoying. So I expected a lot of bodyguard or some type of service assisting players back to their corpse. What you get usually is if you die, if you're in a group and you die, the group will usually help you get back to your corpse, right? The group works together to do that. Somebody in your group usually can do that. In my case, Isar is usually our group recovery guy because he's a monk. So he's able to run in, grab corpses, drag them out, feign death, that kind of thing. Rogues are also very good at corpse recovery because they can stealth in and grab corpses and drag them out. Or you get somebody like you get the enchanter or somebody to cast Invis or Invis versus Undead, and you can kind of go in and get the corpses. So you kind of work as a team to get them out. Oftentimes you will have people that can help you. So like if my entire group wipes and we don't have somebody like a rogue or a monk that can drag corpses out, sometimes another group in the similar area might be like, hey, we'll res your cleric if you have a cleric in your party. And they'll pull their cleric, they'll res your cleric, and then they'll help their cleric get back up on their feet, and then you kind of work that way. So sometimes groups help each other. Sometimes groups don't help each other. It just all depends. That is part of the social aspect of this game and why it is good to treat others with respect that you run into in this game, whether you're grouped with them or not. Is to be nice to other groups around you and work together, because if something bad happens, they're more willing to help you out. The very, very, very last resort is if you cannot get your corpse back, nobody's willing to help you, that drag it out, get a necromancer, or you can't get to it or whatever, you can get a necromancer to summon your corpse. So a necromancer can group up with you, target you, cast summon corpse, and it pulls whatever corpse is closest to them. So like if you have 5 corpses in the zone, it'll pull whatever the closest corpse to them at that location, and so they can summon your corpse to an area. The issue with that is, and why I say it's the last resort, is because it requires a coffin as a component. That coffin costs 10 gold right now. Very expensive, especially for low-level players. So don't do that route unless you really have to. And then on top of that, you're probably going to want to tip the necromancer for. So give them the 10 gold for the item, plus I would give them a little extra for their time to come in and actually do it, because they actually have to come to the zone and do it. So anyway, I did learn if you get a high commerce skill, it lowers the cost. Yeah, your commerce skill does lower the cost. Right? It's 10. It's like 10.5 gold, I think, base. For me, I think right now it's like 9.5 gold or something. I was in Upper Fallen Pass and someone fell. Our group disbanded. I overcame my fear and used Invis Undead to walk there and find him. Awesome. Yeah, that's good. I also recommend, just a recommendation here, have a second spell book in your bank so that when you die, not if you die in this game, when you die in this game, because it's inevitable, especially as a brand new player. When you die, you go back to your bind point, which oftentimes is a town, which is often near a bank. Go in your bank, get this, put in that spell book in your bank, spells that help you with corpse recovery. Speed of the Wild, Invis, Invis versus Undead, any type of spell that you might need for corpse recovery. Put it in that book, memorize the spell, put the book back in the bank. You do not have to have the book on you to cast the spells, only to memorize the spells. And then put it right back in the bank, go get your corpse, and you're going to pick up your spell book from your corpse and be able to change your spells out at that point. Only carry around the one book that you use for everything else. But always have a backup book in your bank with just a limited number of spells in it for corpse recovery. Highly, highly, highly recommend that. That's right, didn't get anything really. Yeah, just the Defiler is all it came. Okay, now I want to roleplay as a corpse recovery rescue guy. You absolutely can. Absolutely, if you want to do that. The best corpse recoverer in the game is the Necromancer. Because if all else fails, they can summon corpse. But they also have Feign Death and IVU and Invis. They have too much utility, honestly. I think they're going to lose some. Where are we hunting? Today we are in Upper Sandman. Whatever you want to call it. We're camping Gora and Blightcaller Haroon. And maybe one more mob? I don't know what all we're pulling. I've seen Gora and Haroon. Necros get both Invis? Yes. Last I checked, they got both Invis. I think they still do get both Invis. But I think their regular Invis might be self-only. I can't remember on that one. Shaman, yeah, Shaman is the only class in the game that has all three Invis. They also get Invis versus Beast. When are you using Invis versus Beast? Well, there are times to use Invis versus Beast. So there's an area. What the heck is going on here? That's right. I think we got it. There is an area in the Giants. I'm just going to give you one example of when you would use Invisverse. Actually, I can give you two examples. There's one in Telekir where you go in with Invis and the jackals will see you. There's like these trained jackals that go around. They can still see through your Invis, but if you go in with Invis versus Beast, the jackals won't see you. But the Ashira will see you. So if you get both Invis and Invis versus Beast from a shaman, then you can run through there without being seen. That's one example. The other one is with the Giants, same kind of thing. They have trained wolves that can see you. I think there's even orcs. The orcs and trained dogs in Telekir are the same, or not Telekir, in Black Tide Bay are the same way. So you have to use Invis versus Beast. Am I going to break this one down? I think I'm breaking this one down. Yeah. We're going to get some magic items today and hopefully disenchant them. Like I noticed Beastmaster has lull for Beast. Not sure when that would be used. It would be used in very niche situations, but there are situations where you might have, like in Black Tide Bay, you might have like 3 wolves and then an orc trainer, right? You would lull the 3 wolves and pull the orc trainer. Then you would lull the other wolves and pull them one at a time. That's the use for it. So you would specifically lull the beasts. Or if you're fighting like beetles. Beetles are considered beasts, and they have social aggro. So you would lull beetles down in like the quarry to be able to pull those. Just as some examples. It's not very it's not a common use thing by any means. Also, Invis versus Elementals by Elementalist. I don't think I've ever used that one, but same concept. Yeah. I need to rebuff. Oh my goodness. Do Beasts get Invis versus Beast? The Beast Masters get Invis versus Beast, or do actual Beasts get Invis versus Beast? Hey, what's going on, Rising Raven? How you doing, bud? Beast Masters don't have any type of Invis. They have a sneak ability, but they don't get Invis anymore. They don't get really any spells, right? They do have spells, but they're not really spells. They're innate abilities that they have that use mana. So they don't have a spell book anymore, and they don't have spells anymore. Invis would be a spell. Even Invis versus Beast would be a spell. They could do something maybe like Camouflage versus Beast, I guess, if they really wanted to. They could do that for Beastmaster and make it an innate ability. But they don't have that currently. Beastmaster Cloak from Fae side quest has a clicky Invis versus Beast still, and it's kind of useless. Well, I would say it's kind of useful now because they don't get the spell otherwise. That's just the itemization they need to go through and kind of fix that. Don't call them Beast Master. That's what they are. Useless because we're amiable to all beasts by default. That's true, but can you target somebody else and use the clicky on another player? I've never gotten it, so I don't know. I guess I could go do the quest. Actually, I don't think I can do the quest because I think I deleted the item to be able to do the quest. Whoopsie daisies. Necro has player res? Not anymore, no. They used to have one, but they removed it. Same with Druid getting Summon Water removed, but the quest item is still Summon Water clicky. I hope beasts get rat form back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their plan is with that. Druid doesn't need summon food and water. Once they update forage to be able to find water with foraging, they don't need it. They're just going to forage all the time. Do elementals have cool stuff so far? Not really anymore. They used to have like commune with the honorable, which is a call of the hero, like a summon player to your location type of ability. They have charm elemental. But no, I mean right now elementalists are kind of They're wizards with pets is what they are. The best thing that elementalists can do is summon a pet and give the group a buff, like an aura. And the best one is the wind pet, so that everybody in your party gets an additional chance to auto attack. Dumb request, can you run me through the fighter macro argument quick? Here I am writing up that weapon switching as an official proposal. Sorry to bring that back up. No, it's not a dumb request, ZBrush. What do you want to know about it? Like a macro. I mean, I don't know how you guys can do it. I don't know what the options are, but if you want to do it based on stance, I would say the stance. Have the stance tied to a loadout of some sort. Like a weapon loadout. And you could have 2 or 3 different weapon loadouts. I'm not sure how you guys can do it, though. More what is currently happening, so you know how to write it. Oh, what's currently happening? So right now, the way I'm doing it is I'm trying to use this ability right here, Shield Bash, right? To use Shield Bash, it says requires a shield. So down here at the bottom, I have my offhand weapon in slot 4, and I have my shield in slot 5. So I just have them right here and right here, right? So instead of opening my inventory, I'm just doing this, using my ability and swapping it around. But I'm just doing that directly from my hot bar at the bottom. So what I do is I go down here at the bottom, I pick up my shield, I put it in my offhand, I use my ability, and then I swap it back. That's currently what I'm doing, just to use Shield Bash. I'm literally picking up the shield, swapping it to my offhand, and then using the ability and then swapping it off my offhand. Hopefully that makes sense. You macro out the swap. Yeah. Yeah, so we can't macro the swap because there's no command in game for a macro to equip this item and then equip this other item. So we can't do that. So we have to manually do it. And that's kind of annoying. You crashed out? All right. Vor crash. That's so nice for harvesting and stuff like that. Yeah, right now that's the way you do it for harvesting as well, is swapping out that way. You can't macro the swap to use the ability. You cannot. Nope. There's no command. Like in EverQuest, there was a /equip space, and then you could tell it like the item you want to equip and the slot you want to equip it to. So you would say like /equip space, and then you would have a hex number kind of thing, like #, 1 2 3 4 5, whatever the item number was, and then you would say space, and then the slot number, like it could be slot 12 would be your offhand or whatever it was, and it would put that item in your offhand, and then you would hit another button to swap it off. But we have to manually do that now. So I have to manually put my shield on, hit my Shield Bash, which is tied to my macro, and then manually take my shield off. So I'm just like right now, I'm just kind of spamming my macro button to use my abilities. So if I want to use that, I swap it, and then I swap it back. And I just keep spamming my macro button. That's the easiest way that I've found to do it. And it's still kind of tedious. What's the general opinion about flying mounts? Absolutely no flying mounts ever going to happen in this game, according to Sean. That's what he said. He doesn't want flying mounts at all. And I'm right there with him. I do not want to see flying mounts. The only type of flying mount I would like to see in this game would be like the original mounts in WoW that would fly from like a post to another post. You know how like in World of Warcraft you can you unlock a post and you can fly to another post? That thing. But they're not even going to do that. That's not happening, so don't mishear me. That's not happening in this game, but that would be the only one that I think would be okay in a game like this. I personally don't want to see it at all. Yeah, the Flight Master thing. Yeah. I'm quite new to MMOs. What's the reason behind that? Travel. So the easier they make travel with flying mounts and teleports and all of that kind of stuff, the smaller the world becomes. They want the world to feel large. They want travel to actually take time and effort to get to certain locations. That's the idea. So if they give you a flying mount, like if I'm here right where I'm at right now, right? If I get in a flying mount in World of Warcraft, I jump on my mount, I fly straight up, I go to the zone line, and I fly down. I can go wherever the heck I want. No risk whatsoever. They don't want that. To get out of this area right here, I have to go over this way through all of this aggro stuff and find my way out. Instead of just jumping on a mountain, just I'm out. You can also not fly in, drop down on a named mob, kill it, and then take off again and fly somewhere else. They want to prevent that. The idea is that you have to fight into dungeons and fight out of dungeons, and actually it takes effort. Some people like that, some people don't. So I totally get it that some people are going to be like, that's just a waste of time. And it kind of can be, sort of, depending. I need to drink my potion. I don't have my strength buff, right? Exceptional strength, berserker strength. There we go. Got it. Part of what makes a game like this fun is interesting is travel. It's supposed to be dangerous. Yep, absolutely. It would be cool to do a floating carpet, but would stay close to the ground. They did that in EverQuest 2, ZBrushed. I don't know if you played that game or not, but EverQuest 2, when they did the first expansion to it, it was in a desert, and they had a flying carpet that you could get as a mount. And that's literally all it was, is a mount. It was a run speed buff. But it would hover like just off the ground. It didn't even work as a levitate spell. It literally was just run speed. That's another thing they're very much against in this game so far is levitate. They're not against levitate per se, but they're against players abusing levitate like they did in EverQuest, where they would get super high up and just fly across the zone. That still would be a sick visual. It'd be an awesome visual, yeah. They even made one at one point in the second or third expansion that was a floating cloud, and you would fly it around. So you like Mario Brothers, like when you get the cloud, and you could float around in a cloud. I thought that was really cool one too. I don't think I ever got the floating cloud. We my guild had several of them because we farmed that mob a ton. But I'm the kind of player that only takes gear upgrades. I usually don't roll or take any type of the cosmetic items. I let those go to the other members of the guild. As a main tank, I generally get all the gear upgrades given to me first, so I pass on all the cosmetic stuff most of the time. Just kind of, it's kind of my thank you for giving me gear first as the main tank. Don't know if it's worth it, but it's what I do. I'd agree that for the most part, but there are like boats that take 30 minutes, and doing that many times over will lose its magic. Oh, it absolutely loses. Oh, sorry. I got to get on Gora here. Yeah, it absolutely loses its magic. Yeah, I agree. It's like the sandstorms to me, right? The sandstorms, the first time, a couple times you see them, super cool. The nighttime, the first couple times it's nighttime in the game, you're like, oh, this is really cool. It's so dark and atmospheric, etc. The 100th time that you see them, you're like, oh my god, this is just tedious. Same thing with a boat. You get on the boat and you're like, oh, this is cool. I'm taking a little boat trip, across to a different continent or, wherever. I'm going on a really long boat trip. Eventually, though, that 30-minute boat ride is like, I'm going to get on the boat. I'm going to go make some lunch. I'm going to go to the store. I'll be back in 30 minutes when the boat finally arrives at the other location. And you don't even pay attention to it anymore. And it just becomes tedious. Have they talked at all about cosmetic system at Transmog? Yes, they have talked about that. And no, they're not going to do it. Is this the vest again? They are not doing cosmetics. The idea behind that is they want players, if you have a cool item, you have earned the cool item in game, and that's where it comes from. Like, that's it. If somebody else wants to have cool item, somebody else has to go get cool item. So yeah, no cosmetics or transmogs or anything like that is the plan. Did Volts need that one or something? Okay. Then I won't loot it. I got it. Nope, I got feared. I didn't. Which one did that? It wasn't Haroon, was it? Oh, I didn't see that one go off. All right, I'm on him. I'm watching it. Yeah, it's all right. All right, you can do the next one, and then if yours isn't up, let me know. How about dyes? Maybe on dyes. That's actually a ZBrush question. He probably can answer that better than I can because he's one of the artists on the game that's in chat with us. So if he's still here, he might be able to answer that for you. But my understanding on the dyes is that they can do that, but it's a pain in the butt, and they actually have to go in on each individual item and do that. Every bit of art in this game is actually hand done. It's all done by hand. There's no AI. There's no none of that stuff happening. Isn't there some dye quest? There is, but how it works is you can turn in and get different pieces of gear that have different colors on them. Did we get it? Nice. So yeah, I don't think the plan is to have dyes, but maybe in the future if they can figure out a good way to do it. But they would literally have to go into every single piece of gear and have multiple different colors for every single piece of gear. And yeah, I think they're trying to avoid that. Otherwise, love being able to see cool gear and know that a dude has been through some stuff to get it. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe dye crafted items shouldn't be drops. That's one of the things that people have talked about is having crafted items that have dye, and then like you could put in a different dye into the crafting recipe, and it just makes that item in that particular color. Again, something that ZBrush would know more about than I would, but they would have to go in and actually make for every single crafted item multiple different versions of it for different colors, and that's just a lot of work. So ZBrush said, we are not doing transmog. We can do dyes, but it takes away from you getting specific identifiable items. There you go. The only time we would do color changing would be for armor. So there you go on that. That is a much more official response than me on why they will or will not do it. We actually make the textures in black and white, then apply a color mask to the texture. So really, it would be super easy to change colors. There you go. So he knows, yeah, like I said, he knows way better than I do about it. I am not an art person. Some weapons could have fancy colors, like your sword. Yeah, well, this sword that I'm using right now is a special sword. It's actually from a raid boss. It has its own unique look. No other sword in the game looks like that one. Color change for crafted armor, but again, want to have items when you see them, you know what item it is. Yeah, and that's how I like that a lot. Like Isar's chest piece, for example, is a prime example of that. He's got this very bright blue chest piece. You can see it right there on him. Let me zoom in a little bit and you can see a little bit better. You see that chest piece that Isar's wearing? People will see that and they'll know exactly what chest piece that is. They see my helmet being red like it is. They know exactly what helmet that is. You know, because of the color of it and the design on it and everything, they know exactly where that comes from. You saw someone had a blue sword. That is probably the blue steeled longsword. It is a quested item that you can get. I would say in the 30 range, like 30 to 40 range, 35 maybe. You can do that quest. Yeah, Vor's got new shoes that are bright blue. Those, I don't know if we can see them. Yeah, you can kind of see them down there, right down here, underneath his shield. There you go. Those bright blue shoes, very identifiable. I know exactly what shoes those are, and that's the reason that they do the colors the way they're doing it. Well, one of the reasons. I think transmog takes so much away from the game. I want to recognize gear, measure achievements. Yeah, that exactly. I'm the same way. I'm absolutely the same way. What are those? What shoes are those? Those are the mana regen shoes that are exclusive to clerics, druid, and shaman. But they're +1 mana regen and some like wisdom on them or something. I don't remember all the stats on them. But they're basically best in slot healer shoes. Well, arguably best in slot healer shoes. Slippers of Renewal. There they are right there. So 3 wisdom, 6 charisma with mana regen 2. So there you go. Some healers would be like, well, I'd rather have more wisdom and not the mana regen. With enough wisdom makes up for the mana regen, because the more wisdom you have, the faster your mana regen is. So if you had something that had like 20 wisdom on it, it might be worth that 2. It might be worth having the 2 less mana regen. But yeah. But yeah, like if you go to town, like people love this aspect. If people like to get really cool gear and then go stand in town and show off their really cool gear, you know, and have other players come in and ooh and ah over their gear. Me personally, like, I like that because it gives the hardcore players want to go do the hard content, get the best gear, and they want to show it off in town. That's what they love to do. It strokes their ego, it makes them feel special, etc. Then you have the more casual players that are not higher level, not willing to do the hardest content in the game. They see those players with the really cool gear, and that becomes a goal for them as they're playing the game. So then they continue playing to get that really cool gear, and the hardcore players continue playing to show off that really cool gear. And it gets both sets of people playing the game for different reasons. Same reason, but different reasons. And I personally like that. I think that a good MMO takes the hardcore players doing the really challenging stuff to show it off so that the casual players that don't have time to do it can see it and have something to work for. I think that both of those things are very, very necessary for a super successful MMO. I mean, look at any successful MMO over the years. We're talking World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV type of success. You know, you see somebody with the really cool looking gear, especially in World of Warcraft. It's usually the shoulders and the weapons and stuff in World of Warcraft. They have those items and you're like, dude, they look so awesome. I want to get that one day. So the casual players just try to keep pushing to get that. And the hardcore players just love to show it off. How does PvP work in this game? Terribly. Can some of your items be looted by another player? So PvP in this game is level-based, but you can opt in for higher. So on a PvE server, there is no PvP. You can duel people, and you can go to an arena if you want to and fight other players if you choose to. But outside in the real world, everywhere else, there's no PvP. So that's PvE. On the PvP server, PvP is wide open. You can PvP literally anywhere you want at any time. However, the guards might attack you if you attack another player. They might attack you, so just be wary of that. But it is level-based, so what they mean is, or what I mean by that is no PvP on the PvP server until you hit level 5. You are completely immune to all PvP until level 5. Once you hit level 5, you have a 4-level range, or is it 5-level range now? You can attack anybody within like 5 levels of you. So 5 levels higher, 5 levels lower. If you want to, you can opt in to attack somebody higher level than you. So let's say somebody's 10 levels higher than you. You can opt in and attack that higher level player if you choose. They cannot attack you unless you decide to attack them. So that's basically how the PvP works. And then if you kill somebody in PvP, you can loot their coin. So you can right click on their corpse and loot their coin. All items stay on their corpse. You cannot take items from them, but you can take all of their coin. I think I covered everything for the most part. Twin Blades of Azeroth. Yes, like stuff like that. It's just really cool to show off, right? I would be okay with PvP servers if there were consequences. There are no consequences to PvP in this game. None whatsoever, other than like community consequences. Like you go and kill some player and you tick off the wrong person or the wrong group of people, you might have a bunch of people coming after you, right? You become a PKer at that point, and then people might go and find you and search you out and kill you all the time. So it's more of a social consequence than anything else. There's no in-game consequence at all, other than you lose your coin when you die in PvP. Like you're killed on sight in every city because you're clearly a menace to society. Yeah, I agree with that. Like I think that there should be a faction base to it of some sort, where maybe have a city that is. They did this really well in Ultima Online. So in Ultima Online, you had several different cities in the game, and then you had like the pirate city. All of the PKers and stuff, or the outlaws, could go to the pirate city or this like outlaw city as much as they wanted. But if they went into a main city, they would get killed by the guards because they are a known outlaw. I would love to see that in this game. If they started to do stuff like that, then and have actual consequences to PvPing, then a PvP server might be fun. But I feel like PvP 100% being consequences strictly based on the other players liking you or not liking you, and are you part of a big guild that just likes to PvP everybody and be an absolute butthead to everybody on the server, you could get away with it. It's kind of, it's more akin to like what's that movie? Mad Max. You know, nobody cares if you kill anybody as long as you're part of that faction. You know, kill everybody all you want. Nobody cares. And you don't get in trouble for it. It's yeah, kind of, it's more like that. Mimi runs Barter Town. Yeah, Mimi could run Barter Town. I'd be okay with that. Oh, shoot. Sloan's still playing. Sloan, I haven't seen Sloan on the beta. I don't think he actually played the beta. He was playing in the alpha, but I don't think he plays in the beta. He might. I think he actually did make a character, but I haven't seen him on lately. I haven't been looking for him though, so maybe. He will come back for early access though, from my understanding. I may or may not be in Rampage for early access. We're still trying to figure that out because they keep changing the servers and stuff. I know that Rampage wants to go to a boxing server, but they might go to a one-box server. So we may join Rampage if they go to a one-box server. If they go to a full-box server, I'm not doing that. So, yeah. Is Durison? I don't know. The people that are online right now are these right here. In the guild. But these are, most of these people are not... Yeah, these are all mostly new people, not from the old Rampage people. A lot of them are playing EverQuest Legends right now and waiting for raids to come back in this game. So, but I saw like Hoku was on just yesterday or the day before. Maybe a few other. I understand that PvP isn't for everyone, but for me, it makes the game world a lot more lively. Like there's some sense of danger around every corner. MMOs without PvP gets boring. Well, I would agree with you until you start getting griefed. Because of the way PvP works specifically in this game. You could love PvP in World of Warcraft and absolutely hate it in this game. I actually like PvP in games that have rules to them, you know? But in a game like this that's completely lawless, PvP is not good. People, they'll see you, they'll kill you instantly as soon as you, like, you're leveling up, you're level 4, you hit level 5, and some level 10 character just nukes you once and kills you just because they can. Then you go back to get your corpse, and they see you running back to get your corpse, and then nuke you again and kill you. Not fun. Not fun gameplay. Terrible gameplay. Awful gameplay. They also don't have rules against training people and that kind of stuff. So, like, a monk could gather up 100 mobs in the zone, run up to you, and feign death right on top of you and get you killed. Not fun gameplay. A player could stand at the top of the ramp in Fallen Pass, and as soon as you come up the ramp, they just knock you off. Like a wizard or a shaman that has their knockback spell. Knock you off the top of the ramp, you fall down to your death, you lose XP. Not fun gameplay. Those are kind of things that is inevitable and will happen eventually in the PvP of this game. And it's a matter of, does that happen to you early? Does it happen to you often? You know, like, oh shoot. That's the problem with it. Is the griefers, the people that absolutely just want to make your life miserable on purpose. Those people just irritate me to no end. Now, the people that want to like play in a PvP and they respect other players and they don't just wait until you're out of mana meditating. You just fought a really hard fight. You're completely out of mana and you're meditating. And then they just nuke you. Like, come on. That's not fun. Like, you know, I don't. You had a very clear advantage, and you're just using it. That it's just, I don't know. It takes away from the game more than it adds to the game at that point. MU online, griefing is hard in that game. Yeah, griefing will be very hard in this game. Yeah, somebody asked about the boxing. Boxing is multiple accounts played by one player, not necessarily one computer. That's where it gets confusing. It doesn't have to be on the same computer. Multi-boxing can be one player, 6 computers. That's multi-boxing. Or one player, one computer, 5 accounts or whatever. That's also multi-boxing. So they're talking about no boxing is one player, one character. That's it. Multi-box means one player, multiple characters. They are talking about putting in what they're calling a 1-box or a 2-box server, which means that you can have one player up to 2 characters logged in at the same time, which is probably where we're going to end up going. My group will, probably, but we'll see. Sorry if I missed some of the other statements. I'll try to go read back on some questions here. Hopefully I've explained everything well, too. They should introduce some kind of karma system that punishes gankers in a meaningful and balanced way. Yeah, that would be... If they add in systems like that, it could be fun. Or the other side of it is if the community comes about and creates like the White Knight Guild, right? And all they do is kill PKers. Like what they did in Meridian 59, if you ever played that game. Meridian 59 had the ability to kill other players. When you attack another player, your name turned orange. When you killed another player, your name turned white. If you were a white player, if your name was white, then you're considered to be an innocent player. If your name was orange, you're an outlaw. And if your name was red, you're a murderer. And anybody, you would have to flag, to turn on a flag to allow you to attack a person with a white name. But anybody with an orange name or a red name, you could attack freely. No problems, and nobody, no guards cared, no players cared, like nobody cared because they're considered PKers. Something like that would be a really cool system in this game as well. But it's going to really boil down to, does the community police itself? If the community polices itself, this game could be really fun as a PvP game. If the community doesn't police itself, then it's just going to be a grief fest and awful. Arcade PvP was amazing, and the PvP zones rotated, so you could just leave and go elsewhere if you don't want to participate. I liked Arcade PvP. It was pretty fun. I like doing the ship battles out in the ocean. I love doing that. It was a lot of fun. What's the best 1v1 PvP class right now, in your opinion? Thanks for answering, by the way. It means a lot. Yeah, no worries. I like to answer all these questions. 1v1 PvPer? Ugh, that's tough. That's really tough. Everybody's going to have another class that's going to be able to destroy them. Like, a wizard is a really, really good griefer because they can do crazy damage throughout the game. So they could, like, a wizard could invis, come up to your camp, a group of mobs or whatever. They could put a rain spell right on top of your camp and break all the mezzes, for example. Or they could target the tank and nuke the tank that just happens to be at 50% health and kill the tank. They could do a lot of things like that. The rogue is another big one like that, where they can kind of sneak in and backstab you when your tank's low damage, and it could be devastating to the entire group. So it just really depends. I would say, I mean, I don't PvP in this game, but I would say like a druid is a pretty good PvPer. They can snare you. They have speed of the wild, so they can run away from you. They can nuke you pretty hard. You know, they've got all sorts of things that they can do. So, yeah. From my experience, all people that love PvP and MMOs are just gankers and zergers. A lot of them are, yeah. They're griefers for sure. And they just like to run around in their little groups and kill everybody. And as soon as they get griefed, they just are like, okay, I'm going to log out. I'll log back in next time when I can go grief people. Like when they're the ones doing the griefing, they love it. And they keep doing it. One box would suit me. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. No box for the win. I prefer a no box server, but there's definitely benefits to being on a one box server. Our main reasons are for like Isar or myself when we're camping a mob. We could go camp some mobs and I can have my fighter and a healer, and he can have his monk and a healer, and we could go camp mobs more easily. Also, another really good reason for the one box server. Let's say Isar and I are in a group. We have our static group of 6 players. One of those players has to log out. They have to go to work. They have to, you know, whatever they're doing, right? They can't be on for 15 hours that day. They can only be on for 5 hours. That means that Isar and I could log in that character so they don't get behind. And we can keep playing them, and we can keep XPing, and we can keep doing what we were doing. So that's the reason that we want to do that, is so that our friends don't fall behind in our static group. Because clearly, Isar and I have the most time out of our static group. We play the most. I wonder how much they'll be able to split the player base between boxing, PvP, RP, and then different regions. I think they're only going to have like one PvP server and one roleplay server. So those won't be taking a lot of the player base. I think there's only going to have enough people for one of those. And then the PvE no box server, I think, is going to be the most popular. So they're probably going to have at least 2 clusters of those. Probably one East Coast, one West Coast of a PvE no box server. That's just a guess. And then possibly an EU no box server as well. PvE, EU, no box server as a third cluster. So they're probably only going to have 3 clusters at most of PvE no box servers. And then how many servers on each cluster is going to depend on how many players go to each one. You know, if they get 50,000 people to play this game, which is my my guesstimate, starting in October, then they're probably going to have at least 3 servers per cluster, is my guess. Maybe more. I met someone who recently moved to a regular server and said it was so much nicer. Everyone was welcoming. Yeah. I mean, you could get a lot of welcoming people on the PvP server. You could go to the PvP server and play for hours, days, and never get griefed. It can happen. Or you could log into the PvP server, you could hit level 4, and immediately get killed. It could literally go either way. Kunyan, another streamer, another big streamer, he said recently, according to some people in my chat that also watch him, he said recently, and it's a very, very solid point. If you can't put in 15 hours a day on the PvP server, you shouldn't roll the PvP server, because someone else will absolutely put in 15 hours a day, and there's nothing you can do against those people. Like, they're just going to be higher level than you, better geared than you, and they're just going to be able to kill you. You're always going to be at a disadvantage against those players. So, you know, will they be on all the time? No. You know, they're not going to be on 24 hours a day, but they're going to be on a lot of the time, and they're going to be griefing you when they're there. How many hours does it take to get a character to max level? That is very different depending on a lot of things. If you play solo with a really good solo class, 150 hours is probably the fastest you could do it. Around there. If you are playing exclusively in a party of 6 and you're trying to pug and you're solo and you never do XP outside of a party of 6, 500 plus hours. So it's a drastic difference depending on your play style and the class that you pick, and all that. I do not recommend anyone that wants to get to level 60 in any type of timely manner to do it in a full party. The fewest amount of people in your party, the better right now. One player if you can. If you can't do it by yourself, duo is best. If you can't do it with a duo, then get a trio. Don't go over 3 players. Almost ever. The only time you play in a party of 6, like we are doing right now, is if you want to be able to camp multiple named mobs in an area. But the problem with that is it's kind of against the play nice policy. Play nice policy dictates that you're only supposed to be able to kill 1 named mob per camp, per group of 6 players. It's not good. It needs to be tweaked some more. So, there you go. Punitive Guild killed the EQ server he played on too. He did, yeah. And that's when he was talking about it. Backroom real life stuff. Did you miss a key? We did not do another key yet. I don't know where Burl is. I think Burl was doing some work stuff. Do Bards solo well with Lull and Charm? Not anymore, no. Bards are one of the worst classes in the game, in my opinion, currently. Bards and Rogues and Wizards are... I would not recommend playing any of those 3 classes right now. That's just my personal opinion. Play whatever you want to play, and you can have fun playing any of them. But I would not recommend if you want to play them and feel like you're actually benefit to your party, then don't play one of those 3 classes. Working, but here. There you go. Burl makes my day. There you go. Yeah, Burl. If you want to do another roll, Burl, let me know. We can roll one off. Did we give away all the ones that you have so far? What's the good CC class then? Enchanter? Enchanter is by far the best CC class, yeah. We haven't had the rework, though, on the Bard or the Enchanter or several other classes. So when that rework comes in, those classes could be a lot better. Like the Bard could end up being amazing. We have had the rework on the Wizard and on the Rogue, and I honestly... I don't like to put it this way, but I do say it often. Both of those classes are 2 of the worst classes you could play right now in a group. And a rogue effectively requires a group to do anything. So it's literally one of the worst classes in the game. Bard is the same thing. Bard is one of the worst classes you could put in a group. And, well, it's not really one of the worst classes. If you don't have an Enchanter, a Bard is good. But you would always prefer to have an Enchanter over a Bard. Is the problem, right? But yeah, it's hard to level a Bard without a group right now. So they kind of require a group and aren't really wanted in a group. There's always a better option than both of them. Unfortunately. Actually, a better option than all 3 of them. All have been given? All right. I've got more. Yeah, all the ones that he got. I've got more. Don't worry, I've got more. Thanks so much for all the info. I've got one last question. What 2 classes would you recommend rolling for a duo focused mainly in PvP? Shadow Knight's a pretty good one. I would do any type of tanky type class or high DPS class, and then a support healer type class. But I would do like maybe a druid as your healer, and then like a Shadow Knight or a monk as your or maybe a fighter as your DPS class. They're not going to be the best in PvP, but now that the fighter has they have a charge ability, so they can charge at a player, they can snare the player, and then they can beat on them. The fighter is actually in a pretty good place right now for PvP. A druid will be able to give you speed of the wild. They'll be able to keep you healed, give you some buffs, have ways to get around through like teleports and such. So I would say a druid fighter, druid monk, druid shadow knight would all be pretty good options for a duo. Druid and PvP because they have moose speed buff. Yeah, that's a really good one. Are people still here to do another? Don't want to chain. If not, I don't know. People might be here. I have no idea who's here. We here? We could do one more. We'll do one more today, and then yeah, before too long, I've got to leave anyway. So we'll do one more. You tell me when you're ready to roll it, bro. You ready now? All right. Give me a second. Let me get threat on this mob. Make sure that one gets mezzed. All right. I've got threat on the mob. One more hit. Here we go. All right. Do it up, my friend. Do it up. Spin it to win it. Everybody cross your fingers. 2 classes that can do decent amount of damage and solo every once in a while would be nice. Yeah, well, if you want to be able to, if you both want to be able to solo, then Druid and Shadow Knight. Shadow Knight's the only tank that can solo. No Jess knows. No Jess knows. If you are here, say something in chat. Hope Jesse's asleep. Is it no Jesse? Is it say no Jesse knows? Anyway. We do be hoping. No Jesse knows. Oh, I need to send you another one, don't I, bro? See if I can log in. Thank you so much, sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for coming in, chatting with us, and hanging out. Don't feel like you're asking too many questions. I get the same questions all day, every day, and I repeat myself 1,000 times a day. So I apologize for that for those that are in here all the time and keep hearing me repeat myself. Because PvP comes up a lot, charm comes up a lot, balance comes up a lot. So if you just stick around for a while, you'll probably hear all those things repeated multiple times. I probably should just clip it one day and be like, there you go. Go watch the clip. Maybe Jesse's girl can accept on behalf. Maybe. Maybe. I tune you out because I hear the same things all the time. I'm sure you do, bro. I do tend to say the same things over and over and over. If someone complains on a stream about repeating things, they don't join a lot of streams. They do not. You're correct. They do not join a lot of streams. I mean, or they join a stream. If you complain about it, they only watch streams of like content creators that never read chat. You know, like some of the bigger content creators just play the game and they completely ignore chat and don't want to answer any of your questions. You know, that happens too. I hope Jesse's entire family and friend community is asleep. We'll give it a minute, and bro could roll it again. All right, I'm gonna have to get another. Hang on a second. Let me get another key for Burl. What? Change what? Oh. Oh, yeah, it's still showing 0 health to me. Now, give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to... Monsters and memories. Oh, shoot. I got to get a code for Burl real quick, like invite friends, used. Okay, cool. People have used the codes, Burl, that we have been giving them. I see that they have been used. Let me go back here, go to here, go to Burl. Boom, enter. All right. And we go back here and back here. Cool. Sorry about that. All right, Burl, I sent you another code. Rerolling it. All right, let me taunt this. Get a little bit of threat on it. All right, go for it, my friend. Roll away. I don't have a dog and I'm not sleepy. Uh-oh. TJ Casper. TJ Casper. If you are here, say something. Say something in chat. Oh, Casper's asleep. I've got more to give away. Don't worry. We'll do more later this week. This is probably gonna be the last one today that we're doing right now, and then I'll have more to do tomorrow or the next day or whenever we feel like it. I don't know when it'll be, but I do want it to go to people that actually want to be in the channel and hanging out over the ones that are just here for giveaways. So I might just randomly spring one on the group, on the community. So we'll see. TJ Casper, YouTube. You see him in YouTube, Burl? All right, give him a minute to answer. He might be driving like the other guy was. So TJ Casper, if you hear this, definitely let Burl know. Say something in chat. Again, thank you, Burl, for rolling these for me. I appreciate it. Makes it a lot easier for me to have to than having to try to set all that up. I need a stream assistant. If I ever, Burl is a volunteer, but if I ever make it big as a streamer, he will be the first one on the payroll. I will immediately be like, okay, Burl, you're on the payroll. You're making $5 an hour because it's all I'd be able to afford. Now, if I ever become like a Co-Carnage, style level of streamer, and I can have like a team of people, I would absolutely be willing to pay a team of people. I could do the payroll. There you go. All you need is 1 or 2 Oilers. It's true. It's true. Just need people going into all the other streams. Don't do this, by the way. It was just kind of a joke. But go into all the other streams and be like, hey, everybody, Criddle's streaming. Go over there and check him out. No, don't do that. People hate that. Streamers absolutely hate that. And it doesn't work anyway. I used to have a lot of like content creators, new content creators would come into my stream and they would advertise their stream while they're streaming it, and it's like, what? So like they would be streaming and I am also streaming, and they would get on another computer, come into my stream to advertise their stream. And it's like, what are you even doing, dude? Like, focus on what you're doing in your game. Now's not the time to go advertise. Anyway, don't do that kind of stuff. Content creators don't like it. I'm a contrarian. I like to hang out in smaller channels. They're more personal. If a streamer gets huge, I move on to smaller streams. I've heard that before as well. Rising Raven, I've heard that before. I have actually had upwards of 1,000+ people in my stream before, and I try to keep it I try to keep it more on a personal level as much as I can. Of course, it's very hard to do. If chat is going so fast, you can't keep up with it. You can't read it. It becomes impossible, right? But you need. That's where you get moderators and people like CoCarnage. What CoCarnage has, right? He gets 5, 10, 20, 50,000 people in his streams sometimes. He can't keep up with chat, so he has a moderator that will keep up with chat for him. And if they find a good question, they clip it out, give it to Co reads it and responds. If we ever get to that point on my channel, that's probably what I'll do, is I'll have somebody like Burl or other moderators that can come into the channel and help me keep up with stuff like that. So I would love to get there one day, but I do also like this smaller stream setting where it's more personal, you know. I learn your names. I learn more about you. I get invited to weddings. I went to Burl's wedding, by the way. Burl came into my channel 9 years ago or something now. A long time, at least 8 years ago. Came into my channel for the first time, and he's been here ever since for the variety of games that I play. Literally all the time, every day. You know, he's just always around. And I ended up going to his wedding, you know. So, yeah. I take it more personally. I like to know people. I like to get to know people in chat. I met a guy, I used to volunteer at the Children's Hospital here in Charleston, South Carolina. And his son was a baby from that hospital and had some medical issues and stuff. And I actually met him at the hospital one time. Got to know him pretty well. He still subs to my channel. He doesn't come every day or anything, but he still has a running sub to my channel, and I absolutely appreciate it. So, you know, I get to know you guys, and I get to know you out of game as well, if you're here enough. Vor, he's in my chat now. Vor came to my channel because of Monsters and Memories, and he came a lot, and he enjoyed hanging out. Now he's become a friend. He joined our guild. I met his wife, who's Dorencia, in the chat, or in the... So, like, you know, stuff like that. Like, I like to get to know you guys. Anyway, I'm not going to keep going on and on and on about all the people that I've met. I've met a lot of people through streaming, and I appreciate all of you. Rerolling is different. Give it time. Are we ready to reroll? Okay. I find it annoying how someone like Kunyan logs on, gets 500 people, and Criddle have been doing this for 2 years on this game and gets 50. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. That's probably on me, though, right? All right, let me get some threat here, Burl, and we'll roll it. All right, go ahead and roll it, Burl, whenever you're ready. That's probably on me. That's probably my attitude or my way of talking about things or something. So some people like it, some people don't. Kunyan is definitely a more positive kind of guy. You know, I am definitely, I talk about a lot of the negatives. But it is frustrating to see, for sure. Cursed Hunger, I think. Is it going to roll off a Cursed Hunger? No, Cursed Hunger. If you are here in chat, say something. We'll keep rolling until we get a winner. Yeah, it's really frustrating, though. Like, I've seen it before. You know, I'll use the EverQuest Legends, for example. I play Monsters and Memories, right? I played a lot of other games, but I built up a community here with Monsters and Memories. And other streamers have done the same thing. They've started out with Monsters and Memories, and they get a small community. And then EverQuest Legends comes out, and they jump ship immediately. And they go play EverQuest Legends, and they get a lot more views that way. And it's frustrating, you know? Very frustrating as a streamer. So, anyway. But it's whatever. I hope Cursed Hunger is eating or sleeping right now. The YouTube guy baited me so hard. Wait, what YouTube guy? Am I missing YouTube again? I don't see YouTube chat right now. I think I'm missing it again. It just turns off sometimes. No, it's still there. I see Rising Raven. He was talking. Saw that one. Same guy. He said he had a key. If somebody has a key they want to give away, you can give it away yourself to anybody you want. It's your key to do whatever you want with it. But if you have a friend key that you want to give out and you want me to give it out for you, you can message me. DM me on Discord or DM Burl if you want to give it to him. He'll give it out on the stream. Got my code redeemed at lunch break. Can't wait to get off. Yeah, I saw that yours got redeemed, so awesome. Love it. My problem with other streams for Eminem is nowhere near as informative as you've been. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to be very informative. What I don't like about the other streams, and not every content creator does this, but what I don't like about going into some of the other streams is when they're blasting music. It doesn't matter what the music is. I could enjoy the music. I love all sorts of kinds of music, right? All types. But when you can't hear anything because they're just blasting music over all the game content, over themselves, then they have like, they get one follow and like the whole screen just like blows up into confetti. And it's just like, oh my God, yeah, we got off follow. Like, holy moly, dude. Like, calm down. Like, I know you're excited about getting follows. I get that. I was at that point at one point too. It's very exciting when you get follows and you get subs and you get all that kind of stuff. Very exciting. But it's annoying for the viewer. Holy moly, it's annoying for the viewer. Uh-oh, I'm getting text messages from my lady. Give me a second. All right, let's go, bro. Thank you for 1 week of following. Yeah, exactly. Let's go. Like, I mean, I'm glad you're excited about it, and I'm glad that people are, you know, there are people out there that love those kinds of streams, right? They want the streamer to be just like over the top, you know, flipping their keyboards and throwing things and doing push-ups. I saw one the other day. A guy literally got up, and I mean, we used to do this in the Fortnite days, but this was also early days. Like, this is back in 2018 when streaming kind of took off. So this was many years ago. But a guy literally just recently got up, got onto a green screen, and was like dancing for like a full minute. Was dancing. And I was like, oh my gosh, dude. Gets nuts. 4th time's a charm. Do we need to do another roll? Did everybody leave that was in? Hey, the ones that stick around, you guys are the ones that earn it. You've earned it. I think the issue is the spam stays till 10. It says till 10 a.m. Oh, 10. Yeah. So people leave. Hey, that's the thing, man. If they leave, they leave. That's on them. No. Yeah, Paladin, Inquisitor, Shaman. Elementalist is like 5th down the line or something. Swap, let's go. All right. Let's go! All right, go ahead and spin it, Burl. Do another one. Charxy? Is my game might have crashed. Yeah, it definitely crashed. All right, I'll Alt F4. I'll be back in a second. Charxy, you won. Say something in chat. And my game crashed when I tabbed over. I'm using M&M as an opportunity to cure my 20-plus years of increased brain rot. Staying away from WoW and other high APM games. This stream is perfect for slow plays alongside it. Awesome. I appreciate that. That's kind of what I'm hoping for with this stream, right? Like, I want a slightly more mature crowd. It doesn't have to be the most mature crowd, but I want people in here to respect other players. I don't want people being like, "Hey guys, want to play Flip Cup?" You know, like that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the teenagers anymore. Back when I played Fortnite Save the World, we got a lot of people from all different age ranges. I have no issue with younger people watching. That's why I keep it family friendly. But it's more so like a parent and child can watch the stream together and enjoy it to kind of introduce. What the heck happened? What? Why did my macros gone? What the heck? My macro literally deleted. What the heck is going on here? It's just gone. I have to remake it. Hang on a second. That is so weird. Why would I log in and my macro just be gone? That one macro just deleted. Strange. Hey, look at the bright side. If you don't get 50 days till EA. Oh yeah. 50 days. EA and we're good. We need to roll again, Burl? Yeah, 50 days, you get EA. We're all in the same boat. I will be here for the start of EA. That's my plan. I don't plan on doing anything for like 2 weeks straight. All right. Let me try to roll it again, Burl. Let me get back over here. Burl, live. All right. Go for it, Burl. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. I'll be back in just a second. I'm rolling another one of these things. Fun singer. Uh-oh. I know he's here. He or she. Fun slinger, not singer. Fun slinger. They've actually been chatting. Can't ping in chat. Did he leave? Oh, no. My goodness. Fun Slinger was here just recently. I'm here for the next reroll. There you go. You might get it. You might get it. We've had to reroll this one several times because people have dipped out. They weren't joking. 7th roll's the charm. Maybe. Maybe. Some of these people did join in early on in the stream, and we've been streaming now for 5.5 hours, so people don't want to stick around for 5.5 hours. That's what happens when you don't say when we're rolling. Hey. Hey. Better chances for those that are actually here. Funslinger won that one, but they don't seem to be here either. Just have been doing other things, listening, cleaning the house, did laundry and the dishes. Awesome, yeah. I appreciate you being here, Nielsen, and just lurking. Awesome. I hope they're all asleep. They might be. It's very possible. Let's go rolling. Sorry, Fun. Yep, Funslinger's out. Here, we'll roll again. Let me hit another couple abilities. Boom, boom, boom. One more. Boom. Oh, and Faint got back up again. We got a lot of abilities there. All right, go for it, Burl. Lewis Yo. Lewis Yo. These people are gonna, like, they might come back, watch the VOD or something later and be like, oh my gosh, I missed out. They're not so lucky. Well, they're lucky, but they're not persistent enough. At least he didn't pick them 2 times. Burl's removing them after they get picked. He's removing them from the drawing. So they can't get picked again. I think that's what he's doing anyway. It's all right, I'll get the next one. Yeah. Yeah, and it's the same as another, like their life aqueduct or something, or whatever it's called. Life duct. I don't know why I said aqueduct. It's weird. Be back tomorrow regardless. I appreciate you coming back. We'll probably do some more tomorrow. Maybe we'll just do them randomly tomorrow. We'll just do them like impromptu. You got 30 minutes to jump in and get it. That'll give you the best chances. That could be fun. Yeah, we could do it that way too. We'll look at it. I've got several more to give away, and I might be able to ask more. Once we give all these away, I might be able to give more out. It just depends if the devs will give me more or not. All right, let me get threat. Let me get threat on this Burl, and we'll roll another one. Doink, and Rend didn't reset. All right, go for it, Burl. Can offer you friendship. Friendship. Captain Red Rock. Nope. It's going to be Soursby. Soursby. Speed of the Wilders Bee. You were so close, Captain Red Rock. Red Rocket. I keep saying Red Rock. You're so close. Can't ping on Twitch. No sour chat. Uh-oh. All right, we'll roll another one then. You ready, Burl? We'll kind of fire them off a little bit faster. All right, go for it whenever you're ready. Whee! Click respawn. Oh my! Oh, dude, humble peasant. Click respawn is usually here. Long time playing this game. How's the Archer at the moment? I've been playing the game for about a year or so. Archer's in a good place. It's a lot of high DPS. We got an @humble peasant. Uh-oh. Might be here. Is he actually saying something? I'm not seeing it, so. Oh, there he is. Humble peasant. Holy moly. We finally got one, guys. We hooked one. Grats, humble peasant. Get with Burl. He will get you the access. Yeah, we'll do more of these. I promise we'll do more of these on another stream. Probably tomorrow's stream I'll do some. We'll do some impromptu ones maybe. And we'll clear out everybody, and we'll be like, you got 30 minutes to get in. And that's it. And then we'll do it. So we'll do something like that maybe tomorrow for a couple of them. We'll see which way we like to do it better. That might be the better way. It might be the worst way. I don't know. I'm going to keep streaming, though, probably for... I was going to only stream till 3 o'clock today. We'll go to 4 o'clock today, and then I got to go take my bike to the shop. So I'll go for another hour or something, just kind of hanging out. Oh, speaking of which, one more hour, I can use more buffs. More buffs, more buffs. Why can't I pick up my items in my inventory? The heck is going on here? My inventory's bugged. Reload inventory. Reload. I can't pick up any item in my inventory. The heck is happening here? Well, I guess we're not going to buff myself. Fallen Pass has been laggy as heck the past hour-ish. Yeah, this something's weird right now. Super weird. I think the zone might need a reset. Any devs in chat that can do a zone reset? It seems super buggy. Yeah, I can't pick up any items at all. Oh, I can right-click items. That's weird. Let's see if I can do this. Did that go off? Oh, I did get exceptional spell shield off. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. Now it works. What is happening? This is some wacky stuff. Thought it was banned from Twitch, but I guess not yet. Banned from all of Twitch or just my channel? I generally don't ban people. You gotta do something pretty bad to get banned in my channel. Actually, you don't even have to do something pretty bad, but you just have to do something that you know is inappropriate. Hello. How are you? Do we have the potion? I don't think I have the potion. Did I didn't drink a potion, did I? I have exceptional strength and berserker wrath. We didn't drink a potion. Strength potion. I'm fine, thanks. You? I'm doing great. You thought you got banned on all of Twitch? What did you do? Wait, are you Asmongold? He got banned for like 15 days. And apparently won't apologize. Of course he won't apologize. It's just going to make him more money. How do you do what? Girl knows all the exploits. What am I trying to do? Or what am I doing that you want to know how to do? Get banned from all of Twitch? Oh, very easy to do. Depending on what it is that you do. Stream something inappropriate, get banned from Twitch. As a viewer, it's very hard to get banned from Twitch, I think. Like all of it. That is one arrogant dude. You talking about Asmongold? Yeah, he's super arrogant. Yeah, I don't know. I've never, well, I say I've never met the guy. I have met him in person at TwitchCon back in like 2018, 2019. I forget what year it was. But when I went to TwitchCon, I met him there. That was way before his main fame where he is now. I didn't like the guy. I didn't dislike the guy. He was just kind of another one of the content creators. But yeah. Anyway, I think he's a little bit fake. But I mean, it's worked for him. Makes a bunch of money. I might have just been suspended. No idea, but wasn't allowed to watch any streams for a week. Yeah, you might have just been suspended. It might be that you got suspended in another channel, or you got banned in a bunch of channels, and those streamers could have reported you, which can get you suspended or banned from Twitch. But you got to get like, it's got to be several channels, and you got to do something pretty bad that they can prove. You can get banned, Temp, if you joke about being under 12 years old. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, I guess technically Twitch does have a policy that you're not supposed to be under 12 years old and on Twitch. Like you're supposed to be 12 or older. I say just don't talk about it. Pirate Software, Thor is an alright streamer. Yeah, I haven't watched him either. All I know about him really is apparently he used to work at Blizzard and he uses a voice modifier. Those are the only two things that I've ever heard. Oh, and then he had the one where he was talking about, I guess, what was he talking about recently? Like, I guess it wasn't even really that recent. It's about game ownership, all that stuff. Like he had a whole thing on that where people were all on his case about it. People bait people into typing it, and they auto-suspend until you verify your age. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Don't bait people into stuff like that. That'll get you at least kicked out of my channel. Like, silly stuff like that is what I don't tolerate. Yeah, that kind of stuff right there. Just let me play. Like, that kind of stuff should get you get you kicked off of Twitch. I can see that happening. Stop killing games. Yeah, is that the thing that he was big on, or like for or against, or whatever it was? Like I said, I don't watch Pirate Software. I don't think that that my community and Asmongold's community or Pirate Software's community, I don't think they really overlap. So I'm not really too concerned with it. Maybe a little bit. I mean, Asmongold's community is so large at this point that people could watch him and then also just happen to watch me, but not really the other way around. You watch Asmongold all the time? That could probably happen. I mean, he's such a big content creator at this point that the chances of someone in your channel or in a channel watching Asmongold is pretty high, right? The chances of somebody being in Asmongold's channel and then also watching my channel is pretty low. He damaged the cause by joining it. But yes. He damaged the cause by joining it. Is that what was going on with it? Okay. That's weird. I got an actual question about Monsters of Memory? Sure. Oh boy. Here, I'll get on the Defiler. Hang on, we gotta pay attention to the Defiler. It can fear us. How do you play it? I went to the website and it says it's not released yet. So you can go to monstersofmemories.com and create an account and then opt in to the beta test. And every Friday they do a drawing for the beta test of like 1,000 people. So you could get in from that. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is by finding someone who did opt in and has a friend code that they can give you, and they can get you in. Another way is apparently streamers, myself included, have been given some keys from the devs or from the community to give back out to the community. So watching some streams, you might be able to get in as well. So those are the different ways that you could possibly get access right now. And then starting October 1st, you can just pay the $15 a month and get in. He was against Stop Killing Games, which was EU directive that would make it mandatory for companies to release games if they didn't want to maintain servers for online. So he was against it. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because it's Stop Killing Games, which is a negative, and he's against it, so it becomes a positive. So I just want to make sure we're correct. We're in the same ballpark here. The directive was that if a company decided to stop supporting their game, they had to release the game to the public. That's what people wanted, and Pirate Software was against that, saying that the company controls the right to their game and should not have to give up the rights to it if they stop supporting it. Yeah, I'm the opposite of that. I'm more in the ballpark of, if a company decides that they want to give up on that game and its IP and they stop supporting it, I feel like, yeah, they should give up they should give up the IP to it and let players like make emulated servers or something for it. I don't know. That's kind of how I feel for it. But I mean, I get the other side of it. I totally get the argument on a developer side. Is they created this whole game. They created the player base for it. They deserve the money for it. But yeah, if they stop supporting it, you know, whatever. Just allow people to host their own servers without getting claimed for the IP in a lawsuit. Yeah, and I think that you should be able to do that. Pirate said it would be impossible for the company to release it. I don't think it's impossible. Nothing's impossible. But I mean, if they own the IP and they're still building stuff on it, like Diablo, I'll use that as an example. Diablo could stop, let's say, stop hosting servers for Diablo 1. And then allow other players to just make their own Diablo 1 servers. But they still own the IP for Diablo 4. Right? I think that would be okay. Because they're no longer supporting Diablo 1, but they're still supporting Diablo 2, 3, and 4. I don't know. That's a tough one. Was there any giveaway for Humble Peasant 1? After? No, not after. We'll probably do another access giveaway. We'll do some more tomorrow. I do have at least a few more left. 3, 4, 5 maybe. I don't know. I've got a few left. If you paid for something and you can't play it anymore, that's the problem. I agree, yeah. I totally agree with that. Like, you bought something and you can't play it anymore, that's awful. I don't like what Sony did recently with their movies, right? If you bought a movie off the Sony PlayStation Store, they deleted those movies. They're just like, nope, you can no longer play those. I don't like that Sony did that. I don't like the idea, depending on the game, or depending on the content, I don't like the idea that somebody can just take it away from you. Now, you could say that with like an MMO, because it's kind of a big deal in MMOs, right? We have Monsters and Memories. You pay the $15 a month, you can play the game. You stop paying $15 a month, you can no longer play the game. So what do you actually own with Monsters and Memories? You own the right to play the game, and you own the right to play that account of the game. But if I were to buy a Legend of Zelda game from Nintendo, I'm buying Zelda, I have a physical copy of it. Should I be able to play that game? Yes, I do think you should, because you're paying for the physical copy of it, and I don't think they should be able to deactivate that. But I think the problem is the why is one different than the other? You know, with one game you're paying it as a service, and another game you're paying for the final product. And why are they different? You know, that's a tough one. It really is tough. The problem isn't games like Diablo, which you can play offline, or LAN. It's games that are entirely online and have no way to play offline. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, that's kind of the thing, is what makes The Legend of Zelda different than Monsters and Memories. If Monsters and Memories, if I'm paying $15 a month for that game, and Niche Worlds Cult decides we're going to shut it down, we no longer want to host the servers, but I never actually bought the game. I only paid for the $15 a month service of the game, so I never owned it. I just paid for the right to play it. Do they then have the right to take that away from me? I guess is the argument. But a game like, let's say, EverQuest, you have to pay a box price and a monthly sub. If they take away the monthly sub and shut the game down, you paid a box price, you now think that you should be able to make your own servers and play the game. It's tough, man. I don't know. I'm glad that I'm not a lawyer, I can tell you that much. I think it's a case-by-case basis, right? I think it depends on what you paid for in the first place when you bought the game. With Monsters and Memories, I bought, like I said, the right to play it. I bought a service. I bought the ability to connect to their servers and create a character on their server. You own your own memories from playing the game? You do own your memories, that's true. Players should be used to not owning their games anymore. I don't remember which game owner said that. Yeah, I think a lot of them are going that route, right? M&M is a bit different in that you're not paying for the game, just a subscription, but I agree. If they turn off the servers, they should make the server code available to folks that want to host. But should they? They own the IP. It's their right to stop selling the service to the game. I don't know. That's a really tough one. Like you don't own the right to host a server. Now, if let's use Monsters and Memories as that example. If Monsters and Memories decides, hey, we are no longer going to host servers, and we're not charging a monthly fee anymore, we're just going to shut down all the servers. Now, would it be okay to host a free server? Or is it okay to host a server to charge people on? That's definitely one that I would be like, you cannot charge a fee for somebody to play Monsters and Memories because you don't own the IP to it. But should you be able to make a free server that people can just play on? Maybe. And I think that's where it becomes really slippery. Like, that's tough. Because somebody put in a lot of effort to create something for somebody else to just swoop in and start making money on it. That's terrible. Star Wars Galaxies, I miss thee. Yeah, what's going on with Star Wars Galaxies? Can you play that at all anymore? Thor thought the petition was saying to force companies to host a server continually, not open the IP as it actually said. Yeah. If you delineate it by just subscription versus box price, AAA games will just go to entirely subscription-based models. They probably will, yeah. I mean, I would. As a business owner, I would. I mean, most things are now becoming subscription-based. Almost everything is these days. I can almost guarantee you in the next like 10 or 15 years, everything's just going to be subscription-based. You want to play Blizzard games, you got to pay a sub. But then will all their games be free and you just have to pay a monthly sub like Xbox? I think that's what Xbox has been kind of going towards, and I think that's what kind of killed Xbox recently. You know, over the last decade, they've been kind of pushing the don't buy our games, buy our subscription to play our games kind of thing. Yeah. All in all, Stop Playing Games was never about MMOs. It was targeted specifically towards games that were single player but had forced online login to play, such as The Crew. Yeah, like that definitely is a different thing, right? If you like what Xbox did when the most recent Xbox console released, they said must be always online to play games. So you had to have the internet and you had to be logged in to play all of their games. They quickly backed out on that. Very quickly. But they did release the most recent Xbox, and it killed their sales. Like, nobody wanted that Xbox. Well, not nobody. A lot of people didn't buy that Xbox. They ended up buying PlayStation instead of an Xbox. Because, like, who wants to be forced to be online to play a game that they own a disc for? So that caused people to not play The Crew after Ubisoft closed their servers. Yeah, I would be that way. Yeah, if it's a single player game that's required to be online to play it, that's where I draw a line. You know, I will absolutely draw a line in the sand for a company that I don't like. Daybreak, I'm looking at you. And I just refuse to play their games. And I refuse to advertise their games, play them, give them any money whatsoever. Ubisoft is very quickly becoming one of those. I love Ubisoft for many years. I thought the Assassin's Creed games were a lot of fun. The older ones, Black Flag being probably the best one. Yeah, Ubisoft is, you know, I always liked the company. But over the past several years, 5 years maybe, they've just been getting worse and worse and worse and worse as a company. And now I'm to the point where I'm like, nope, I don't really want to give you any more money. EA is another one. I don't like buying and playing EA games. I did play. What was the game that came out that was? I think EA published it for them. Really good game. It Takes Two, and then their second game that they made, Split Fiction. I think they published Split Fiction. They might have also published It Takes Two. And I will support that, but I really don't like EA. But I liked Split Fiction and like it's kind of a different animal. Ubisoft sucks. They kind of do that at this point, yeah. That's what's happening when Steam started up. You got locked out of playing HL2 because you had to be online. Yeah, that's rough, man. Like Steam, I feel like Steam kind of started in that direction, and it was bad. Like owning games on Steam, don't you have to be online to play them, or do you not have to be online to play them? I'm always my computers are always online, but I don't think you can just like. Can you download a game and just log into Steam and play it anywhere? Copyright and patent law is why we can't have nice things. I mean, yeah. I mean, copyright and patents and stuff like that, they're good. They're definitely good. You don't want somebody stealing your idea. If you have $1 billion idea, do you want somebody else taking that from you and selling it? Steam has offline mode, but obviously an online game is an online game. Yeah. Steam does have an offline mode. So how does that work? Can you have like one computer set to be offline? And then like to have another computer to be set as offline, you have to log in online and set that computer to be offline? Because I think that's what Nintendo does. Like, I can share all of my games with my son's Nintendo. He can log in and play whatever game he has downloaded on his Nintendo Switch because my account is the primary account on his Switch. But if I want to play my games on my Switch, my primary account is on his Switch, his primary account is on my Switch, but I buy all the games on my primary account. So if I want to play, I have to be online to play my games on my Switch. And that's kind of how I've set it up. So he can play the games offline anywhere that he is. You have to log in to swap to offline mode. And it's one computer at a time, right? Like that computer can be offline, and you have to make it online to turn it off of offline or whatever. And that kind of makes sense. You know, I think that's a good way to do it. When Steam started, it did not have an offline mode. That's what I meant. Half-Life 2 was the first DRM. Yeah, and it was a big problem. Yeah, exactly. And Steam probably got a lot of crap for it. I like Monster Memories, but I prefer Pantheon at the end. Good luck with Pantheon ever being released. but sure. I think Pantheon could be a good game. It's just never going to get there. You could do family sharing of game libraries on Steam. Yeah, I did family sharing. Like my son, I have family sharing with my son. He can play any of my Steam games. Sorry, I was making sure this Defiler wasn't going to fear us. I also had a CD in my hand to install it. Yeah, that's another thing. CD or DVD or Blu-ray. The thing is, like games these days, though, there's no information on those discs. You go and buy a Blu-ray or a PlayStation game that's a Blu-ray disc. You go and buy one, and they're like, you put it in your system, and it's like downloading game. It doesn't even install it anymore. I hate these defilers, man. I got to pay so much attention. All right. That's why Sony is doing what they're doing. Yeah, Sony right now is getting a lot of hate for doing that. Like, you have to be online. My son was mad the other day. We went to play a game on the PlayStation. I've got PlayStation Plus. I have owned PlayStation Plus now for like 12 years straight. So I've gotten every single PlayStation Plus free game for however long, right? I've got 1,000+ games on my PlayStation. And my son went to play one the other day, and it was like, you don't have access to this. You have to buy it for $20 or whatever it was. And I was like, why? They just removed those games? Like, why do I have PlayStation Plus if they can just take them away whenever they want? Some game box just have a code to DL. Some of them do, yeah. I bought games in the past that had that. Actually, I think when I bought... what was that game by Bethesda? The Fallout 76. I bought that game. I remember specifically buying that game. I bought 3 copies of it. It's how I know, that, like, why I remember. I bought the game, and there were codes inside of it, and I had to send the code to 2 of my friends because I bought the game for them to play so we could all play it together. That was back when I actually had a little bit of money to spend. Not so much anymore. PS4 and PS5 won't even let you play physical disc offline once the internal security battery dies in 10 to 30 years. I'm not even sure what that means, but that sounds awful. '76 takes place in your state, does it? We had fun playing Fallout 76 when it first came out. I actually had a blast. It was a very broken game, but such is Bethesda, right? Bethesda doesn't make a game without bugs in it. They would rather have more content and bugs than less content. They update the PS5, PS4 5 CMOS issue that would lock them out. Really? That's crazy, man. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about all that stuff. Like, I very much am for copyright and IP protection and all that. Like, if somebody creates something, I want the developers of it to get the money. I won't play something like a P99 server. I don't do that. Or Project Quorum. I won't play those because they're taking something that developers worked really hard on and creating a server and using what they built to make money. Like, it's donation based and it's all this other stuff, right? But they're using something that somebody else built to make money. But at the same time, you bought it, right? You kind of own it. So are you allowed to do that? It's tough, man. It's tough. But also, yeah, like you're saying, like the original owners, like the original developers of EverQuest, they sold the rights to it a long time ago to Sony, and then Sony sold the rights to it. And at this point, it goes to Daybreak, and I'm like, nah, screw Daybreak over. I don't care if you make a P99 server all day. Project Quorum, use up EverQuest as much as you want, and I don't care. I mean, technically, it's still illegal, but that company sucks. They won't even spend $3 for a controller that won't joystick drift. In case of P99, the original developers don't even own the IP anymore. Yeah, they don't. You're right. But that's the thing. Like, if you sell off your IP, then you sell off your IP. You've made the money on it. You've sold it to somebody. And then at that point, that person now owns the IP. And you're effectively stealing from them. You know, if you're using their IP to make money off of it, like that, you're stealing their stuff. Like I can't walk into a McDonald's, grab a hamburger off the shelf, walk back outside and sell it. Right? But what I can do is walk into a McDonald's, buy every hamburger they have, walk outside and sell it for whatever price I want. I can do that. So that's where, like, where's the line? Are we allowed to? I'm allowed to buy the game, but I'm only buying one copy of the game. Am I allowed to sell that one copy or access to that one copy to somebody else? Like, I don't know. It's just weird, right? Ideas for humanity. You can't own an idea. No, I think you can own an idea. I think you absolutely can own an idea. Do Cities Heroes Champions Online thing? Yeah, what are they doing now? Like, they have it to where they shut it down and then they basically allowed other people to make servers, right? It's kind of let's take it to a different avenue. What about Unity and Unreal 5? Both of those are technically free to download and free to build games on for your own personal use. You never owe anybody anything to use either of those two as long as you never sell your game. Right? But if you sell your game, you now owe Unity and Unreal royalties or some sort of money because you developed on their systems. Head down 30 minutes? Probably, yeah, something like that. Yeah, let me let the group know. Yeah, I gotta take my shop to the bike and get it fixed. I worked for a company that said if you had an idea to make something better, they own the idea. And that's true depending on the situation, right? That depends on your contract. If I am a software developer and I work for Epic Games and I'm a game developer for Epic Games and I create an idea for their game and implement it into their game, they own the idea because they paid me a salary for my idea. So they own your ideas that you put into a game. They absolutely own them. They're paying you a salary for that reason, and it's probably part of their contract. So that's where like you got to be careful with contracts. When you work for a company, make sure that you have a solid contract that's in your favor. Not they're going to make it in their favor. They're going to write it in their favor. You got to read over that thing and make sure it's in your favor. I got to take my shop to the bike. Yes, I got to take my shop to the bike. Did I say that? Is that what I said? My bad. I got to take my bike to the shop. If you develop an idea using company resources, they'll usually claim your idea. Exactly. Absolutely. The better engineering and better business model would determine success, not the monopolization of thought. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. The side with more money wins patent and copyright cases every time, like all cases. No, it's just the side that owns it, that owns the patent or the copyright wins. It's not necessarily the side with more money. There have been patents and copyrights where people that had no money won the patent or copyright because they filed it legally and they just never used it. And then somebody else stole their idea and used it. And then they're like, you owe me for stealing my idea, and here's the proof that it was my idea. And they win. Doesn't matter how much money you have. Now, oftentimes what they can do, the people that have the most money, can say, okay, we agree you had the patent first. We will just pay you what we think that patent is worth. And they'll give them millions of dollars for it. And then the other person's like, okay, thanks. And they'll walk away. So they don't necessarily win. They just buy it. They buy the patent or copyright. They won versus Nintendo. Yeah, the smaller company, yeah, won versus Nintendo. They had to change one little thing or whatever, but Pal World won against Nintendo. Clearly, not as much money as Nintendo has. Nintendo's case was absolutely ridiculous, though. I mean, you're right. It was ridiculous, but it was a patent. They thought they owned a patent, but they didn't actually own the patent. If they decide, though, go ahead, take us to court, and you broke. Well, you can represent yourself. If you walk into court with a patent in your hand, and you have $0 to your name, and it is a legal patent, and you can prove that that is a legal patent that you owned and they copied it, doesn't matter how much money you have. The patent will win every time. The problem is that money can tie it up for a long time. They could try to tie it up and be like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and just tie the whole thing up. You have to somehow get your case heard. Meanwhile, they're constantly selling your product while they're like waiting to get the case heard. That's usually what happens. So you just have to sit on your patent and wait to be heard. But hopefully, if the legal system works properly, which a lot of times it doesn't, I will admit. But if the legal system works properly, eventually your case will get heard, and eventually you can prove that you owned the patent, and then they will owe you a bunch of money based on what they sold your product for. So, this world of games need a Pokemon with guns already. Glad it happened. I'm glad it happened too. Like, I thought Power World was pretty fun, and I think that it pushes Nintendo and Game Freak to make a better Pokemon game, because over the past decade plus, Game Freak has just keep remaking the same game, and it's not getting any better. They're not better games, but they're still selling it as if it's a better game. They're making so much money every time they release anything Pokemon, and it's because they've tried to lock it down for so long and not let other people have it. Having competition is what makes better games for us. So I love the competition. I think it's fantastic. I want more competition in games. The more companies that create these MMOs, the better. Representing yourself, going against a trained lawyer that is probably going really good at their job would be super rough. Not at all. If you have the right documentation, you will win. It's nothing about. It doesn't matter how good the lawyer is. They can delay and they can do all that stuff. But if you have the legal paper, the correct information, the correct paperwork, you can't really win against that. There's a guy, the Mario brother guy. Burrow could probably tell you more about this, but there's a guy, the Mario brother grocery store, Super Mario grocery store, or whatever the heck it was called. Nintendo tried to sue him, saying they owned Super Mario, but that guy had owned this grocery store named Super Mario with the little character that looked a lot like Mario longer, or since before Mario was ever a thing. And he won the patent. It didn't take a bunch of lawyers or anything like that. It didn't matter. He won the case. It does mean something, though. I just gave you an exact specific instance of where it did mean something. That guy didn't have to spend millions of dollars fighting Nintendo for Mario, for his Super Mario grocery store. He just said, here's my proof. I created this company called Super Mario Grocers back in 1960 or whatever, before Mario was even a thing. Therefore, he couldn't have stolen it. Case closed. You guys can look that up if you want to and get more information on it, but that's basically what happened. Affected no one, essentially? No, it absolutely affected people. Nintendo tried to sue him to make him change his grocery store name. It was an established name for many, many years. If he changed his name, people then could see that they changed the name and think, oh, they must have changed ownership. I no longer want to go to that place. The only reason I like to go to it is because of the previous owners and how they did things previously. It could absolutely hurt his business by changing the name. So it absolutely had an effect. He should have used their own things against them and sued them for taking his name. I mean, he probably could have. Nothing makes Nintendo more mad than people proving them, in their own original. Exactly. Nintendo is not a company that likes to be wrong. Successfully defeated Nintendo in a legal trademark battle. Nintendo attempted to block the store's trademark renewal. Ruled in favor of the local owner. Yep. And he probably didn't have to spend much money, if any money, on it. If anything, he probably got the legal fees back after he won the case. I had to take a couple law classes for my business degree in college, and one of my law professors, he made a very valid point. First day of class, he asked the entire class. He said, "What makes the United States a more powerful country than every other country in the world?" And people had all sorts of things. Education, economy, et cetera, right? All these different things. And by the end of it, he said the rule of law is what made the United States the best. And it's not necessarily that other countries don't have laws. It's that other countries don't enforce all of their laws. And the United States enforces those laws better than most of the other countries. Of course, there are shady and corrupt things that happen all the time in the U.S. and in other countries. But it's less likely to happen in the U.S. than it is in like some of these other countries. So it's a very valid point by him. You can still debate against it, right? I'm not saying he was 100% accurate. I would still debate that you could still skirt the law in the U.S. and money definitely does buy you better lawyers, which can win cases, but it's going to win the cases that are not like cut and dry. Like if there's any type of vagueness to the case, a better lawyer is going to win. But in a case of like ownership of something, like a patent or like as long as you can prove and the other person can't, then you're going to win. People use the system against the other. Yeah, people definitely use the system against other people for sure. Yeah. You're enslaved by the same tyrannical abuse of legalese you declare independence from every country in the world. Well, I mean, yes and no. Like there's the law, though. Like, you know, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't really debate it. But if you are in the right and you can prove that the whole thing about law is you have to prove the other person is wrong. Right? You don't have to prove I don't have to prove that I'm right. You have to prove that I'm wrong. And if you can't prove that, you can't prove it. So if I have a piece of paper that says I own something and you can't prove that I don't have a piece of paper that says I own something, then you can't win the case. You have to have something that says that I do not own that. Or that you owned it first. Right? American judges weigh the effects of society higher than what the law says, unfortunately. Well, you know, there's always corrupt people, for sure. But we're talking about generalization versus specific situations, right? Sure, you could pay off a judge, which is illegal, and if you can prove that that judge was paid off, they will get disbarred and removed from their judgeship, and you will win your case. So again, as long as you can prove what it is that's happening. Sometimes it's hard to prove, and that's where good lawyers come into play. But if you can prove it without reasonable doubt, you will win your case. That can be challenging, for sure. Came by the stream to let you know that I don't watch your stream. Bye, have a good day. Okay. So you literally came by to disprove yourself. You do watch the stream and, in fact, comment on it. Thank you for the comment and the view. Like, what the heck, dude? People are crazy. People are absolutely crazy. Don't forget, yeah. Oh my God, Vols is in my chat right now, and he's like, "Don't forget to to hit that thumbs up and notification for future streams." While you're here, not watching my stream, nor commenting on it, be sure to hit that thumbs up and notification for sure. So you know when to come in again to tell me again that you don't watch my stream. The hate views are the best views, man. They come in daily and they're like, oh my god, Cradle, you suck. Hey, thanks for the comment and the view while I suck. I appreciate it. History of law and civics should be mandatory elementary education again. I agree. I think that finance should start in like middle school. Like how to balance a checkbook. You know, balancing a checkbook 101, 6th grade class. Give the kids fake money at the start of the school year and let them spend it. Dumb people are easier to control. Well, yeah. I say that. Yeah, dumb people are easier to control, and uneducated people, and they're different types of people, right? There are people that are dumb but educated, and there are people that are educated and there's people that are dumb but also educated, and people that are intelligent and uneducated, and then there's people that are both intelligent and educated, and there's people that are both dumb and uneducated. I think I hit them all, right? I would much rather be an intelligent, uneducated person, because at least I can educate myself if the need arises. If I'm intelligent enough, I could be educated. But if you're just dumb, it's hard to educate you. Anyway, scared people are easy to control. They are, yeah, that's true. I invested in Merrill Lynch in 3rd grade. Did you really? Like, you put $1 in. You know, that's one of those things. What if when your kid is born, you put $1 into some company, and by the time that they are 65 years old and ready to retire, you're like, oh, by the way, I put this $1 into the company, and it's been building over the last 65 years for you. If you pick the right company, could be awesome. If you pick the wrong company, you lost $1. But if you pick the right company, like my son was born in 2012. When was he born? I forget. Anyway, like 2012, I think. No, 2013. If I would have put like $1 into Google the day he was born, just $1, that would be probably worth thousands already at this point, right? And by the time he's 65, could be worth millions. Could be. Could also be worth nothing. But it would have cost me $1, you know? Not a big deal. There's a guy I grew up to loathe over the years for good reason, but I still gave him views. Hope he turns from his contrarian ways. Oh, yeah? Did you not like him in the beginning, and you started to not like him later, or like how did that, like, were you like a fan of his and you were watching it and then he just changed over the years? Your IQ goes up 1 to 3 points for a few minutes just from eating a mint. Surely you can spare 1 IQ point for a 1 billion. But what's the most? From eating a mint, your IQ goes up 1 or 2 points? Like, how do they prove that? They have people, like, take an IQ test, and then other people take an IQ test after eating a mint and see what the average is? Is that... You'd have to survey so many people to find that out. Things most people want is get rich quick. That's why FOMO works so well. Oh, yeah. The get rich quick doesn't work. It can work. Like, you can get lucky quick. You can get lucky quickly, but it's not going to work for most people. And it's going to take a lot of time. The one that I'm reading about right now, I was in real estate for 12 years, and I'm reading about real estate now, and everybody's like, do you want to retire in 10 years? All you have to do is buy a house, rent it out, buy another house, rent it out, buy another house. And in 10 years, you're making blah, blah, blah amounts of money and all this kind of stuff, right? And I'm like, you do realize that it takes money in the first place to buy a house, right? Like, it's not as easy as just buy a house, rent it out. You got to buy a house with some money that you have, find a renter that is willing to pay you and not break the lease and not withhold money and not cause you a lot of issues. It's not as easy as you think. It can work. It can work. But I've dealt with renters. When I did real estate, I used to do real estate and like buy, sell houses with clients. But I also would do property management with houses. Dude, sometimes you get renters that are just awful. They pay late all the time. Then sometimes they just stop paying rent. And then you gotta, okay, well you're no longer paying rent. So now I gotta do these legal. It takes 3 months to get somebody kicked out of a house for not paying rent. They have to not pay for 3 months consecutively. Then you can start a legal action against them. Then another 3 months goes by. Meanwhile, they're just living in your house rent-free. You still have to pay the mortgage on it, by the way, during this entire time. Or whoever owns the house has to continue to pay the mortgage on it. And then once it's finally settled, you finally kick them out. Now the entire house is trashed. Somebody's got to fix that. And then you're like, okay, well, the tenant has to pay you back, right? No, they don't make enough money to pay you back. So now I'm the realtor. I don't get paid. The homeowner doesn't get paid, and they have to fix up the property again. That's the problem with renting. If you find good renters and they keep the house nice and clean, works great. If you have crappy renters, though, which happens a lot, you just lose money hand over fist. And then what ends up happening, which is the really crappy part, they lose their money, so that's why they charge more money to the next renter. Their mortgage might be $1,500 a month. They're going to charge you $3,000 a month because they need to make up for all the loss that they had of bad renters previously. Seems fair, doesn't it? It's not. None of it's fair. Getting that seed money is the hard part. Yeah, getting that seed money is the hard part. Same thing with stocks and stuff. You have to have a little bit of money to be able to invest it, to be able to grow it. If you can do it right, and you can get into it, and you can let it sit for 20, 30, 40 years, you can absolutely retire. But it's getting started. That's the hard part. And you don't need much to get started with if you start young. I will give everybody in chat a little bit of financial advice. Take it or leave it. This is just friendly banter. This is not like anything where you can sue me over it, because I'm telling you as a friend to friend, one of the best ways you can make money is taking, not when you start making money right out of college. You get your first job, you're making $60,000 a year. I think that's probably a good starting salary these days for a brand new, fresh out of college person. You're making $60,000 a year. Live like you're making $50,000 a year. Take that $10,000 and try to do what you can and invest it. A Roth IRA is one that I recommend, but again, friendly advice. If you lose all your money, it's not my fault. But a Roth IRA is pretty good. Put money into it. And if you start when you're like 20 and you just put as much as you can into it at a young age, when you get older and you have a family and you can no longer put as much money into it, just let it sit there. Don't touch it. Just let it sit. And it'll continue to compound over time, and you'll probably never have to worry about it. The problem is most young people, when they're young, they get their first job and they want to spend it. They're like, ooh, I'm making 60 grand a year. I'm going to spend 65 grand a year. And they're going to put things on credit cards. They're going to buy a new car. They're going to buy a house. All these things cost more money because you have to get a loan out to be able to buy them, right? No, don't do that. Live below your means for the first 20 years of your life. I promise you, if you do it, when you graduate college, live below your means for the first 20 years, and you'll most likely never have to worry about money again once you're in your midlife. When you're 45 to 50 years old, you're probably going to be like, I've got a great retirement plan over there. I've got a 401k over here. I've got Social Security that'll be coming in when I'm 62 or whatever. I'm telling you. Talks between friends. This is just a talk between friends. That's all it is. Friend to friend right here, guys. Friend to friend. Okay. So, yeah. Put half in CDs, half in high yield bonds, mutual funds. Yeah. Just find out. Talk to an actual financial advisor. Don't talk to me about it, but talk to a financial advisor and let them help you with that. That's their job. But do something. Live below your means and do something with that money. Live at your parents' house for your first year of your career. You're making 60 grand a year. Ask your parents, be like, hey parents, if they're willing to do this, hey parents, can I live rent free for the first year of my job, and then I'll move out, and just invest 100% of that money, and then never touch it again, and live off of whatever you make from that point forward, and you'll probably end up being a millionaire by the time you're 40 or 50 years old, and you won't ever have to worry about money in your older age, and you can spend every dime that you make after that. But if you can just pinch pennies for the first half, oh my goodness gracious, it makes such a big difference, guys. I wish that I was smart, actually, a little bit. I wasn't as smart as I am now. I wish I was better. But when I was younger, I got a pretty decent job when I was 20. I was still in college. I hadn't graduated yet. I ended up not finishing college, but I had a decent job. I moved back in with my parents when I was like 22 or something for a year or two, and moved back in with them, saved all of that money, and then I moved out again later on. But I had saved up enough to where I was able to have a small like investment, and I was able to have a down payment on a house and all that kind of stuff. Had I not done that, I would be in a much different situation right now. Much different situation. I would be very, very, very unhappy. I still don't have. I'm not like a millionaire or anything. Don't get me wrong. Like, I could have done way better, but I definitely like. I was smart with it, and I didn't spend every dime that I made. But several of my friends that were in their 20s did spend every dime that they made. They would go out every weekend. They bought new cars. They bought houses. They did all sorts of stuff, and they spent all their money. And now, same age as me, they have very little to show for it, and they're just now starting to invest. By the time they hit 65, they're still going to be working, and they're gonna have to continue to work probably until they basically can't work anymore, because they wanted to live an extravagant lifestyle at a younger age. Good example of how generational wealth becomes huge difference and how well people are. Yeah. That's another big deal. It's that generational wealth comes because people have money in the beginning. I live with my wife on track to retire at 55, maybe 50, depending on how the market is. That's awesome. Yeah, I am not. I'm 46 now, I have to work. I'm going to have to work for a long time. Probably till I'm 65, at least. But I shouldn't have to work after 65. Depending on how things go between now and the next 20 years. You know? And how much I have to dip into my savings and all that. So, trying to help you out. If you have parents that can support you and don't have a family that needs to be supported with your income, it can be a major boon. Yeah, absolutely. If you have it. Not everybody has that. Sometimes parents are like, nope, you're 18, get the heck out. It happens too. If you're part of generational wealth, you definitely have a safety net. Yeah, absolutely. I know people like that too. They just have money. Like their parents have money, and they put like $1 million in a trust for their kids when they're born, you know? And they're like, there you go. Here's your $1 million. Do whatever you want for the rest of your life, but you at least always have that to lean on. If I could take $1 million right now, if somebody were to give me $1 million right now, I would never have to work a day in my life. I would absolutely just, I would find a safe thing to put it in, to invest it into, something very safe, and I would live off of that income, and I could be happy. I could probably live off of that income, and it would still grow. Most people, you give $1 million to them, and they're going to be like, ooh, sweet, I got $1 million. I can't spend all this money. And they go and buy a bunch of stupid stuff that they don't need. And they run out of money. And then they're like, crap. There was like a guy that won the lottery. He won like 20 or $30 million. 5 years later, he was back at his original job because he had no money left. Dude, you give me $30 million? I'm set. My kids are set. Everyone that I know is set. Like, my family would never work again. I'd pay off my mom's house, my sister's house. I'd give my nieces and nephews $1 million each. Actually, I wouldn't give it to them. I would invest it. I would put it into a trust and invest it and allow them to have it at a certain age is what I would do. I retire when I got an inheritance and living on interest. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you live on the interest of it. You can just put it, if you got $30 million, you could put that into a high yield interest account, which is basically guaranteed money. And you could live off of that. And people just don't. $30 million could turn in easily into a 6-figure investment, and you never have to touch the principal. Not once touch the principal, and you're making 6 figures a year. But people want it now. They have to spend it now because they have it now. It's crazy. Absolutely bonkers. Find happiness in stuff. You never have enough stuff. You find happiness in yourself and the people around you. Absolutely. Yeah. I love that. It's fantastic. Yeah, I'm not a stuff type of person, you know? I don't need stuff. I have my computer. I have my few games. That's all the stuff that I need. I don't even need that, but it's nice to have, you know? We're getting deep in here now. We are getting deep. Yeah, I don't usually buy fluff things. I try not to. The only thing I spend money on is gaming. That's literally it. Got a book recommendation for you. It's called Your Money or Your Life. Okay. Sounds cool. Let's check that one out. The thing is, guys, it's really easy to do this. It's kind of like a diet. It's like dieting, right? Can you go on a diet and not eat all the sweets and not eat all the cake and actually eat food that you don't like for 30 days, you know, and actually go on a diet to lose weight? If you can do a diet, you can absolutely save money. I think it's easier than a diet. It's hard for me to go on a diet. I can't do it. I see food and I'm like, I want that food. But I cannot spend money. I can absolutely not spend money. Just popped on for the chance of some imminent beta code and stumbled across something much more. Nice. We will do more beta giveaways tomorrow. So no more beta today. But we will. I have at least a few more to give out tomorrow. Can pry the burrito out of my cold dead hands? Absolutely. Yeah, I want my burrito. My burrito. I like food. But I will, like, if you were to tell me, hey, we can go get steaks tonight and spend $100 per meal, or we can make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and spend $1 per meal, I would choose the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all day. I would absolutely be, oh yeah, let's eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Some ramen. Let's do that. But if you offer me a piece of cake for free, absolutely. I'll take the cake. That's why I can't diet. Hope everyone has a great rest of the day. Great stream. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to kill this mob. We're going to call it for the day here. I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out and chatting with me today. It's been a fun day. We have had 2 amazingly fun days back-to-back on my stream. Best 2 back-to-back stream days I've ever had, for sure. Like, I've had good days on my stream before, but these 2 days, back-to-back, amazing. I want to keep these going as much as we can. So I'm going to try to do that. It's been a lot more positive chatter than negative chatter. Excuse me. And I really like that. So, but not peanut butter and jelly ramen. Oh, gosh, no. No, peanut butter and jelly ramen? That sounds disgusting. But I'll eat some ramen, and I'll eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's got to be smooth peanut butter, though. If you're a crunchy peanut butter person, something's wrong with you. Oh, we got the claymore. Cool. Uh-oh. Where does that go? It goes right there. All right, we're going to evac out. I appreciate everybody being here. You guys have been awesome. I'll be back on tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern, and we will be doing giveaways at some point tomorrow. So we'll figure out. We might do it a new way. But yeah, take care. Have a good one. See you next time.